The deal is done, it's a here we go, it's a deal done for 22 million euros. This is the transfer fee agreed. Players like Kepa and many others, so Chelsea will try to sell. But we had many stories in the recent weeks on Pogba going back to Man United. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Fabrizio Romano here as always to keep you posted on the transfer market. Today guys, breaking news, exclusive update on Dario Essugo, new midfielder for Chelsea, immediately joining the club soon, but also more to say on João Felix, Chelsea sales, Jadon Sancho, what happens, something to add on Paul Pogba. Let's jump into it together. And so guys, let me start today's video by mentioning the story of the day, because after I was telling you here an exclusive update this week on Giovanni Kenda, done deal from Sporting to Chelsea, summer 2026, so he will join the club in 1 year, not the next season, but from season 26-27, from Sporting to Chelsea, one more player, and this is a player I was mentioning to you after the January window, because you remember that Chelsea wanted a midfielder in January. They were considering Dario Essugo on loan to Las Palmas from Sporting, then they signed Matissa Mugu and they trust Matissa Mugu. He's a player who is part of the first team, and then he will go on loan to Strasbourg in the summer transfer window, so the plan is already clear for Mugu, who is going to be part of Chelsea squad for the future, not next season, but next season will be part of Chelsea squad first team, Dario Essugo. The deal is done, it's a here we go, it's a deal done for 22 million euros. This is the transfer fee agreed between Chelsea and Sporting. Today there was the final meeting and everything was agreed between clubs, everything is agreed with the player, 7-year contract, same as Giovanni Kenda, with 1-year option. The difference is that Kenda joins next year, 2026, and Dario Essugo joins the club immediately in the summer. So in July he will be ready to be part of Chelsea squad. Everything is ready between June and July, of course, then they will decide the timing. Everything is ready in terms of documents because the player did his medical tonight. So Dario Essugo completed every single step of his move. So Chelsea have already invested 48 million euros for Giovanni Kenda plus taxes, so up to 51, but it's 48 million euros as a transfer fee, and 22 million euros for Dario Essugo, so 70 million euros. Essugo will be part of the first team. Chelsea see him as a really talented player. They've been monitoring him for more than 2 years. They consider Essugo one of the best talents in his position, midfielder, but he's a player who can run, a player who can win the ball. He's a fighter, big physical structure, so he can be the perfect cover for Moises Caicedo next season. He will be with the first team. This doesn't impact the situation with Andrei Santos, who will return to Chelsea from Strasbourg and be part of the first team. So Andrei Santos will be part of the midfield, Dario Essugo will be part of the midfield, and then Enzo, Moises Caicedo, Romeo Lavia. So Chelsea have very clear ideas. Amogu will go to Strasbourg, and Andrei Santos will not have any impact after this news of Dario Essugo, also because they're very different. Andrei Santos is a quality player, is an offensive player. Dario Essugo is a fighter in the midfield and a player who can be really important for present and future. So Kenda done, Dario Essugo done, and guys, this is explaining to you why every time you ask me when the summer transfer window is starting, is the 1st of July, the 1st of June, the 1st of August, it doesn't matter guys, the market is always open, and as you can see, it's March, and Chelsea have signed 2 players, 2 important players. It's not just 2 youngsters for the future, these 2 are big players. Giovanni Kenda was wanted by Man United and Bayern, Dario Essugo was wanted by several clubs and will be part of the first team. So Essugo to Chelsea is a done deal, and it's the story of the day. After I told you yesterday that they were in advanced negotiations, now everything has been completed. For Chelsea, something important to explain is that Chelsea will now work hard on sales in order to obviously have everything in place for the financial fair play rules and also for sustainability, something really important for Chelsea. So remember how many players they have on loan, players like Kepa and many others. So Chelsea will try to sell, according to my information, 7 to 8 players as soon as possible to make some money, to get new funds, and then reinvest on a striker. The striker position will be crucial. Striker and winger will be 2 really important positions for Chelsea in the summer, but especially the striker. There is the focus, and Chelsea will invest on a new striker in the summer. They signed the Kenda for the future, they signed the Essugo for the present, but the striker will be crucial, and selling player will be the next step. One of the players we have to monitor in the upcoming weeks and months is João Felix. because as we were telling you here on my channel, you can find another video in Italian from Matteo Moretto. We worked together on all the stories, and Matteo was telling you about that. We can confirm that at the moment, the clear indication from AC Milan is not to proceed in negotiation with Chelsea to buy João Felix. Then we have to wait on two things, the new director and the new manager. We have to see who's going to be the new director at Milan, who's going to be the new manager at Milan, because we don't expect Sergio Conceição to continue at the club, and so we will see what they will decide on João Felix. But as of today, the decision internally at the club is not to proceed in negotiations with Chelsea for João Felix. So what Chelsea do? What Chelsea will decide to do with João Felix? Keep the player at the club, let him go on loan again, sell the player, we will see. But sales will be really important for Chelsea. André Santos is not part of the conversation. As of now, Chelsea are very convinced they want André Santos as part of the squad next season, but still 7 to 8 players leaving the club. Remember about Disasi, remember about Kepa and all the others. So Chelsea prepared to sell players and to bring in an important striker in the summer. So we will follow also that situation. Many questions on Sancho, guys, and we can confirm the reports we had in the recent days. It's true that Chelsea can pay a fee to Manchester United and not proceed with the obligation to buy for Jadon Sancho. Is the reality. But this is not the intention. From day one, Chelsea signed Jadon Sancho from Man United on loan with an obligation to buy because they want to keep Sancho, and Sancho wants to be at Chelsea. So that's the idea and that's the view. And obviously Man United don't want Sancho back. So that's the clear indication on Jadon Sancho. Then we will see what happens at the end of the season. Chelsea have the possibility to pay a fee and send Jadon Sancho back to Man United. But it's up to the club, and at the moment, really, Chelsea are not activating any contact to send Sancho back. So that's the situation as of today. It's true that there is this possibility, but that's not part of the plan as of now. Obviously, we will follow all these situations, contracts, buy options, and all the rest in the upcoming weeks and months. Then, guys, I wanted to complete this video telling something on Paul Pogba. I keep receiving many questions from Manchester United fans on Paul Pogba because Pogba is back. Pogba can play football for any club now. The ban is over, so Pogba can train and can play whenever he wants. He's available on the market as a free agent, but we had many stories in the recent weeks on Pogba going back to Man United. Guys, my information as of today is there is nothing. I have nothing to say on this because many Man United fans keep texting me about Pogba, but I'm not aware of negotiations Pogba United, and I'm not aware of anything concrete. In case it changes and tomorrow morning Pogba goes to United, I will let you know, and I will come here and I will tell you all the updates. But as of today, I'm not aware of anything concrete on this, and also Man United are going on a different direction. Man United are going in the direction of talented players, young players, investing on players like Dorgu, Eindhoven. So these are the investments wanted by Man United. Then, in case it changes, I will let you know. Pogba is free agent, so in 5 minutes he can sign any contract. You don't have to negotiate with the club. It's just an easy story. But at the moment, I'm not aware of anything with Man United. I'm only aware of Paul Pogba available on the market, free agent, and ready to sign with any club whenever he wants. And so, guys, let me know your thoughts on all these stories. Darius to go to Chelsea, what's your feeling? Then Jadon Sancho, João Felix, the sales, the striker, Paul Pogba, where should he go next? Guys, let me know your opinion here in comments. Remember to like this video, turn on the notification bell, subscribe to the channel. See you soon. Ciao. And so, everything done with the player, 7 years contract. Sporting said no. Man United decided to invest it, but owned by Sporting. So Chelsea are monitoring the Sugo. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Fabrizio Romano here as always to keep you posted on the transfer market. And today, guys, we have to clarify all the details, all the secrets, everything on the Giovanni Kenda deal between Chelsea and Sporting, what happened with Man United, and also there is an important quote on Man United side, and it's about Bruno Fernandes. He said, I had the possibility to leave. Let's jump into it together. And so, guys, here we are back after last night. I was posting this morning a video I recorded last night when I got the bomb Giovanni Kenda to Chelsea. Here we go at 5 a.m. in the morning, a crazy transfer story. But let's enter into the details of this, because first of all, let me confirm, Giovanni Kenda can be considered a Chelsea player. Here we go, the deal is done. All the contracts are ready with the agent of the player, Jorge Mendes, involved in this story. story. Chelsea wanted to keep everything secret to avoid any hijack, any surprise for this deal, and so everything done with the player. 7 years contract, 1 year option. Giovanni Kenda will join Chelsea in summer 2026, so in 1 year, and this was a crucial point to get the deal done for Chelsea, because other clubs, including Manchester United, wanted to sign Kenda immediately, not in summer 2026. So Chelsea were open to accepting sporting conditions. Let us enjoy the player for 1 more season, but we want to close the deal now. We don't want to wait for the summer. Why Chelsea didn't want to wait for the summer? Because Chelsea knew about Manchester United. Man United wanted Giovanni Kenda. Man United tried to get Giovanni Kenda in the January transfer window. The budget for Man United in January for financial fair play restrictions was something around 35 million euros. Man United tried to approach Sporting, but Sporting said that transfer fee was absolutely not enough to sign the player. Also, Man United wanted Kenda immediately, January or in the summer, not in 2026. And this was a crucial point. The Sporting said no. Man United decided to invest that budget on Patrick Dorgu, and then they wanted to try again in the summer for Kenda. Special relationship with Ruben Amorim, really appreciated internally at the club. So Man United wanted Kenda, and Man United were also surprised when last night there was the bomb, Giovanni Kenda to Chelsea. They anticipated also other clubs. Why Chelsea wanted to be so fast on Kenda? They knew that especially Bayern were keen on Giovanni Kenda. So Man United for sure, but also Bayern will sign a very important winger in the summer. Bayern have already started discussions with the agents, representatives of several wingers around Europe, and they spoke to Jorge Mendes about Giovanni Kenda around November, December, January to be informed about the player. So Chelsea wanted to anticipate all the other clubs, accepted sporting conditions for Giovanni Kenda, and also the player will join in 2026. The transfer fee, from what I'm told, doesn't include any sell-on clause, any future sale percentage, and any add-on. The transfer fee is 51 million euros, and Chelsea will cover the taxes of the deal. So that's the agreement for Giovanni Kenda to Chelsea from Sporting. It's here we go, is a done deal. For Manchester United is a blow because they wanted the player. They were in discussions with player side for a long time. There is a crucial point, and that's really, really important. For Chelsea, Giovanni Kenda, in the discussions they had with Enzo Maresca involved, and let me touch on this point because I told you already last few weeks, Chelsea are involving Enzo Maresca in the transfer decisions they are making for present and future, and so they had several conversations with Enzo Maresca, and Maresca see Giovanni Kenda as a perfect player to be a winger of the future, to play 1v1. Playing 1v1 is what Kenda wants to do. The player didn't want to be a wing back, as Manchester United were offering to be in a 3-5-2 or maybe playing behind the striker. He wanted to be a pure winger, 1v1. Chelsea were pushing a lot on this point, and so Maresca was crucial also to explain the player his point of view. Giovanni Kenda accepted, so that was absolutely important for Chelsea to get the green light. As I mentioned, everything agreed. We wait for an official statement, but what we can confirm is that Chelsea signed Giovanni Kenda. Also important to say, guys, that Chelsea remain interested in Dario Essugo, the midfielder from Sporting. I did a video after the January transfer window telling you how Chelsea were signing a Mugu from Saint-Etienne as midfielder, but Dario Essugo remains a player they want. He's a player they are tracking, is represented by the same people, so Chelsea had several conversations on player side and on club side with Sporting. The player is on loan to Las Palmas, but owned by Sporting. So Chelsea are monitoring Essugo. It's not a done deal at this stage, but Chelsea are monitoring the player and having discussions in terms of transfer fee, potential package. So Chelsea sign Giovanni Kenda and are working also for Dario Essugo because they believe he can be a really important midfielder in the future. Again, remember that Chelsea signed Amugu. He's now part of Chelsea squad, adapting to England, adapting to Premier League, adapting to new life in London. Then he will go on loan to Strasbourg in the summer, and he's signing that Chelsea really like for the future, but also Dario Essugo could be part of the Blue group. Let's see what happens with Chelsea, with Strasbourg, but for sure they had conversations, while for now is not a done deal. We mentioned Manchester United, guys, and I wanted to say something important, because last night, hat-trick for Bruno Fernandes in Europa League. Bruno is always Bruno. Bruno is always making an impact. This season has been fantastic, but let me say, Bruno is always fantastic, and despite having difficult seasons at Manchester United, not winning major trophies, apart from Of course, some good results in the FA Cup and all the rest, but obviously the desire for a player like Bruno is to win something different. But Bruno has always been super committed, super serious. You remember exclusive story last summer when I told you Bruno is extending the contract at Manchester United. It was a massive one, but was massive because Bruno yesterday after the game said, I had the chance to leave Manchester United. I had an important proposal, important opportunities last summer, and I decided to stay after speaking to the club, to the coaching staff. What's the point? Is Bruno saying the truth? Guys, it's more than true. It's more than true because Bruno Fernandes had two possibilities. One was an approach before the Champions League final, so even before the start of the summer transfer window, from Paris Saint-Germain to be informed about Bruno Fernandes. But there was no chance for Man United to give the green light. So Paris Saint-Germain top target has always been João Neves, number 1, 2 and 3. Bruno was an extra story, was never alternative to João Neves because PSG always considered João Neves as their top target. But the real proposal he had on the table, in terms of big proposal, was from Saudi. From Saudi Arabia, there was crazy money on the table for Bruno Fernandes in summer 2023, 2 years ago, and also in summer 2024. They wanted Bruno again. But Bruno decided to stay at Man United, to respect Man United, to be committed for Man United. He loves the club, he loves the city, he loves the feeling he has with all the people of the club. He wants to win at Manchester United. And so Bruno sent a very clear message. I want to stay here, I'm open to signing a new contract. Man United gave him an important contract, and so Bruno ended up staying. But Saudi was a strong possibility for Bruno Fernandes. And when he says I had a proposal, yes, from Saudi that was really concrete. But Bruno, once again, showing how committed he is to Manchester United. And so guys, let me know your thoughts on all these stories, from Giovanni Kenda to Dario Esugo, but also Bruno Fernandes. What's your feeling on this Kenda story, one of the craziest story? And we are in March. Imagine what's next. Imagine what's gonna happen in the next months with the transfer window. Guys, let me know your opinion here in comments. Remember to like this video, turn on the notification bell, subscribe to the channel. See you soon with Fabrizio. Ciao. Appreciated and highly rated by Ruben Amorim, but we know how financial fair play is a big topic for Manchester United. Sir Jim Ratcliffe said that there will be a budget in the summer for Ruben Amorim. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Fabrizio Romano here, as always, to keep you posted on the transfer market. Late night while I'm recording this video. During the day I will have more updates, but I want you to be here live with the breaking bomb news. Giovanni Kenda. This news is regarding Chelsea, Man United. Let's jump into it together. And so guys, a big story, big bomb. Chelsea are closing in on a deal to sign Giovanni Kenda from Sporting. So the here we go could come very soon. I will keep you posted in the next hours. Again, I will be very honest with you, I'm recording this video while it's late night here in Europe. Chelsea won in Conference League against Copenhagen, so they are ready for the next round. And after the game, the big story. Giovanni Kenda is closing in on a move to Chelsea Football Club. Who is Giovanni Kenda, for those who maybe don't know or don't follow football on a daily basis? Giovanni Kenda is one of the best wingers in the world, in terms of talents, of course, in terms of potential. He can become a superstar one day. That's what people in the industry feel for a long time. He's already been part of the Portuguese national team. He's a regular part of Sporting squad, a player very well known by Ruben Amorim, and this is why Manchester United have been in talks, in discussions for Giovanni Kenda for weeks, in terms of starting conversations to understand the space to make it happen, how much does it cost, was the request on player side. So Man United have been in conversation for weeks for Giovanni Kenda, so for sure a player on their shortlist, and for sure a player really appreciated and highly rated by Ruben Amorim. But we know how financial fair play is a big topic for Manchester United. Sir Jim Ratcliffe said that there will be a budget in the summer for Ruben Amorim, but it's really important for Man United, first of all, to understand whether they will play European football next season or not. So there is Man United still in Europa League. They beat Real Sociedad and they hope to be in Champions League next season by winning the Europa League. So that's a crucial point. And then the sales. For Man United, it's really important to sell players. That's absolutely crucial for Manchester United. That's something we've been repeating for a long time. And then also Sir Jim Ratcliffe, Ruben Amorim, all people at the club are not denying the reality. So for Man United, selling players is really important. And this is why they can't be fast on the market. Tonight and over the day, again, I will keep you posted on all my platforms and also here with more news. But what I'm told at this time of the night, it's almost 4 a.m. here in Italy where I'm based, I can tell you that Chelsea are closing in on a deal for Giovanni Kenda. What it means? It means that Chelsea have reached a verbal agreement with Sporting in terms of transfer fee. It means that Chelsea have reached an agreement with the player in terms of contract and in terms of commission, with an agent, a big agent involved, because we know how Jorge Mendes is always very powerful in Portugal and not only, and his name has been mentioned by sources as one of the crucial roles involved in this Giovanni Kenda story. So Chelsea, at this time of the night, have an agreement with the player and an agreement with Sporting. My information, I will let you know more over the day, is that Giovanni Kenda already completed medical test as a Chelsea player, so with Chelsea staff there. Then it's important to sign all the documents, to get the deal done, to get the deal sealed, because we are used to surprises, especially in Portugal. We know how things can really change in a moment, because sometimes there are other clubs jumping in the race, because sometimes there could be strange movements around the players. So you always have to be careful in football in general, especially in Portugal, where we saw many crazy stories. You remember what happened with Luis Diaz, Pedro Porro and many others. It's always complicated to close and complete deals in Portugal. You remember, of course, Chelsea fans, what happened with Enzo Fernandez. In that case, it was with Benfica. But in general, really, in Portugal, it's never that easy to get deals done. But my information at this time of the night is that Chelsea have an agreement with Giovanni Kenda, Chelsea have an agreement with Sporting, and Giovanni Kenda already completed the main part of medical test for Chelsea with their staff. So now, what's the point? Let's follow the story, let's follow the next steps. But there is a crucial point, according to my information, is that Giovanni Kenda will join Chelsea in summer 2026. So not now, but letting the player stay at Sporting for one more season. This is a crucial topic in the conversation club to club. Because of course, for example, Man United wanted Giovanni Kenda to join the club immediately. He was considered an important part of the conversation for Ruben Amorim in this summer transfer window. Chelsea have Willian Estevao coming to the club, Kendry Páez coming to the club. Of course, these are different players, these are different skills for these players, but still offensive players. Chelsea already have many players in those positions, and so they are willing to accept Sporting condition. Let us have the player for one more season in order to anticipate other clubs and sign Giovanni Kenda. So agreement club to club, agreement player club, agreement on the timing of the transfer for summer 2026, and now time for the documents. It's a really important step. We can be ready with it. Here we go. At this time of the night, I still don't know what's going to happen in terms of next hours, but my information is that Chelsea, with the vision, with the blitz, are working to anticipate all the other clubs, and they are closing in on a deal for Giovanni Kenda. It's a really massive story because, again, Chelsea in terms of wingers have always been very attentive to the market. They want to cover that position. We know what happened in January. Chelsea didn't sign a player, but for example, they lost some players like Mihailo Mudryk, who is still waiting to have an official sanction after the doping story. We have to see how that story will be clarified. But in general, for Chelsea, the wingers position is something really important for the future, let's say for the next year, so this transfer window and in the future. And Giovanni Kenda is a player they've been monitoring for a long time, is a player that they've been secretly contacting in terms of player camp to make sure there was still room to make something happen. We know about Manchester United, the interest, the discussions. Someone said it was a done deal with United. It was never a done deal, especially because of the financial fair play. So Chelsea took all the informations, and now at this time of the crazy night, because the transfer market, guys, is completely crazy. We are in March. And you can see when people ask me when the market open, is always open. The transfer window is always open. Then there is an official day where the window is opening, but the movements are always there. And this is the case because Chelsea are closing in on a deal for one of the best talents in the world in his position. Giovanni Kenda, who is fast, who is skillful, who can play together in the future with Willian Estevao behind the striker in the Chelsea area as a winger. So that would be a very massive signing. Chelsea are on it. The here we go could come very soon. We have to be careful till the end. But that's the story of the night. Giovanni Kenda and Chelsea Football Club. And so guys, let me know your thoughts on these stories. Kenda, Manchester United. What's your feeling on this deal, on this surprise? I wait for your comments. Here as always, like this video, turn on the notification bell, subscribe to the channel. See you soon. Ciao.
Ciao ragazzi, ben ritrovati all'interno del canale YouTube di Fabrizio Romano. Come avete potuto notare, da qualche giorno è presente questa sezione in italiano in cui racconterò, oggi sono da solo senza Fabrizio, racconterò le ultime di mercato, gli ultimi aggiornamenti relativi alle squadre della nostra Serie A. Oggi toccheremo degli argomenti molto importanti perché andremo a parlare del futuro di João Félix nel Milan. Vi racconterò dei retroscena molto interessanti sulla situazione Abraham, ovviamente legata questa situazione a quella di Alexis Saelemaekers, perché sono due operazioni strettamente connesse per certi versi. E poi tratteremo di Napoli e vi smentirò una notizia riguardante la panchina della Juventus, perché come vi abbiamo raccontato nei giorni scorsi, Thiago Motta, Champions o non Champions, in ogni caso è molto più fuori che dentro per il futuro. La Juventus si sta guardando intorno, negli ultimi giorni è uscito un nome sulla stampa, un nome altisonante accostato alla Juventus, che però vi smentirò e vi racconterò nel dettaglio quali potrebbero essere eventualmente le idee della società bianconera. Allora partiamo con la prima grande tematica di oggi, che riguarda il futuro di João Félix nel Milan. Allora, innanzitutto voglio ricordare come dopo la partita contro la Roma il debutto di João Félix in Coppa Italia con la maglia rossonera è stato un debutto veramente scintillante, perché all'interno di quella partita lì, all'interno di quella mezz'ora se non sbaglio, João Félix ha messo in mostra tutto il suo talento, gol, personalità, giocate di prima, insomma João Félix è quel tipo di giocatore lì, ma è anche un giocatore che poi non abbiamo ammirato nelle partite successive. Purtroppo all'interno della carriera di João Félix ci sono state sempre queste due fasi che lo hanno di fatto ostacolato nel suo processo di crescita. È un giocatore tanto talentuoso quanto discontinuo, quindi dopo quella partita contro la Roma si iniziava a dire il piano del Milan per tenere João Félix, si parlava, i tifosi chiaramente lo volevano e lo reclamavano a gran voce anche per la prossima stagione. Però quello che io ho sempre cercato di trasmettere è stato sicuramente un messaggio di calma, perché sapevo il tipo di giocatore che è João, molto discontinuo, ma soprattutto sapevo che c'erano tante variabili ancora da mettere insieme, da mettere a posto. Allora, innanzitutto vi ricordo la formula con cui João Félix è arrivato al Milan: un prestito oneroso, 3 milioni di euro fino a giugno senza diritto di riscatto, più bonus, circa 2 milioni e mezzo di euro di bonus in favore del Chelsea qualora il Milan si fosse qualificato alla prossima Champions League. Ovviamente i bonus non verranno raggiunti, ma soprattutto João Félix ad oggi io vi posso dire che non verrà confermato all'interno della rosa del Milan del prossimo anno, per tanti motivi. Il principale è sicuramente la mancata qualificazione in Champions. Ovviamente senza Champions il Milan, sia da un punto di vista economico sia da un punto di vista di piani futuri tecnici, deciderà di non riscattare Joao, o meglio di non andare a trattare con il Chelsea per trattenere Joao, perché appunto non c'è un riscatto all'interno dell'accordo tra club, essendo appunto un prestito secco fino a giugno. Quindi diciamo che la prima grande notizia che vi posso dare oggi è che Joao Felix non resterà al Milan nel corso della prossima stagione. Chi invece ha un futuro ancora incerto è Tammy Abraham. Allora, la storia di Tammy Abraham e l'operazione che ha chiuso il Milan con la Roma, anche in questo caso un'operazione che tratta di due prestiti secchi, quindi sia Abraham sia Saelemaekers a fine giugno comunque, se avessero voluto restare rispettivamente al Milan o alla Roma, insomma ci sarebbe dovuto essere un altro tipo di trattativa tra club, perché sono due prestiti secchi senza opzioni di riscatto. Però vi racconto questo tipo di retroscena. Quando il Milan chiude Abraham a fine agosto, giusto il penultimo giorno di mercato se non sbaglio, per poi dopo far viaggiare il giocatore l'ultimo giorno di mercato, diciamo che l'operazione era a livello verbale impostata come se fosse un trasferimento a titolo definitivo. Abraham valutato 25 milioni, Saelemaekers 15 milioni. Tra le due proprietà, tra Giorgio Furlani e Lina Soloku, c'era un accordo verbale per trasformare questo prestito secco in trasferimento a titolo definitivo. Per questioni di tempistica la formula è stata semplicemente un prestito secco, però diciamo che questo tipo di accordo verbale poi con il passare del tempo, anche con l'addio di Lina Soloku all'interno dell'organigramma della Roma, è andato un po' a perdersi, quindi di fatto a gennaio le parti hanno provato a riparlarne per vedere se le valutazioni potessero quadrare. Non è stato trovato un accordo, e gli ultimi aggiornamenti che vi posso dare è che i contatti recenti che ci sono stati tra il Milan e il procuratore di Tammy Abraham per parlare di ingaggio del calciatore, perché chiaramente Abraham, se qualora dovesse restare al Milan, dovrebbe sicuramente abbassarsi l'ingaggio, perché in questo momento la Roma percepirebbe 6 milioni di euro netti se non sbaglio, quindi dovrebbe comunque fare un sacrificio per restare al Milan. Diciamo sono stati dei contatti perlustrativi, perché il Milan primo vuole scegliere il direttore sportivo prima di decidere effettivamente se puntare su Abraham anche per il futuro, e poi soprattutto deve decidere l'allenatore. Quindi sarà una, tra virgolette, un argomento che andrà affrontato nei prossimi mesi. Non è ancora nulla di deciso. Dall'altra parte Saelemaekers sicuramente vorrebbe restare a Roma, perché comunque a Roma si trova bene e ha trovato un ambiente che gli sta dimostrando grande affetto e lo sta facendo rendere alla grande. Però ad oggi la situazione è in totale stand by. A gennaio Milan e Roma hanno provato a discutere di questo possibile affare, portandolo verso un titolo definitivo, ma la valutazione dei due cartellini non è combaciata, non ha soddisfatto le parti, quindi c'era distanza. Ad oggi questa distanza resta, le parti devono ancora discutere, il Milan ha ancora tante incognite, forse troppe, per capire oggi se trattenere o meno Abraham per il futuro. Però una cosa è certa: se Abraham dovesse restare al Milan si dovrebbe sicuramente abbassare l'ingaggio. Quindi ora passiamo dal Milan al Napoli, perché riguardo al Napoli abbiamo raccontato qualche giorno fa in esclusiva la notizia appunto di Marianucci appunto dall'Empoli a Napoli bloccato per giugno. Oggi vi parlo di due giocatori che molto probabilmente non vestiranno più la maglia del Napoli in futuro. Allora, il primo è Nathan che è stato prestato al Betis quest'estate, un prestito con diritto di riscatto 8 milioni circa. Il Betis, la parte sportiva del Betis, che ha come referente il direttore sportivo Manu Fajardo, ha deciso di riscattare Nathan. Pagherà questi 8 milioni perché Nathan ha dimostrato di valere, il Betis ha dimostrato di valere questi soldi, forse addirittura ne potrebbe valere molti di più, perché è un calciatore che in questi mesi, giocando 10 partite in conference e 21 in Liga, comunque è un giocatore che ha dimostrato di avere delle qualità importanti per poter restare a questi livelli. Il 1 in Liga comunque è un giocatore che ha dimostrato di avere delle qualità importanti per poter restare a questi livelli. Il Betis lo vuole tenere, il Napoli incasserà questi soldi, un Napoli che poi tra l'altro sappiamo che farà un investimento, al di là di Marianucci farà un ulteriore investimento importante per rinforzare il reparto difensivo, andando ad acquistare un centrale. Stanno già sondando, il Napoli sta già sondando diversi profili. Però da Nathan ora passiamo ad Anguissa, perché è un altro tema delicato. Anguissa, innanzitutto vi dico che è un calciatore che non è in scadenza, quindi sicuramente all'interno dell'accordo tra Napoli e Anguissa c'è la possibilità di prolungare questo accordo, questo contratto che non scade a giugno, non scade comunque a giugno, può essere prolungato fino al 2027, ma la cosa più importante è la seguente: il giocatore non è in scadenza, quindi chi lo vorrà prendere in estate dovrà pagare, dovrà presentare un'offerta al Napoli. Ma l'altro dettaglio importante è che diciamo che Anguissa ha già avuto dei colloqui con il Napoli, il procuratore di Anguissa ha già avuto degli incontri con il Napoli, e il messaggio che trapela è un messaggio di cambiamento. Anguissa, per motivi anche familiari, di motivi personali, al di là di quelli sportivi, preme per cambiare aria a fine stagione, quindi in un certo senso ha chiesto la possibilità di essere ceduto qualora arriverà un'offerta adeguata. Il Napoli non lo priverà di questa situazione, anzi gli verrà incontro. Sappiamo che ci sono dei club di Premier League molto attenti a lui, c'è il Monaco in Francia che lo segue da molto vicino, quindi diciamo che ad oggi io vedo Anguissa lontano da Napoli a giugno e lontano anche dalla Serie A in questo momento. Quindi ecco, queste sono le sensazioni che ci arrivano. Diciamo che da Nathan, Anguissa, dal Napoli chiudiamo alla fine con l'ultimo tema, che è un tema legato appunto alla panchina della Juventus. Nei giorni scorsi vi abbiamo raccontato come Thiago Motta sia più dentro che fuori, al di là dei risultati, appunto al di là di quello che poi potrà ottenere a giugno, ovvero qualificazioni in Champions o meno. Ma nei giorni scorsi è venuto fuori, è circolato anche il nome di Jürgen Klopp come possibile sostituto di Thiago Motta a giugno. Ecco, non ci risulta, ad oggi non ci risultano contatti per Jürgen Klopp alla Juventus. I nomi sono nomi diversi, che poi dopo andremo ad approfondire successivamente, ma diciamo che ad oggi la certezza è che Klopp alla Juventus è una voce che a noi non risulta. Ecco, quindi queste sono le novità di oggi. Vi consiglio sempre di seguire il canale e la sezione in italiano per gli ultimi aggiornamenti sulla nostra Serie A.
These are the two teams that Forest are sandwiched in the middle of. Arsenal will be hosting Chelsea in the big game tomorrow. Arsenal favourites to win this one. You agree?
Yeah. I mean, they were able to make a lot of changes for the PSV game. So there's been a rest, although Chelsea did make some changes for their game against Copenhagen. If we have a little bit of Real Madrid-itis about us, we'll say Chelsea haven't got as much rest.
Yeah.
But there you go, it is what it is, Thursday to Sunday, rather than the Arsenal schedule. But yeah, I mean, with a striker or without, I think Arsenal will be too strong here, to be honest with you.
Stevie, can you give Chelsea a case?
I can't. I'm trying to figure out where they're going to. You know, we've been talking the last few weeks about where's Arsenal's goals coming from.
Yeah.
Well, you can say the same thing about Chelsea. I mean, I never thought at the start of the season I would say I think they're missing Nicholas Jackson, but I think they are, because he doesn't give them that silky finish up top. But what he does do is he moves defenders around, he runs in behind, he opens up spaces, particularly for Cole Palmer. And since Nicholas Jackson has been out, Cole Palmer's steadily kind of drifted a little bit from that silky goal-scoring genius to now he's kind of struggling. He's kind of overdoing things to try and get back that magic. And I think a lot of it is down to the fact that Jackson's not playing. So, yeah, I'm not sure where Chelsea's goals are coming from. Arsenal's at home. I expect Arsenal to win this game.
They're in the same boat, Chelsea, in a sense that Man City are in, whereas they're sort of looking over their shoulder at those that may make a run. Villa, Newcastle, Bournemouth, anybody like that, Brighton. So they're looking over their shoulder. They can't afford, I mean, obviously if they pick up a point in this game, it's not bad. If they get 3, it's great. But they're in a position where they have to have a bad 4 or 5 games in a row towards the end of the season. Any team that does that, and you could be out of the Champions League for next season, so it's going to be a nervous time for them. And you do think if they get in the Champions League next year, Chelsea, they will go out. As good as Nico Jackson was at the start of the season, you'd think if Maresca's in the job, which you would think he is, they'll go out and try and buy a player for that position. You know, Arsenal are looking for one, and Chelsea are definitely looking for one as well, because, you know, Nkunku was going to be the player that came in initially and do it. He hasn't, if we've been honest. Nico Jackson's done it at times, but they're definitely going to go and have to spend in this position. But if they don't get in the Champions League, that's a bit more of a worry for Mr. Maresca.
Pressure more on Chelsea for this.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
well,
Arsenal know it's done. Arsenal know it's done. Arsenal
Mikel Arteta has refused to say it. Walked out of interviews last time after the result against United.
Listen, Arsenal players right now are looking to make sure they get in the team for the Champions League games. So that is what they'll be holding on to. I don't think anybody at Arsenal realistically thinks they've got a chance of winning the Premier League. So they'll be concentrating on the Champions League, and for the players, I need to make sure I play well enough that I'm playing. I want to play in the quarter-final of Champions League. So that's what Arsenal players are playing for.
And you can sell that a little bit to the crowd and the media if the league has gone, which it has. If you could beat Real Madrid, it is Real Madrid, isn't it? Or if you beat Real Madrid over the 2 games, and you're in the semi-finals of the Champions League, you know, you can say, well, that's progression for us, you know what I mean? And then you're giving yourself a chance. But if they get knocked out as expected, because Real Madrid are going to be the favourites, even though we know they haven't always been great, if you get knocked out there, you're 10 or 15 points behind your biggest rivals at this point in the league, so you've dropped off there. You've gone out the Cup, the Carabao Cup, and out the FA Cup to Man United, a team that was really struggling at the time. That's not going to be a very good look for the manager at the end of the season. So, as Stevie says, it's all eggs in this Champions League basket.
That's exactly what you guys were watching there for this one. All right, here are the match stats, but in the end, they had to split the points. Manchester City and a certain Pep Guardiola definitely wouldn't be happy after this one. Let's have a look at the standings. So Liverpool still very much in first place, but Man City in fifth. It's kind of doesn't make for pretty reading there for the citizens. Of course, a couple of teams like Arsenal and Chelsea do have to play again tomorrow, so those things could potentially change a little bit, but still.
Well, it looks like England are going to get the fifth spot for the Champions League, and it is not a given that the best side in England for the last 5 or 6 years, and Liverpool had a little spell where they won the league, but then, generally Man City were the team at the end of the year. I think it was at 4 out of 5 or something, whatever it was, I can't quite remember. If you'd have said at the start of the season, A, they're not going to be in the title race, and they're not going to be one of the teams to beat along with Arsenal, you'd have been like, I'm not sure about that. And if you'd have said, well, they're going to struggle and have a bun fight to be in the Champions League next year, nobody would have believed you.
Absolutely.
But that's where they are. That is absolutely where they are, and it would not be a huge shock to me if one of the other teams was managed to put a run together. I mean, I think they will get in, to be honest, but they really have left themselves open to another 1 or 2 teams hitting a bit of late season form, and their defensive struggles keep coming back to bite them in the backside, and all of a sudden next year they're not in the Champions League. That's not pie in the sky stuff. That could happen. And we would never have said that. We wouldn't even have given it a thought, 6, 7 months ago. Not a thought.
But they can't argue about it either.
No.
They're where they are because of how they've performed. And, Pep said it after the game, defensively, they're just at 6s and 7s. They're not a unit. They don't defend as a unit. Their line is not ever together. There's always a straggler. There's always somebody too high. And when you're playing against a side like Brighton, who thrive on getting at you quickly on the counter, I mean, today, it could have been 4-4, but it also could have been 5-4 to Brighton, because the chances Brighton had, with a goal disallowed early on, that shouldn't have been disallowed. So Man City are absolutely where they deserve to be and where they should be. And yes, you wouldn't put... Would you put a lot of money on them getting that 5th spot? Because right now, you got Brighton, you got Bournemouth, you obviously got City. There are at least four teams going for that 5th spot. So they are exactly where they deserve to be.
Shouldn't he have seen this coming in the summer? Now, you can't see the Rodri injury or anybody's injury. You can't see that. But whilst on the outside, we all looked at it and went, this squad's going to be there again. Can he, as a manager of some repute, can he not see in the summer, Grealish, I'm not going to get the same out of him, Bernardo Silva, who's been brilliant for them, Kevin De Bruyne, the end of last season, De Bruyne was struggling, heavy-legged, cup final, was barely in the game. Is it not, did Guardiola took his eyes off it in the summer, and all of a sudden in January they had to go and spend money? And I'm just wondering whether, with his contract talks and whatnot, he obviously didn't see it coming, but should he have seen the decline in some of these big stars? The Kyle Walkers, John Stones injuries, Kevin De Bruyne, Bernardo Silva. He brought in a player again in Gundogan that wasn't the same player that left, but he brought him in because he had to. Should, as a manager, he have seen this coming earlier? That's one of the big questions.
I think you can definitely argue that he should have seen it coming. The defensive side of it, I don't think so. He would never have known this. The stuff that Kyle Walker's been going through off the field, plus he's getting on in years. The Stones injury, Akanji, Ake, they've been injured the whole season. And Diaz, I mean, Pep was singing Diaz's praises after today, but I'm sorry, Diaz has, in my opinion, his standards from winning the Player of the Year have really dropped. So I think from a defensive point of view, you can't point the finger. But certainly the attacking side and the midfield side that Craig was on about, you definitely can't point the finger.
Well, just back to your point again about should Pep have seen this coming as well. I mean, Man City have always had the B and the C team that's the envy of the entire world. At what point, maybe not even in January, do you look at your board and say, I need this again?
Well, they'll have to go again in the summer. If these charges are whatever happens, I mean, they could be playing in a different division. It just seems to have been rumbling on for so long, so we can't. I mean, how long's a piece of string? We don't know what's going to happen there. But they will have to go again. Whatever they spent in January, they will have to do that and some. Now, Rodri will be back, but Rodri's a player, a much vaunted player. You know, it's going to be tough to hold on to him. You know, Real Madrid, in particular, have been a team that's Luka Modric and Toni Kroos and Casemiro. Two have gone, the other one's in his late 30s. They look for these type of players. So hanging on to somebody like Rodri is very, very tough. So all these superstars that they've had are either coming towards the end of their career or could be poached by other huge elite clubs. Now, for those that say, oh, this is a Rodri problem in terms of he would have fixed all these scenarios for Man City, that's pie in the sky. He's a terrific player, but he ain't Superman. You know what I mean? So he can't plug every gap going, but there's no doubt he's a miss. But it's not just getting these top players now to come in and, you know, they think about it. They've had over the years, they've had a very good conveyor belt about replacing stars. Vincent Kompany leaves, they bring others in. David Silva, who was a sort of 9 out of 10 most weeks for years, he leaves, they bring others in. Fernandinho leaves, I'm at the wrong club. Fernandinho leaves, who was a stalwart for them. You know,
Mahrez.
Huh?
Mahrez in.
Came into a clutch goal when he was
Rodri
needed.
replaces, so they've managed to replace these players, these top players, not just good ones, they're leaders in the dressing room. They managed to replace them.
They haven't quite replaced Julian Alvarez, one could say.
Well, they were hoping to do that with Doku and Savinho.
Well, that was going to be my next point. Marmoush seems to be the bright spark, at least.
Marmoush is something different.
Yeah.
Marmoush is something different for them. Obviously scored a ton of goals at Eintracht Frankfurt, but he's something different. He's somebody that can come in and play close to Erling Haaland. He's somebody that likes to run in behind rather than sort of dribble with the ball. They've got dribblers, they've got Grealish, they've got Doku, they've got Savinho. Marmoush gives them something different. There's no doubt that is a good sign. And the question is, the quality they got for years from the Mahrez estate, who was a game changer, there's no doubt about it, from Kevin De Bruyne, from Bernardo Silva and one or two others, that's on the wane or pretty much gone. How do you replace that quality? It is not easy.
The other thing with Rodri, though, does everybody think that Rodri is going to put his boots on and just be the Rodri that
we knew
the day he got injured? It takes time. I mean, look at Van Dijk at Liverpool. It took, what, 8-9 months to get back to the Van Dijk of old. So you've got to expect Rodri to be the same. And if Man City think he's just going to, as I say, lace them up and be Rodri again, no.
I've got to be honest, I don't know about you. I don't foresee, no matter what they spend, Man City getting back to a position of dominance. I don't see it. I think the manager has lost a step with his enthusiasm for it. We saw Jurgen Klopp leave Liverpool because...
Do you think Pep's not leaving at the right time then? Of course he signed an extension, but if you see this repeating itself next year...
It seemed to me that it took so long to sign the extension that he was almost doubting himself. Is this the right thing to do? Blah, blah, blah. And Klopp said it when he left Liverpool. It was 7 days a week. It was 12 months a year. And it gets to you. You know, you're dealing with the media.
And you're winning, and it gets you and you're winning. So what's it doing to him right now?
And the question is he got the drive to go again and try and build? Because Liverpool are not going anywhere. You'd imagine Arsenal are going to go and spend in the summer. Maybe Chelsea will be a little better, although they'll look as if they'll get the top four. So the fight isn't getting any easier. And I really question whether they're going to be... In fact, I don't honestly think they will be the dominant force they once were. And I wonder if that means at the end of the day, Guardiola will just do what he's done before, step away and take some time out. Yeah.
Well, speaking of not being the dominant force that they once were before, once we thought they would be, Phil Foden, what's going on there? He was on the bench today, but
absolutely no idea.
Yeah.
He's a symptom of what's going on, I think, at City. Plus, he had a tough start to the season because he wasn't 100% fit. He had all the games during the summer. He really didn't get a break. And then you've got the problems that City have had on the field. You know, if anybody's going to have trouble, it's going to be your forward players when the rest of the team isn't functioning properly. And I think that his form is a symptom of what's been going on. I don't think it's down to him, not all down to him personally. Just a factor of the way it's been at City generally.
I don't think it's lifestyle with him. I'm not. I say that as I'm not privy to it, but you know, he has been. It's weird how it's just sort of fallen off a cliff. If it's nothing to do with training or activities, you know, going to nightclub or whatever it is. I don't
He's still
know.
so young. I think he accomplished so much.
Listen,
so young.
we've seen it's been very public. Jack Grealish,
Yeah.
right? Basically bouncing around town at 2 or 3 in the morning, right? And okay, and listen, I'm not. When he was playing and I was playing, it was a sort of feather in your cap if you were out with the lads.
Everybody was there.
Because they were all doing the same thing.
And there wasn't as much of a magnifying lens on.
The game has changed, right? So if you want to be in that elite level now where they are, it's not something that you can do and get away with. It's going to catch up with you. And we've seen it with Grealish.
Yeah.
And he's, by his own admission, he's a bit of a party animal. And I'm only wondering with the likes of Phil Foden and maybe one or two others, whether there's more to it than just a loss of form. If that's the case, you can get it back, because you can always adjust your attitude, which would be a shame for both those players, but particularly Phil Foden, because when he's on his game, I mean, he is something else, but there's no doubt he's another one who's struggling big time.
He's meant to be the next Gaza or Beto, isn't he?
Well, we're talking about party animals, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. He was following in those footsteps somehow.
And there you have
You
it.
got half it right.
Yes, we now welcome in Don Hutchison and Julian Laurent as well. Do not worry, Jules, we will be getting to PSG very, very soon, and rightfully so as well. But let me start with you, Stevie, on how those players and how Liverpool are going to get over a disappointment like that to ready themselves for this clash.
Do you know, in some ways, it's good that they're playing in a cup final, because you're forced to getting over it. You know, had they been at home to an Ipswich, for example, where everybody thinks they're going to win, they should win, all you've got to do is turn up and win, that could have been a really dangerous situation. The fact that this is a cup final, the fact that they've been below their own standards recently, means that they absolutely 100%, I don't think will have any trouble getting up for this mentally.
So you're okay on that side of things?
No, listen, if you'd asked me this 3 weeks ago, after we'd just beaten Newcastle at Anfield comfortably 2-0, I would be a lot more confident, let me just put it that way. It's going to be tight, that's for sure. But I'm still confident.
Both sides are missing players. Don, Trent Alexander-Arnold will not be available for Liverpool. They could be without a recognised right-back for this clash.
They could be. Arne Slot was talking about potentially playing Curtis Jones at right-back instead of Gerard Kwanzaa. And I take you back to the game at St James's Park, the 3-3 game. And Joe Gomez played on the right side at centre-back, and Gerard Kwanzaa played at right-back. And both of them had an awful day. It was a crazy game, and Liverpool were way off it. They were 1 down to an Alexander Isak strike. Then they were 2-1 down, and the 3-3 in the end was a crazy game. So I think Arne Slot's probably got that in the back of his mind. Does he want to play Kwanzaa at right back when potentially he might do something a little bit tricky and play Curtis Jones? You're right, both teams have got injuries and suspensions in Anthony Gordon's case. I think I'm with Stevie. I think probably a week ago, Liverpool would have been massive favourites to win this game. But the fact that mentally the PSG game would have took so much out of them, because I actually thought Liverpool played really well at home, but over the balance of the 2 games, PSG deserved to go through. But this is a game where they've got to be up for it. They will be up for it. Stevie's bang on in terms of who they play next. Rather a cup final than an average Premier League side where the adrenaline wouldn't be in them. It has to be in them for a cup final. And I think, in going back to that PSG game and the extra time, I would have had Liverpool down as massive favourites, but the fact that mentally they went to extra time and then got knocked out, it probably brings Newcastle a little bit more into the equation. So the margins now, instead of Liverpool playing like massive, massive favourites, all of a sudden now, because when you analyse, in my humble opinion, and there's no bias here, even though I'm a Newcastle fan, I think Newcastle have got the best midfield 3 in the country, in Bruno Guimaraes, Joe Linton and Tonali. They've got the best striker in Alexander Isak, that's in form in the Premier League. So all of a sudden now the margins come that little bit closer towards Newcastle.
Before we do get to Newcastle, obviously you just heard Don say that he is a Newcastle fan. We obviously know Stevie's history with Liverpool. Jules, you're the neutral here. Just from a neutral's perspective, who do you want to see win this game?
I don't want to see anyone. Like, whoever is best on the day, I don't have any preference on who wins it. But I think the boys are right. I don't think there's much going into the final for sure. I think if you Newcastle, you remember the 3-3 more than the 2-0 defeat, of course, at Anfield. But you also have watched Liverpool lost against PSG, and what PSG did well in that game on Tuesday night in terms of intensity. in terms of press resistance too. And then that's where I'm with Don in the fact that this midfield battle, and we talk a lot in a lot of previews of games that we do, of course, the midfield is so important. But you will have McAllister, Gravenberch and Szoboszlai very likely against Guimaraes, Joelinton and Tonali. And this is where if Newcastle can really put Liverpool under pressure, can put McAllister and Gravenberch under pressure, if they can have that intensity like PSG had, and if they can also resist to the intensity that Liverpool will put on them, like Vitinha and João Neves, for example, did on Tuesday night, then I think Newcastle will really be in the mix to win this game. But I will still make Liverpool slightly favourite because they've obviously been there before. It's a long time since Newcastle have been waiting for a trophy now, since 1955. The pressure and the expectation of finally being the team to deliver and bring something back to Newcastle is heavy to carry as well. So for me, just Liverpool slightly favourite.
Don, are you putting Newcastle's midfield over Liverpool's?
I am personally. I think when they're on it, I think they're the best midfield three in the country. I think Liverpool's midfield players are fantastic. Of course they are, but in my opinion, I think Newcastle have got the best three.
I don't think so. Listen, what I would say is that right now, Liverpool's three aren't at their best. That's what I would say. I don't think you can doubt that. And what I would say about Newcastle's three is, if they're all at their best, then you're talking about a trio that is to be reckoned with. They've got a little bit of everything. They've got strength. They've got a little bit of guile. They've got a little bit of everything. But the problem with those three and Newcastle in general is that they're too up and down. That's why they're pushing to get in the top four, and the reason they're not sitting in the top four is because the team and those three, every time they step on the field, aren't at it. And that's the key. Liverpool's midfield is jaded and struggling a little for form right now, but Newcastle's might not turn up. That's what we don't know.
Yeah, well, let's get to what's at stake for Newcastle. Obviously, as you heard Jules mention, we'll go way back in history. It's their first chance to win a first major trophy since 1955. It's a second cup final in 3 years. Obviously, same competition, 2023, against Manchester United. Here we're looking at Newcastle's trophy history, and you are going way back to 1927 for the First Division, which is the Premier League these days.
Even I don't remember it.
1955. Promise I'm not gloating here, Don. Tell us a little bit, as a Newcastle fan though, how important it is to have this shot and to win this game.
It's massive, Kay. Listen, I don't think it defines Eddie Howe. There's a lot of talk in England about Eddie Howe as a sort of nearly man, and it might be the next potential manager that gets Newcastle a trophy. I don't think it defines Eddie Howe, but what it would cement him in history, in Newcastle's history books, if he's the man that takes Newcastle to a trophy since '69, since the Fairs Cup. I've seen all the Geordies down on the Thames. They've almost taken over London already. It's all black and white. And the pressure, like Jules and Stevie have said, it's immense on Newcastle because it means so much to them, because they're travelling fans and players like me or guys like me and Julian and Stevie. We've never seen it in our lifetime. We've never seen Newcastle lift a trophy. We've seen them get to multiple cup finals, but they've never got over the line. So once they do get over the line, that's when you might see Newcastle break free a little bit and more money invested. The stadium that got talked about yesterday, building a brand new stadium, a 65,000-seater stadium on the same grounds as St James's Park at the Leazes End, just behind the goal. So everything is there for Newcastle. They've got the richest owners in the world. I mean, PSR aside, they can't spend it. That's another story. But in terms of the team and what this will mean for the adulation that the players and Eddie Howe and the coaching staff are going to get, not just at the weekend, by the way, for life. You know, this is life-changing for Eddie Howe and the players if they can lift a trophy.
Yeah, so obviously, Don, you are going to be going for Newcastle here with everything that it means. Your prediction must reflect that. Oh, go for Liverpool, I see.
It's the psychology, Kay. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to cry it in because I can't lose. Being an ex-Red, if Liverpool win, I can say, well, I told you so, it was 2-1. But I absolutely do not mind being wrong, and I want a Newcastle win.
It looks like you think it's going to be a big battle there, Jules.
Yeah, I think so. I really think so. I think Newcastle have everything to be able to cause problem to this Liverpool side that has played in midweek in the Champions League, even if they had plenty of time to recover from it. But still, I think the Mo Salah against probably Livramento battle is key as well, because Lewis Hall got injured and Livramento is obviously a right back, a right-footed player who will play on the left-hand side and not in his position, against the best player in the league by far as well. So there's so many really good battles everywhere. I think it's going to be a good game, but I think, there won't be much between the two.
Are you buying what Don's selling, Stevie? The old reverse psychology?
No, I understand what he's trying to do, but listen, at the end of the day, you can't argue. You can't argue with the facts, and the facts are that if both of these teams turn up and are at their best, then Liverpool wins. So again, it's all the questions we're asking ourselves that we've been talking about here. Who does what? Do they do it at the right time? Taking chances. You know, there are so many things that can change this game. And in a cup final, if there's ever a game where it's very difficult to hang on to current form, this is it. Because there's been lots and lots of teams, and I've played in them, who have gone to a cup final head and shoulders above the opposition, and you come out on the wrong side. For whatever reason, there are so many variables in a cup final. So, I understand where Don's coming from. I'm just not buying it.
Don?
No, listen, a couple of points just wanted to make, which I didn't mention before. This could be huge for Alexander Isak staying on at Newcastle if they do win a trophy. Liverpool have been massively, heavily linked with Isak. And going back to the Paris game, I'm sure Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall would have studied Paris and the way I think João Neves and Vitinha were unbelievable at taking the ball under pressure. I mean, when a team's under pressure, those two guys, I thought, in the game were phenomenal. That's something Newcastle have to more or less copy, even though they'll try and do it their way. And what Newcastle have got to be, and Stevie talked about them being inconsistent, what Newcastle have to be, because the best version of Newcastle, and this is a compliment, is when they're horrible to play against and they trample all over teams and they run all over teams. So they'll try and do it different a little bit, what Paris done by getting on the ball. But the best version of Newcastle can give Liverpool a game, obviously. So they're going to have to do it their way. It's going to be a great game. I think whichever way the game goes, I think it potentially could be a cracking game to watch.
What Isak does is he goes, which makes these two defenders drop back. That's the one. Double up on him at all costs whenever you can, all right? That's just the rule. That's the rule with Salah. Yeah. You'd want both of them in your team, wouldn't you? My Premier League 11 includes both of them.
Newcastle United are chasing their first major title in 56 years, if you count the Fairs Cup. But like most of us, if you don't, it's 70 years since their 1955 FA Cup triumph, and they go to Wembley on Sunday looking to overcome Liverpool, who are defending their Carabao Cup title. I'm Will Pugh, and we are back in the Tactics Exposed Team Talk studio with Sun Sports tactical guru Dean Scoggins. Dean, a massive game on Sunday, and I think it's fair to say more so for the Newcastle fans, desperate for a first trophy for decades under the new regime. Talk to me.
Yeah, I think you can smell the desperation from Newcastle, can't you? But yeah, it's fantastic. It's a fantastic final. I obviously, being the Spurs fan, I would have liked to have been talking about Newcastle v Spurs here, but we're not, as Liverpool did it. But also, I think it's going to be quite an even contest in the matchups. Liverpool aren't quite at the heights they've been the last month or so. So, going out of the Champions League and playing the way they have. And Newcastle feel like they're saving themselves for the big one. Just a massive shame no Anthony Gordon and no Hall as well. It's going to be a really, really difficult day for them down that left.
Certainly a shame for Newcastle, isn't it? Liverpool maybe less
Yeah.
so. Well, look, as always on Tactics Exposed Team Talk, we are going to answer questions from you. If you want to be featured on the next show, make sure you get involved in the comments on the Tactics Exposed Team Talk show or Tactics Exposed, which of course goes out on Monday nights. We've got the first question, Dino, that has come in about this game. Fair to say, quite a bit of focus on Newcastle. So first of all, their main hope really after the omissions or the players they've got missing, as you just mentioned, can Alexander Isak get the better of Virgil van Dijk again?
Yes, and he did a very, very cool thing against Van Dijk when they played in the game at St James's Park earlier in the season, which finished 3-3, right? And I'm going to call it go, stop, go, okay? So you like my little buzz phrases.
I very much do, right.
Okay, so we've to start with, we've got a fairly similar formation set up for both teams.
Okay,
yeah. They're probably on paper look like they're going to set up as 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1, fairly similar. But the most important thing, I'm just going to move the Liverpool players sort of out into more attacking positions for a minute and bring the midfield into where we expect them to be.
Yep.
What we'll see immediately when we go into that shape.
Yep.
Let's put Salah up that right wing. What we see straight away when we go into that shape is Liverpool's back four are going to be against Newcastle's attacking three, okay? No great secret there, but what it is Alexander Isak being the man to try and take on Konate and Van Dijk by himself, let's say,
yeah, sure.
okay? Because they will go man for man in a lot of other areas on the field.
Newcastle will,
yeah, they'll go. They like one-to-one matchups. They face up with each other, and Eddie Howe backs them to win individual duels all over the place, okay? But what Isak did in that first game at St James's Park against Van Dijk and Konate, if the ball is in this area here of midfield, let's say it's with Bruno or Tonali, and they're going to play a ball into him when play's broken, a little bit like this. The setup will be fairly similar to this. In broken play or transition. What Isak does is he goes, first of all, which makes these two defenders go drop back. Then he stops.
So just quickly then, Dino, he's doing this when Newcastle have got the ball in this midfield
Exactly,
position,
and it's broken play and they're just about to attack. Okay?
And you said that he's done this before in a game?
He did this for the goal at St James's Park in the 3-3 draw.
Okay, cool,
when he scored that smash from the edge of the box into the top corner. But he does it a lot. It's very, very clever movement. So first of all, he goes. So these two then drop off. And because you don't want to be in a race with him going the other way. And then he stops. And so he can receive the ball and then he goes again. So then he's faced you up as a defender. And then it's sort of are you looking over your shoulder at him, which way you go? Does the defender, when he starts to go, start to narrow the gap like Van Dijk would naturally do? And then when he picks the ball up, he's running at you here, which is where he scored his smash goal from here into the top corner of that game. And then, of course, if the defenders do get in a great position and block it up, and then he receives the ball into feet there, that's when you get your runner from this side, who's likely to be Harvey Barnes in the cup final because we've got no Anthony Gordon. And then you get Murphy coming up the other side with his pace the other way, running into these channels because Isak has made that narrow space there. So that's going to be the one for Konate and Van Dijk. Are they going to be able to make a decision between them? You know, like the old 1-1 defending, you go to him and I'll drop. Or as soon as they get flat, they've got a problem because he's going to make a run in between around the outsides of them. He's going to be a big handful. Just
show me quickly then, Dino, before we move on to question number 2, what's the best way to combat that for the defenders?
I think there's two ways. They get the midfield player who would likely be Gravenberch. It could be McAllister, but let's say it's Gravenberch, to drop back in here and cut off that supply line. So it's much more difficult for Isak to have the ball into feet. The second way, it will happen. They will get the ball into him at times. The second way is for one of them really to engage straight away and gamble or hope that the other guy's in behind him.
So who would you suggest, if you're Liverpool manager Arne Slot, you would be having Van Dijk on him or Konate?
I think you'd want Konate to engage and Van Dijk to read that Konate is going to do that round the other way. And that was the clever thing that Isak did in that first game, is that what he did, he actually drifted towards Van Dijk first, because then if it's him and Van Dijk together, then it's much more difficult for Konate to engage that. So we're only talking about 3 or 4 yards difference here, but Isak starts most of his game in this area of the field. We'll show his heat map, and he starts in this area of the field so that he wants defenders to make this decision here. Are you going to come out and engage me, or are you going to let me run at you? So very, very difficult.
OK, Dino, so we've done Newcastle's star man in Alexander Isak. Fair to say, if he has an off day, you can't see Newcastle going home with the silverware. But Mo Salah is Liverpool's star man, of course. Just 1 goal, Dino, in his last 7 Wembley appearances for Mo Salah. So thank you very much. You could argue, I don't think people would say he's not a big game player, but pressure on Salah to deliver for the Reds. Talk to me. The question is, coming in on the YouTube comments, how on earth do Newcastle cope with Salah? The question that Premier League defences and managers have been trying to answer for the last 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because they've obviously got a problem where, with Hall injured, they're going to have to move Livramento to left back. They could move Trippier to left back. That could be an alternative, but most likely it will be Trippier at right back and Livramento at left back. But the reason I say it's a shame is because what they've done previously against Liverpool is almost create a back five by having Hall playing the left midfield role and then Burn playing left back.
Yes,
and then Burn comes inside and Hall goes back to left back, which creates a back five, which means Salah's got a double up scenario here. Okay, so they haven't got that because Burn is going to have to play as the left centre back, and Livramento is going to be the man who's going to be 1-for-1. Good 1-for-1 defender, I say. He is good 1v1. Okay, but what the key man here is Joe Linton. Okay, Joe Linton is the left of that midfield three, and a decision between him and Burn about who's going to be the double up man, and that's going to be communication between those two. Because if you get an attack from Curtis Jones or Szoboszlai or McAllister into this area, that's where then Dan Burn, your man, he's coming into your zone. Then Joe Linton can come back in here and help out with Livramento, okay? So that's the one. Double up on him at all costs whenever you can, all right? That's just the rule.
Answer to
that's
question,
the rule with
isn't it?
Salah. But the other tactical thing that I think is really important to note is that when Liverpool have the ball in defensive positions, okay, they are quite direct. They can be quite direct. So if it's Gakpo or Diaz that moves into a centre-forward position and then the alternative player, the other player is over here, they'll end up in this scenario where they want to go back to front quite quickly. So if Joe Linton's on his midfield man, if Bruno's on his man and Tonali's on his man, what they'll do is go direct to Salah as fast as they can. And the key thing from a Newcastle defensive point of view is that they get him going this way. What PSG did in the week, brilliantly, actually in both legs of the Champions League, was whenever Salah received the ball, he was coming this way. He was coming backwards towards the halfway line to receive the ball in this direction. And then don't let him just go back there on his own, because then he'll turn and run at you and face you. So make sure you're engaging him straight away. And Newcastle are a very fit, very physical, very dynamic team. And this approach suits them because they can go and do that and not be frightened if the ball goes in behind. They've got Burn and Joe Linton to come and cover across. So those three left-footed, left-sided players are going to be key, three of them together in trying to stop Salah. But get him in this area, not in this area.
So effectively, the instructions for Tino Livramento for the game are extremely simple. Make sure you are within 3 to 5 yards of Mo Salah at all times, and then it's between Dan Burn and Joe Linton to
cover.
Decide who does the rest.
Absolutely, and who's the double up man.
Just quickly, is there any risk with that if Burn goes, Joe Linton's going to be almost end up in a centre-back position, trying to cover that space?
And he does. At times, he does slip in there. And, and if Burn goes that way, you might see Joe Linton or even Tonali be the cover man and make that five in there, which is, it's a really interesting... They just work really hard. They've got three midfield players, and we'll talk about their attacking in a second, but they've got three midfield players who cover an enormous amount of grass, and you have to against Liverpool. It's an inevitability that you end up at times with five defenders across that back line.
We've spoken about both key men then, Mo Salah v Alexander Isak. It feels to me and to a lot of fans up and down the country like the performances of these two star men for their side is going to be the key to the result of this Carabao Cup final. Just talk to me about the sort of head-to-head aspects of those two players. Yeah,
and I think that, Isak has been the standout performer of the year, if you think but Salah's been the consistent one. And Salah's played more games, which
few Liverpool fans would argue that maybe Salah has been the outstanding performer.
From a numbers perspective, absolutely, yeah. But it's also because he stays fit and he barely misses a game, barely misses a minute. And Isak has had his injury troubles. But when you look at their stats per 90, they're actually quite close together. And look, obviously, on paper, Salah is playing in a better team and he is allowed the freedom not to do as much in open play. And Newcastle will try and exploit that. It will try and be, we'll play 10v9 in other areas of the field as long as we can work hard enough to get back to that double up at the back. But look, you'd want both of them in your team, wouldn't you? My Premier League 11 includes both of them.
Right, now, Dino, question number 3, which we'll see on the screen very shortly. It's a bit of a cheat. Producer Matt has flexed his muscles.
Got it on the act,
exactly, yeah. He's used his producer privilege. He is a gooner, he is an Arsenal fan, to ask this question. Bit upset that his team aren't involved in this game, of course. Does Eddie Howe have another trick to beat Liverpool like he used to beat Arsenal in the second leg of the Carabao Cup final last month when they won 2-0 at St James's?
Yeah, incredibly clever, Eddie Howe. Just quickly, let's talk about what he did that day. It was much more of a back five, like we talked about before, that they can slot into Newcastle. But they identified that often Arsenal play out through Declan Rice in that game. So instead of having a midfielder go and push onto Declan Rice and therefore open up what we call those passing lanes for the ball to come through this gap and play out.
And when David Raya does his
David Raya does that
yeah.
one. He left his midfielder in there, and it was Share. I'm sorry, pronunciation not the greatest
I
again.
think
He came all the way out to press Declan Rice on the edge of Arsenal's own area, and he caused Arsenal loads and loads of problems. And it was a brave tactic, okay? So this is what I think they could do against Liverpool this time, okay, to be a bit more clever. It was a similar, you were at the London Stadium against West Ham, they did a similar sort of thing to West Ham, okay? So what they do now is that Bruno Guimaraes is not always the one who sits.
Yep.
He will go and press with the attack. So you've got Isak and Guimaraes, you've got the wingers also pressing, okay, and then you end up with a midfielder pushing in here as well.
Yep.
And the defence doesn't push up.
Right.
So you're thinking then maybe
Massive corridor of space.
big corridor of space in here. But because they're so brave with the press and they go man to man all over the place in attacking areas, inevitably what happens is a goalkeeper or a defender will go over the top of this, okay? As soon as the ball goes into the air, let's say that might be Szoboszlai, then they're going to hit him.
Okay.
And then they're going to try and win the ball back in these areas. And if they win it back here, again, it's very brave because you're man for man, but that's what Newcastle do. They will go man for man all over the pitch and not worry that they're going to be overloaded. If then they win, bearing in mind this could be a McAllister, a Jones, a Szoboszlai, Szoboszlai the best of those three, but not as good as a Dan Burn in the air, or not good as a Fabian Schär in the air. You know, and also as soon as the ball's in the air, these two hard-working midfielders in Tonali, who people aren't talking about enough, he's a fantastic player, they will straight away come in here
and
sprinting back when the ball's in the air, and then they win the ball back, and then they're going at you 4v4 in the other direction. So by creating this huge space that the midfielders have to cover, they're saying our midfield's fitter than yours, we're going to win more duels than you, and then we're going to win the ball back by pressing high but not pressing the defence up. So I'll be really intrigued if they do that at Wembley on that massive pitch and how long they can keep up that intensity.
Yeah, well, just looking at the overhead shot that we had there, that looks risky. If you're Newcastle, that looks extraordinarily risky, and you're leaving so much space at the back for Liverpool's amazing front three to exploit.
It is risky, but what I would say is in the second half of Newcastle-Liverpool St James's Park earlier in the season, they dropped off. They dropped off Liverpool and they got themselves into a position where Mo Salah was drifting into this area here, much more central and close to the striker. And as we'll show, we show all the time Salah's heat map, which is in this sort of area. You know full well he's going to get in the area at some point. Salah in the box, bad news. As we said before, keep him in his own half and hit him high. And by creating that big space and being very committed in the press, they could have some joy. It's a cup final, right? Go and win it, lads.
Well, that's it for another episode of Tactics Exposed Team Talk. Just a reminder, if you want your comments to feature on the show, make sure you get stuck in the comments on this episode and, of course, the Tactics Exposed episodes, which go out every single Monday. Dino and I will be back after the Carabao Cup final next week, so make sure you tune in.
Okay, who wants to get us underway?
Hey Enzo, just looking ahead to Arsenal, you've said a few times this season about how, Arsenal are lucky they've had a manager for more than 5 years now, and that's a sign of their progress. Is it that he's been under pressure a lot lately, Mikel Arteta, because he's not won a trophy apart from the FA Cup when he first took over? Is it a sign of perhaps strength or a sign of weakness from the Arsenal board that they've not made that change, or how do you read that from the Arsenal board that they've stuck with him?
I'm focused about Chelsea and about Arsenal, and not about Mikel.
Okay, but you've mentioned it yourself prior to this. You've talked about Arsenal and the fact that they've had the manager for a long, long time. So you've spoken about it before. What's your take on the fact that they've stuck with him for so long? Is it a good sign for managers as a whole that clubs can be this patient?
It's question for Arsenal board.
Okay, but you have spoken about it before, though. That's why I've asked.
Yeah. Okay. I just said that Arsenal, they have the same manager last 5 years. Then if it's correct or not, it's no question for me.
So is it still a team that Chelsea would aspire to be like, that you would like Arsenal to, Chelsea to be more like, to follow that model? You've said that before.
No, Chelsea is going to follow the model that they want to follow. They don't need to copy Arsenal.
Okay.
James?
Enzo, how big do you think the gap is between Chelsea and Arsenal right now?
It's quite big. The reason why is because they are working with the same manager 5 years. So the difference is quite important. With same players, they already played for some important game. But our target, our duty is to close that gap between us and them. In this moment, the table just said that the difference between us and them is, I think, 6 points, if I'm not wrong. So we are quite close, but we have still 9 games to go.
You've got a good chance of winning a competition this year in Europe, but if you did qualify for the Champions League next season by the league, would that feel like a trophy in itself?
In this moment, we have 2 targets. That is finish top 4 or top 5 for Champions League, and the other one is the conference. This club, this club used to play final and fight for titles. So if we are able to give to the fans and to the club again this chance to fight for title, I think it's important for us.
Ben?
Has the 5-0 from last season, even though it was before your time, been watched in detail and used as a motivating factor?
No, we played the first leg at home here. I think was 1-1. We played a very good game, and I didn't use for any motivation last year game.
Can I just ask you as well about goalkeepers? You had said Philip Jorgensen, the Premier League goalkeeper, played tonight. Is Rob Sanchez likely to play in that game?
Yeah, will be Robert playing against Arsenal.
Changes of goalkeeper now in the Premier League between now and
But since we started, the idea was not to change keeper, but sometimes you have to modify, you have to be flexible with your idea. We do this in the game plan, we do this, the way we want to attack, the way we want to defend, but also we need to be flexible on players. I think Robert needs some days off, or at least rest with this head, mentally. And now he's back. Hopefully we are not going to change until the end. Also because I said many times we are quite happy with both keepers.
Neil?
Yeah, and so you said it there, you're only 6 points behind Arsenal. Could be 3 on Sunday. Are they catchable in second place?
Yeah, and they can be 9. At the moment they are 6. We are not focused in if they can be 3 or 9 or 6. We are just focused how we can do our game, how we can try to beat them, and then hopefully we can do that and we can be more close.
But the run you're on, it could be a target. Second place could be a target for you now.
Yeah, it could be a target for sure. It's our duty to do our best, but in the same time, I think the target for us is Sunday game, and then game after game to see how we can go close.
Rob?
You told us a lot that your preferred style is that you want your team to control the ball, control the play. Is it realistic to think you can go away to Arsenal and play them at the Emirates, control the game, control the ball?
If can be realistic?
Do you think it's realistic for your team to go away to Arsenal?
But the intention will be that. Then if we are able or not, depends a lot from the opponent. They just said to me that Pedro Neto tonight did the sprint, the quick sprint and the long sprint, 90 minutes. I don't know if you remember the sprint that he did at the end. But the reason why was because we were sitting back, we were at the edge of our box. So if we plan the game sitting back and wait, for sure our strikers, wingers, they are going to do 20 sprint for 70 meters. But when you play most of your game in the opposite side, there is no space to do that kind of sprint. So Arsenal, our plan is to control the game, but also it's a team that they're going to try to press high and they're going to try to be aggressive, and probably we have more space to attack in behind.
Peter?
Hi Enzo. You mentioned it a bit just before about the results. You've won 4 in a row now. But I don't know if you feel the performances have been the best or like we saw earlier in the season. I was wondering though if you feel the team have turned a corner from the recent run. Do you feel like you've won 4 games in a row now, the team have turned the corner and put that sort of winter blip behind them?
No, I try to judge game after game. I think we lost some game where we didn't deserve to lose. I still remember probably Bournemouth away that we won, but we didn't deserve to win. But also we draw points in games that we deserve points. Villa away, I think we deserve points for sure. But it's football. Now it's 4 games in a row, yeah, but it doesn't mean that now we are going to win all the games or we are going to lose all the games. It's just game by game. Now the important thing is that we are almost in April, quarter final, 4th in the league, and hopefully we can, as I said many times, we can bring this club where this club belongs to, that is a different competition, and we're going to try to do our best.
And you've got Wesley Fofana and Romeo Lavia available. I mean, when you look at the games that they've missed, that seems to correlate with some of the more difficult results that the team have had. How important?
Absolutely.
The way your team plays.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's not an excuse, it's reality. But it's for us, it's for all the club. For when you lose important player, for some moment of the season, we lost 3 players that they are the ones that they score more goals. Nico, injury, Noni Madueke injury, and Cole that in this moment is struggled to score goals. So we are in the last 4 or 5 weeks, the 3 guys that score more goals for us, no one of the, I mean, 2 of them, they are not available, 1 is available, but it's a bit unlucky, he's missing goal. But there are more players that they are doing well.
Kieran.
Arsenal obviously don't have any fit strikers. Yourselves don't have any fit strikers. So it's like strikers, London derby. How weird is that planning tactically, and how much do you relish sort of going up against Arteta and seeing whose tactics come out?
Yeah, it's quite strange for both because we have all of them injury, but I think they are trying to find solution. We are trying to find solution at the same time. Pedro, since we start, is doing, I think, very well in that position. And we see if Sunday we use Pedro there or we change something. We're gonna see. But for sure, as I said before, all the clubs during the season, they have moments where they have injury. So they need to adapt, they need to be flexible and try to find solution.
I'm gonna finish with Jacob.
Enzo, I think when you were at West Ham, you would have come across Declan Rice when he was much younger. Did you, at the time, see a £100 million player? And also, just for Sunday, how do you see the way to stop him in the field?
Top player.
Did you see him becoming this good when he was at that age?
In this moment, he's a top player.
Okay. Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Hello.
Just 2 questions for you today. Do you regret not signing a striker and have you written off winning the league? Just kidding. The England squad's been announced, and some good news around these parts because MLS has got the nod. Your reaction to that?
Very proud of him. It's a huge moment for him and for the club as well. Again, one of our graduates getting the call for England, it's a massive thing, so very happy.
They'll be saying the right things, I think, Thomas Tuchel, about the work concerned about fast-tracking a fast tracker, but they can offer in the right environment. Have you been involved in those discussions?
No, but I'm sure that will be the case. And Thomas is a top coach. I know a few people around him and the setup in England, and I have no doubt that they will do the right thing with him.
And he's confident that's not going to be any issue for him mixing in that kind of company, is it?
With Miles? I don't think so. No.
And obviously Ben White, not in the squad this time because obviously he's not been playing because of injury, but the mood music is good. There's a kind of mending of the party in the ways it's healed. He wants to be involved again. Is that good news?
Yeah, well, I heard that there have been some positive conversations around it, so I imagine it will be about timing more than anything else, especially with the amount of time that he's been out with the injury.
I know Ethan, yeah, that's probably just a step too far for him, but potentially in the future, another Arsenal youngster getting involved with England. Do you get a personal pride from that, the role that you've played with Miles and eventually maybe Ethan?
Yeah, I think we all do because obviously we are involved in their development and we know that it's one of the biggest dreams that you can achieve as a football player and a really proud moment. So being part of that, obviously, it's a great thing to be.
And a real kind of English core at Arsenal as well now, both in the English side and here at Arsenal. Is that something that is important?
Very important. I think culturally, because of our history and we're an English club, to have that DNA that represents as a club and then having a lot of academy players as well, I think it's something very, very positive, so very proud of it.
Just quickly before we move on from England, Bukayo Saka obviously not in the squad, injured. Any update on when we might see him back training?
No, it's getting closer. He's stepping up and making a very good progress, I would say. So let's see when we start to throw him in with the team, how he reacts and how fit he can get quickly.
The supercomputer, I love a supercomputer. Okay. They make you third favourites to win the Champions League, behind Barcelona and PSG, but ahead of Real Madrid. So you've got to say whether Real Madrid win the Champions League or not. Talk to us about that draw. Are you pleased with
Well, a fascinating draw. I think you're going to play against the club with the biggest and more history in the competition, and very excited to play against them. But before that, we have 3 big matches in the Premier League.
Yeah, I'm talking about Premier League. The same supercomputer gives you a 0.5% chance of winning the Premier League, a 99.5% chance, I'm not a statistician, of Liverpool winning the Premier League. So you're right, there is still a chance.
Into the next one.
Chelsea, 5-0 this time last year. You go for that again, wouldn't you?
Well, I think it's going to be a very different game, and I think the way they develop as a team as well is very impressive. What Enzo has done and the coaching staff, the amount of talent that they have in the squad. So yeah, a really tough match. I think we are our best as well. Big chance for us to win the game.
Raheem obviously was man of the match midweek, played well, looked like he was enjoying himself. That could be the start of him maybe getting back towards his best for you, but unfortunately obviously he can't be involved on Sunday because of the deal with Chelsea. Is that bad for him? Would it have been good for him to carry on that momentum?
I think so, but it's what it is. We knew about that. He played well. He was contributing to the attacking goals that we scored as well. So very good. That's what we needed. Players in good form, in good spirit, good confidence, and certainly that performance is going to help him.
Silvia from Premier League.
Hi.
Your players have spoken about how effective you've been getting the team into the right state of mind mentally. How has it been for you, though, mentally as a coach, to go through the seasons, develop the project, keep the boys resilient, hungry for more, and the different challenges you face? We're nearly at the end of another season. It's gone quick.
Yeah, day by day. I mean, try to surround yourself with the right people that have the right expertise and can advise you to make the right decision. And after that, unpredictability is a big factor in this industry, and you have to adapt to it. You can have an understanding or a way of doing things, and from there, for sure, things will happen, and you're going to have to adapt. But go into the next day.
And Ben White, he returned to start 122 days after his injury, and 1 year ago today, he signed his new long-term contract. How do you think in this closing stage of the season he can really help the squad, even just being around them more and training?
Very much, and he's been now involved for the last 2 weeks almost, and he's not reacting, so that's very positive, and we know Ben is a really important player for us. He brings something very different to the team dynamic, and I'm thrilled to have him.
Your players have also spoken about how meticulous and knowledgeable you are when you do your analysis against opponents. It's very, very detailed apparently. Very similar to Enzo Maresca, who likes to be very analytical. Chelsea next, big London derby at home. What sort of matchup do you expect? Like you said, it would be different to the 5-0. There's been a lot of change in their squad, injuries both sides.
Well, let's see. I think two teams that want to be very dominant in the way of playing, very aggressive on the high press and the way we have to have the ball. A lot of individual quality on that pitch. So it's about imposing what you want and the direction that you want to take the game and keep them very far from their strengths. I think that's going to be a key thing as well.
Thanks, Chris Simon from the Standard.
Okay, we touched a bit there on having a sort of British draw. I think you were here in 2012 when there was that famous photo. I think it might have even been here when Arsenal was there with Aaron, with Alex.
All the new signings.
Yeah, with all 5 of them together. I just wondered what your sort of memories of that and why that importance of having that British core is in the club.
I think that's great. I think it attaches people to the football club. It makes them pride. I think everybody wants to see academy players, English player, driving and being the face of the football club. I think is really important, and I think it has to happen organically. You cannot force it, but especially with those two. Now it's really good news because they deserve to be where they are. They are doing great, and it's a bright future ahead of them.
And I know you'd like to sort of recreate that. Are there more behind Ethan and Miles that we maybe don't know about yet? Isn't there excitement for what's to come in the future years?
Hopefully there are many more, but again, it's something that Tal will tell, you know, and as Gary used the word fast-tracking players, if they are good enough, there is no problem to that, but at the same time, they really have to earn it to play at this level.
Okay, Tom, Football London.
Ahead of the Youth Cup game, we spoke to Adam Birchall, and he talked about the importance of keeping Ethan and Miles separate and not thought of as a pair, because they come through at the same time. We naturally kind of tend to think about them as a pair. Miles obviously got a senior call-up, Ethan hasn't. Do you think that in some ways will help them individually develop apart from one another in two separate teams?
Yeah, any comparison there I don't think is right. I think they have a very similar pathway because obviously they played so many years together, but after that, you know, they're going to have different moments, and each career will be unique and individual for them, and they're going to have to earn it, and what one does is not going to reflect or affect the other one in a positive or negative way. So that needs to be totally independent. It's great. It's a luxury to have someone that you spend so much time, trust and love next to you on that journey. Use it in that way, that's it, and the rest throw it away.
And ahead of the weekend, it could be an opportunity for Gabriel Martinelli to get his first Premier League start since coming back. We've seen with the absence of a number of forwards, Marino used as a centre forward. With Martinelli back, even more options to change the front line. Do you see that front line structure kind of returning maybe to something more than we've seen in the past, or do you still see Mikel very much as a centre forward option?
No, well, with Gavin, now we have more options, but it's true that we have to really manage the load, and it's been a little bit ahead of the schedule, and that's why we didn't want to take, and we don't want to take any more risk with him, loading him with more minutes.
Okay, last couple in the live section. Firstly, Art.
I know you said you weren't involved in Miles' call-up, but I was just wondering because Thomas Tuchel said he kind of felt the vibe was very parental around how he was selected. I was wondering, throughout this season, have you kind of felt, I guess, a similar vibe, being almost a parental figure with not just Miles but Ethan as well, as young men coming into this environment?
Well, they have almost the age of my oldest son, so yeah, just for that factor, I can see a lot of similarities, but both of them, they have great families, their environment, and they are in charge of that part of education. Obviously, we have a big responsibility in a lot of things that are related to that as well, but they are in good hands. We are here just to support and guide them in many other aspects, and yeah, if they need something, they know that they can knock on the door and have that conversation.
And when we were in Spain, the Girona game, obviously there was big news when Miles' red card got rescinded, and he was asleep at the time, so you didn't have a chance to speak to him. I was wondering, have you had a chance to speak to him today about the call-up?
Yeah, I had, and we all had, and we were all really, really happy because it's a really nice story, and a story that gives a lot of hope to a lot of young players, and that in 6-7 months your career can change drastically for the good, you know. So it's something for people to be inspired. I think it hasn't happened because he was lucky. I think he pushed for every chance to happen, and the way he's done it. So yeah, good example.
Now, it's not done mathematically, but I feel fine calling it. Arsenal are 15 points behind Liverpool in the Premier League this season with about 10 games left to play. So today I'm joined by John McKenzie and JJ Bull to ask the question, why didn't Arsenal win it this year? Now, JJ, there were a few caveats as to why Arsenal didn't win the league this season. What are they?
Well, they are, I think, red cards and injuries, but we're going to review those. So red cards is where we're going to start. And what I want to do is look at those red cards, because some of them did seem quite harsh. And if they were harsh, they will be awarded the points that they would have had when the scoreline was what it was when they got the red card.
Good lord.
Yes.
Okay.
They've had 5 red cards, which for me is too many.
Right.
Too many red cards.
I think it's too many for them as well.
Well, yes. And the first one was against Brighton. Very harsh. Declan Rice was kicking the ball away, and I'm going to give them 3 points for that because it's really harsh. No, it's so minute. Even I'm going to give them that.
Okay.
Man City 2-2, Trossard boots the ball away at half-time, well, towards half-time, and he's on a yellow card. It's his own fault, no points. Bournemouth 2-0 defeat. Saliba gets sent off because he stops a player from running in behind the high line. That's kind of harsh. I'm going to, maybe Ben White could have caught him. I'm going to give him 1 point for that to be nice to play the game. Lewis Skelly gets sent off against West Ham or 1-0 down, no points.
Yeah.
And also Lewis Skelly gets sent off against Wolves, but they won that anyway. So they have a maximum of 4 points of harshly treatedness.
Okay.
Liverpool are on 70 points, Arsenal would have been on 59 with those 4 points, which is still not good. They've got a game in hand. Opta's predicted table says that Liverpool will finish the season on 90 points, which is a good total. And Arsenal will finish on 76, and it would be 80 with those 4 extra points, which is obviously lower than when they finished second last season with 89, and lower when they finished second with 84 the season before. So it's not just red cards.
No.
It might actually all be down to injuries. Let's have a look at that. So according to Transfermarkt, Saka will have missed 24 games in all competitions by the end of the season. I'm not sure exactly what the numbers, but just go with this. This is what the Transfermarkt numbers say. Havertz 21 games, Odegaard 13, Ben White 25, Jesus 25. It's a lot of games that these players have missed. And that means they basically have no goals in the team, and you need goals to win games. Now, since 21-22, which I'm saying is Arteta's first good year, because he'd shipped out the players he didn't want, started to build his own team, Arsenal scored 292 goals. Bukayo Saka has scored or assisted 28.4% of those.
That's a huge amount.
It's a large amount, yes. As you can see, it's quite a lot. Then behind him, you've got Martinelli, then Odegaard. So you can see the problem here. In fact, all these players, apart from Martinelli, who has been injured a little bit.
And he's been riding the bench a bit recently as well.
Well, there you go, exactly. So, and you have this other thing as well with creating chances is very important. Now, in open play, you'll see that Odegaard and Saka create all the chances in this time since Arteta's really been in charge here. So you're missing that many open play chances. Also, set plays. So Saka is by far and away the biggest creator of chances from set plays, 66 in the same time frame. So you're missing like one of your big chance creations because set pieces account for a lot of goals for Arsenal. This season, 10 goals so far, it's 19%. Last season was 22%. The season before that was 17% of the goals come from set pieces. So when you're missing those players and the delivery that you send in, that's bad. Kai Havertz, who, whatever you think of him, is a big miss too. So once he joined in 2023, Arsenal scored 143 goals. He's scored or assisted 22% of them.
That's, again, a big number.
Huge amount of goals to miss. Now, I want to know if any teams have won the league with this similar amount of injuries, because maybe they've done it in the past and it's just an excuse. Yes, Joe?
Manchester City.
Well, I have them written down here. In 23-24, last season, when they won the treble, Kevin De Bruyne only played 35.7% of available minutes in the league.
That's few.
Well, it's okay. Stones also missed some, Grealish missed some, but that's really it. They still played a lot of minutes. The season before that, when they won the league, nobody was missing really. The season before that, nobody was really missing. Season before that, Aguero missing a bit, coronavirus hitting quite hard. Now, the season before that was 19-20, which is of course when Liverpool won the league, and you had Matip, Keita, Milner were under 30% of minutes. That's kind of it. All the really important players were there the entire time. Season before that, when Man City won the league, De Bruyne was the only player really important under 30% of minutes. Season before that, City won it again. Won it every year. Only Laporte, Zinchenko and Toure, they weren't really playing, so that's fine. Season before that, Chelsea won it. No real missing injury players. And then I got bored of looking all the way back.
Yeah, I was actually getting a little bored listening as well. In fact, entertain me, Phil Hay.
One of the most iconic celebrations of all time involved Graham Souness, then Galatasaray's manager, planting a flag in the centre circle of bitter rivals Fenerbahce after a Turkish Cup tie. He made it out alive, somehow. Belgium got a little taste of this over the weekend after Club Brugge beat Cercle Brugge in the city's derby. At full time, Club Brugge's Arden Jashari did a Souness by running to stick a flag in the centre circle. Cercle Brugge's goalkeeper went mad and a big scuffle ensued. These clubs don't play again this season, but next time they do, I've got a feeling they'll be keeping receipts. You'll get little stories like this and all the big football news too by signing up to the Athletic FC newsletter. Click on the link below to join us.
So I put it to you that no team can really sustain losing all these attacking players or this many players and win the league. It's not really ever happened. If it has, please tell me in the comments, along with other things that I'm often wrong about. So is this season good enough for Arsenal? 76 points would have made them finish fourth, third, second, third, an average of third basically over the last few seasons.
Yeah.
And the new average needed to win the league is 87.7 points. So my conclusion is, without goal scorers, they can't score, which means you can't win. So injuries are their biggest problem of all. In fact, injuries are their only problem. Or are they?
I don't know.
John's there.
Oh, John, yes. Well, John, let's pick up with that point about them not being able to score that JJ mentioned there. Why has their football not been as effective this season?
Yeah, I think you can argue that there's tactical explanations here as well. In order to answer that, we have to ask the question, how are Arsenal trying to score goals? And Arsenal are a possession team, so they're trying to create goals by possessing the ball, generally building up from the back, moving it into the final third and generating chances, right? Simple enough. And actually, if you look at the numbers on this, Arsenal are very, very good at that process of taking the ball from their goal and moving it to the opposition goal. So I've got some data from Photovision here. And as you can see, this is just looking at how successful their build-up is as a percentage across the rest of the league. And as we can see, they're right up there with Manchester City in terms of build-up success. So a team like Arsenal, they're really good at taking the ball, building up out from the back, moving it into the final third. So what's the problem? Well, actually, we can break down what they're trying to do a little bit more, because the way that you generate goals isn't just about moving the ball from one side of the pitch to the other, it's about the manner in which you're arriving in the final third as well. So I've got some more numbers from Photovision here, which starts breaking down the ways that Arsenal are arriving in the final third. So what I'm looking at here is line-breaking passes. Now, a line-breaking pass is just any pass which breaks a line, okay, a line of opposition pressure. So let's imagine that the centre-back passes it to the centre midfielder through the two forwards for the opposition who are pressing them. That's a line-breaking pass. And as you can see, Manchester City right at the top of this list, as you might expect, because they're very good at progressing the ball down the field. Actually, interestingly enough, Arsenal fairly low down in terms of line-breaking passes in general, and I think that's partly because they sort of just force opponents back and back and back. But we can also look at the way that they actually generate a lot of these line-breaking passes, the format or nature of those line-breaking passes. So we've got 3 different metrics here. So we've got line-breaking passes around. Now that just means when you play the ball around the opposition block.
I can see where this is going already, John.
Can you?
So, yeah. Thank you.
The other option is you can play it over the block, so you can play balls in behind.
Yeah, shout out to West Ham.
Yeah, shout out to West Ham. Interestingly, Man City quite high up in this as well, and there's been some stuff that Pep Guardiola's talked about recently where he said we've struggled a little bit in terms of building up against man-to-man presses, but because we have Haaland, we can play the ball over the top to him. So lots of line-breaking passes for them actually coming over the opposition block.
Yeah.
And then the other one we've got here is line-breaking passes through in build-up. Arsenal, obviously, majority of their passes are going around the opposition block, their line-breaking passes. They're not going over very much. They do go through the centre, but much less than a lot of the other teams. And if you look at the teams who do go through the centre, you've got Man City, Chelsea, Villa, Liverpool, a lot of the big teams there at the top trying to generate chances through the middle. And the big question is, why might that be the case? Why is it more dangerous, potentially, for you to arrive at the... Oh, you've got an answer for this.
Because they're closer to the goal.
I think there's a few different options here, which I think is worth us talking through. So I've got Arsenal here coming through the middle. Let's just think about why it might be more dangerous for Ødegaard to have the ball in this kind of area. As you've said, yes, it's more direct, right? You're going towards where the goal is. You have more of the goal to aim at in this situation. If you're coming at it with the ball from a wide area, the angle into that goal is super narrow, right, that you're aiming at. Whereas when you're here, you've got both sides of the goal to aim at. So in that sense, yes, going direct is going to help you. But I also think that when you're running through the centre, you have way more options available to you. You can go either way. So Ødegaard can go right or left. He can go through the middle to Havertz. Each one of those players, if they receive the ball, is going to have a much more dangerous chance than they would if you're coming in from the side. Because if we're coming in from the side, what we start ending up with is a reduction of those chances down. So let's say that Saka is here with the ball. He's got the option of going across the box, and then an option of a cut back to the edge of the box, and then I guess he could recycle it around. But he's definitely hampered by the sideline. He can't go down the right-hand side unless he's going to dribble. So you're reducing the amount of dangerous options, I think, that are available to you in this situation. And I think there's one more area where actually you get quite a bit of benefit going through the centre, because let's say one of the defenders decides to close Ødegaard down, what they're actually doing then is creating space that can be exploited, whereas in the opposite situation with Saka here, let's imagine that they've got their back four in this scenario, maybe even a centre midfielder dropping in to help out. If that player comes forward, you're not evacuating the space. There's still a player behind him who can step into that space and stop it from being dangerous as well. So I think all of this points towards the fact that if you go through the middle, I think you're just much more likely to generate dangerous chances. Now, that's all very theoretical. I just wanted to run through one sequence of play from Arsenal's game against Manchester United recently, just to show you how this plays out in practice. So what I've done here is I've just drawn the Manchester United players actually in their block. So we talked about building through, building around. So building around is going around this yellow blob. Building through is going through the middle of that, and then obviously going over is playing the ball into the back line. Now this is right at the beginning of this sequence, and what we can see is actually Arsenal quite nicely set up to actually progress the ball through the centre of the field if they want. They've got Thomas Partey running into this space here, a fairly big gap between Eriksen and Xerxes here, and if Partey got the ball, plenty of options for them to actually progress the ball through the middle of the field. However, they decide not to do this. What they decide to do is play the ball to Martin Ødegaard, who is here. And it's worth saying that this becomes a problem already, because Arsenal actually do rely quite heavily on Odegaard to do a lot of early phase build-up stuff. So he drops out of the block into this front line of build-up in order to move the ball through the lines. That means that you're taking him outside of the block. He's quite a good small spaces player, and so you're reducing the effectiveness of that block. You've got Jurrien Timber taking his place in here. As we'll see, what ends up happening is that Odegaard drops out, and in this instance actually just carries the ball along the field and ends up on the other side of the pitch. So we end up with this scenario here. Plays it out to Calafiori, the left back. And what they're trying to do here is just stretch the Manchester United block. And as we can see, they've actually created quite a bit of space between Xerxes and Garnacho over on this side. Odegaard is in that gap, so the obvious thing to do is play the ball to him, and then you think, well, you've got nice access into the middle, which is actually what happens. The ball goes to Odegaard. He's got a bit of space and time on the ball. He does get closed down quite quickly, but he's able to play a bounce pass into Declan Rice here, who then just immediately returns it to him. And you're like, okay, brilliant. What you've done is you've got inside the block, you've received the ball facing down the field, plenty of opportunity now for you to build centrally. But the problem is, if we actually look at the options that Odegaard has available to him, there's just not really much going on. You've got the wide forward over here, but they're being tracked by the wing back. Rice is being marked. Odegaard's under pressure. There's no one in front of him for him to actually use as a support player here. The only option he really has is to go back, and that's exactly what happens. He ends up recycling it to one of the centre-backs, who then pushes it forward to Thomas Partey, who is the pivot player here. They reset. Manchester United are able to get back into their block shape. And Arsenal still have a few players inside the block again, but again, there's a few issues here. One of them is Mikel Merino, the striker. He's not on the line of the ball. He's moved out of the way, so even if you are able to move the ball or progress the ball in a vertical way, he's not really going to be helping out. Martin Odegaard is running out of the way. Yes, he's drawing a player with him, but it's not really making things much easier for Arsenal. The only option they have is to play the ball to Declan Rice, who has a player behind him, who goes and pressures him immediately, and so what he immediately does then is dribble out of the block. So they are finding passes into the block, but they're immediately removing themselves from the block because they don't have the structure in place to be able to actually benefit from it.
They don't like it inside the block, John.
They don't like it inside the block. The ball that gets recycled around, so again, that's it's the easiest way of doing that. You're going to be under much less pressure if you're outside the block. Jurrien Timber ends up with the ball. They've done the same thing with Manchester United again, right? They've created a massive space between Xerxes and Eriksen. Declan Rice has got into that space, and you're thinking, okay, great, Jurrien Timber plays the ball inside, and now you've got access to the centre of the pitch, which is true. You've got Martin Odegaard here, easy pass into him, and you'd think that he'd be able to turn and start exploiting this space. The problem is that he doesn't have any structural support again. The Arsenal players here have all moved across expecting the wide overload. Mikel Merino, the striker, has drifted out wide. The idea here being that they're going to get an overload of players, so it'll be easier for them to possess the ball. But it just means that this option now just becomes pointless. There's not really any means for them to play centrally. If Thomas Partey was a little bit closer to Odegaard, you could play the bounce pass in here. If the striker was in between the two centre-backs, you might have the option of developing here. Again, we have the same thing we talked about already, which is centre midfielders drop out of the block to receive the ball. If this is a centre-back and then Declan Rice is here, again, you have more structure in the centre of the block in order to possess the ball well. As it is, they don't have that capability, and so what they do is, as they inevitably do, they end up moving into the final third in the wide area. So it's what we're talking about. They're very good at progressing the ball. They've taken the ball from the back to the front. They've arrived in the final third, but when they arrive in the final third, they're in this situation where Manchester United have a back five in place, so they can just force a player out towards him. They've still got four effectively centre-backs patrolling the box, and then they've got one of the centre-mids doubling up on Nwaneri to make sure that he can't, if he does do Dalot here, he's going to get trapped by someone else. The only option they have then really is to play the ball back out to Odegaard, who can hit the back post through a half-space cross, or maybe Nwaneri can try and hit the byline and get the ball across as well. But the problem is that this is immediately setting off these three Arsenal players into that back post run. Because when Nwaneri actually decides he's not going to play the pass, they recycle it again. Saliba ends up with the ball, and now those three players are essentially just lined up as though they're trying to receive a set piece. They're not structurally well set up in order to help central progression, because Saliba sees that Nwaneri's moved inside, and so he thinks, great, we've got access to the centre, I'll play the ball to him. But because there's no structure there, Nwaneri receives the ball back to goal, ends up losing it because he's got no support because those players aren't anywhere near him. And as a result, Manchester United are able to win the ball and then counter-attack from there. Now, a lot of Arsenal fans have said to me when I've shown this sequence of play, well, this is why we don't build up through the middle, because if you lose the ball in the middle, it's super dangerous. You're open, as you mentioned before. The opposition have the opportunity to then attack from there. But my argument would be that the reason why Arsenal lost the ball there is because they haven't structured their build-up well enough to be able to retain possession of the ball there, which means that Nwaneri's lost the ball because he's got no support. But also when they've lost the ball, they then have no access to counter-press to make it hard for Manchester United to build from there. So the issue then we have is that Arsenal are very good at build-up, but when they build up, they end up moving the ball into those wide areas, which reduces the effectiveness of their build-up. And I think that is probably the main reason that explains the lack of open play goals that they have, and they have had for a couple of seasons.
It also explains the huge number of open play chances from Odegaard and Saka, specifically on that right-hand side. Yeah. When you take away the quality of those two from that side, you instantly lose all of your open play chance creation.
And I think it's worth adding as well, it's not just that they're predictable because they go down the wide areas, they're predictable because they go down the same side. They go down that right side, they generate these overloads in those areas where they've got Odegaard and Saka, where they're two best players. The issue then becomes that you're not only just becoming predictable and going wide, you're predictable in going to the right-hand side. So around 50% of their attacks came down the right against Manchester United. That means that teams can prepare for them much better as well.
Thanks, John. Very interesting. We'll be back with John in just a moment to talk about some set pieces. But before we do that, have a look at this. It's a new audio documentary from The Athletic. I think you'll find it interesting.
So we're on the corner here of Berry New Road and Sherborne Street. This is what was known as Counterfeit Street.
So tell me about the biggest seizure of Operation Vulcan.
Had intelligence that there was a storage yard. There was 207 containers on that storage yard. We had over 580 tonnes of counterfeit clothing. That was at a street value of £87 million.
It is remarkable, Wellesbourne Market. I've never seen anything like it in the UK. There's a lot of attention on the flagrant way fake football shirts are being sold online. But this is on the ground, in the faces of law enforcement. Go down the line and look at the shirts uncovered here. We have Borussia Dortmund, Arsenal, Manchester United, Juventus, Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, Liverpool, Tottenham and Barcelona. Well, I'm in Malta looking at the counterfeit football shirt market. This is what happens when the counterfeiters don't get their way and customs step in and seize huge amounts of fake football shirts destined for the online market or the market in your local area. Do you have English teams, Premier League teams? Oh, the Chelsea one. Imitation, yeah? Not real. The shirts that guy was selling in his stall were being made not in China, here in Morocco.
For more on that, click the link in the top comment. But for now, John, let's talk more about set pieces because Arsenal can't do them anymore, can they? And it's sad.
Well, we've already talked about Arsenal's issues in open play. The way that they've overcome that in terms of the goal scoring front in previous seasons is by bumping the numbers up that they score from goals from set pieces. And that's a pretty sustainable way of doing things because, as we've said, they're really good at sustainably moving the ball down the field. Yes, they're arriving in these wide areas, but from those wide areas you can actually win a lot of corners. And Mikel Arteta has actually made Arsenal very dangerous from corners in the last few seasons, and so it's sort of ironed out some of the issues with open play scoring. But this season, as you say, particularly this calendar year, they've dropped off a little bit. Now, I'm going to fall back on some of the things that JJ's been talking about because a big part of that, I think, comes down to injuries. So when it comes to corners, the two most important things are the person taking the corner and the person receiving the corner. And Arsenal have received injuries to both of those factors within set pieces. So we've talked about Kai Havertz, obviously 6'3", 6'4", big lad.
Sure.
He's going to be an important target in the box. There's also other factors such as, for example, Arsenal have started playing someone like Miles Lewis-Skelly as a fullback rather than someone like Calafiori, who's more of a centre-back profile. Again, you're reducing the height of the players that you have in that sort of space. So I think you can make an argument that the lack of personnel in those spaces in terms of receiving has impacted them there. But we've also talked about Bukayo Saka being out for a long time. He is a fantastic corner taker from the right-hand side, plays those in-swingers into the front post with just like whip, low trajectory, which gives you nice power, so you can just get flick-ons into the goal. They've missed him for a long part of the season, and that has definitely impacted them. On the other side, they've had Declan Rice, who's been injured a little bit, and injured actually in the foot. So I can't remember what the actual specific injury was, but there was a time when he was actually playing but not taking corners, and I suspect that was because he was carrying an injury on his foot. He's been a lot less consistent in his delivery. I think last season his back post deliveries in particular were just fantastic. He's not been quite so consistent this season as well. So those, I think, are both factors that come into it.
Okay.
But I wanted to talk about one other thing that I've noticed from the last few games, which is that I feel as though in previous seasons Arsenal have been super creative in their set-piece routines, and it feels as though that's maybe dropping off a little bit in more recent games. So again, let's stay with the Manchester United game, where Arsenal have about 8 corners. They actually use the same routine pretty much across the board for all of their corners. So what I'm going to talk about here is in terms of the players they have, because this looks very confusing, right? But there's two areas we should really focus on. So we've got targets in the middle. So these are the guys who are going to be the really good ball headers. So we've got Gabriel. We know that he's a cheat code when it comes to scoring from corners. Mikel Merino, also a very good header of the ball. The idea basically is that Declan Rice is going to play the corner, and Arsenal are going to try and get one of these two on the ball with a decent chance of scoring. And then what they've been doing more recently, you'll see this, is that they have these disruptors at the back post, and they sit quite a long way back. As the ball comes in, they're going to run into Manchester United's zonal area here to try and disrupt things. You've got a few players as well pinning over here, but that's the general process. You're going to play the ball in. These guys are going to try and cause disruptions, and if they can get a header, bonus. But the big idea is you want to get Gabriel or Mikel Merino in on the ball. So let's just look at how this one opens out. So you can see Gabriel goes one post, Mikel Merino goes to the other. They're going to crash the box. The disruptors are coming in here. Actually, in this one, 2 of them sit at the back, so if the ball goes long, they can head it back in. Again, hopefully getting one of these two on the ball. Now, the thing that I think is really interesting here is that Manchester United clearly more worried about Gabriel than they are about Mikel Merino here. Lindelof, I think, is supposed to be tracking Merino, but I think because they've seen Gabriel getting a bit of a run, they've tried to double up on him a little bit. And this is something I think that's been happening quite a bit as well. Gabriel is the number one threat. If you can be physical on him, stop him from getting into dangerous spaces. There's actually a corner later on where he basically gets manhandled. It's arguably a penalty from that. We've not seen those being called as much recently, so teams are being a bit more physical. That's the general process of what's going to happen here. Disruptors are going to come in. These two guys are going to mix up which post they go for or which area they're aiming for. They may start in different starting positions, so later on, this is from the other side as well, just to show that all of these players are basically in the same position. You've got 2 players pinning out wide, one of the guys on the edge of the box, the 2 target men, and then the disruptors at the back post. We also have one where Gabriel actually starts from in the disruptor position to get into that box as well, but everything else is the same. They run this routine for every single one of their corners, and I wonder whether or not that sort of dropping out of creativity and finding different ways of causing teams problems has left them more recently as well. I don't know why that would be the case, but it's something that stood out to me. And one final point to make is that, set pieces are just very variance heavy. The ball can bounce favourably and fall to a player that's just completely unplanned, and maybe that's been going against Arsenal in the last few weeks. They've not been able to have the rub of the green coming through as much for them, but all of this does suggest that actually their set pieces have been a little bit less sustainable than recent. And I think that's the point I want to end on, is like maybe this isn't just about Arsenal being a little bit unlucky or losing players through injury. Maybe it's just that in the previous season they slightly overperformed, because if you look at the underlying numbers from the last 3 seasons, actually on almost every front, Arsenal are putting up around the same sort of volume of set pieces and the same sort of quality from set pieces. So if we look at set pieces per 90 over the last 3 seasons, Arsenal are between 8.6 and 9. Pretty consistently, so a very small margin of variance there. The shots that they're taking are between 2.5 and 2.8. So again, very, very small margin here. And then even if you want to talk about the quality of those chances in terms of expected goals, the last 3 seasons Arsenal have been putting up between 0.4 and 0.47. So again, they're still generating the same number and sort of quality of set-piece chances, but the number that really stands out to me is the amount of goals they've scored from them. Because if we look at last season, they're scoring around 0.6 goals per 90 from set-pieces, whereas the other 2 seasons they're much closer to 0.4. So the big question is whether or not actually last season was unrealistic as a season I think they scored 22 goals in the end last season from set-pieces. If that's them having to variance high, is it really worth their while building up in these wide areas and relying on set pieces if they have to overperform on set pieces in order to be sustainable in terms of goal scoring?
And still not win the league.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, big questions. I mean, the last one, JJ, from me really is we've heard about why their play hasn't worked this season, along with some of those caveats at the beginning. But do you think there's a chance they've missed their best opportunity to win it? I feel like this season was the one.
It feels like this was the one. Do you remember a little while ago they said they were ahead of schedule when they finished second?
Yeah.
So I think it is relevant. My theory, and I think it's not really a theory, people just say it, it's a thing, right? That football comes in cycles, but your squads, you can have like 3 or 4 year cycles of squads. So you build your players, you bring people in, you adapt tactically, and you try and get to a peak, and it naturally sort of starts resetting. And the really good managers and really well-run clubs have a natural cycle that just keeps perpetuating. So if you have a good run of form, you might win a few titles, but you've got the next team coming through. That's what you've got. And we can see that Arsenal have improved massively under Mikel Arteta. He's done very well. Because when he came in was 1920 here, when they're finished 8th, and then he takes them up and they finish like second and second. So he improves them each season. Now the 2 seasons ago was when there was the overperformance when they weren't supposed to get there. So this year they could build on it and really go big and try and push for the title because they've had 2 seconds in a row. This could be the year. So maybe this was their chance. But a team we can maybe compare them to see whether this is a real theory or not is Liverpool, because they've went through something similar, right? So Klopp came in, same sort of thing. You see it here when they were in 8th. So he comes in, he improves them, even though they dropped out a little bit here. He makes them better, they win some cups, and he builds players. So he puts in 2 or 3 key players each season, Van Dijk, Salah, Fabinho. Each season they improve slowly, they get better, they eventually win the title. As we've seen lots of other examples of clubs who've gone through this kind of squad building process. When you peak, you often have a bit of a dip, and then you have a bit of a wobble, and then you might get to another build, have a peak, and then the same sort of thing goes on.
Peak, dip, wobble, build.
Something like that. Man City are the ones who kind of broken it, and Sir Alex Ferguson as well at Man United did the same sort of thing. But you see Liverpool did that, and now they're sort of having their wobble here, but they're going to end up finishing first, so arguably they've had another peak with their cycle. But look what they've done. So over time, they won the league in 1920, 2019-20, not the year 1920. Did they win the league that year? They might have done.
They could have done.
Maybe.
I'll find out.
I don't think so.
Okay, well let's find out. We'll tell you the answer to that soon. But they had a big drop off. So when they won the league that year, there was a massive drop off of about 30 points. And a lot of the reason for that is injuries, especially to key players. So Van Dijk was injured for a lot. So we saw the rise of Nate Phillips to our screens, and that's what we had. You get a huge drop off in quality, but Thiago, Jordan Henderson, Jota, all also injured. So they're missing really key players, huge drop off. Helps explain that. Similar to Arsenal. Next season, they bring in a few players, Luis Diaz, Canate. They're kind of building a new team here. And the season after that, they bring in Darwin Núñez. So changing the profile of striker. Roberto Firmino's at the end of the cycle, I would say. They peak, they come through, and then the end of that kind of time is done. Firmino's out. In comes Darwin Núñez, completely different kind of striker. So they're building something new, and Alexander-Arnold starts moving inside around about then, I think, right? So you get that sort of change as well. And then the season after that, they rebuild their whole midfield. This is a whole new squad coming through. So this is what they're doing under Klopp. And then now, at the end of that sort of cycle, Klopp doesn't see the whole thing through. Arne Slot comes in, adds some tactical controls. They've got that. There's no injuries to any key players. They've got 3 of their best players who are maybe doing their last season at the club. So you've got that added momentum. Plus, Arsenal completely drop off and Man City fall into outer space. So they've got the run. This was their chance to do something, and they've done it. And you can look at their squad minutes over the last few seasons of how they sort of built that. So this graph here shows percentage of minutes played, and you kind of read it from bottom to top rather than left to right, as I've been doing for the last 2 years. So what you see here in the middle is the peak age of players. 24 to 28.
So up the top is
the more minutes you've played at the top.
And then to the right is how old they are.
Exactly. Okay. So the older you are, the further over in the right-hand side you appear, and the more minutes you play, the further at the top you are.
Cool.
And what you really want is a lot of bunching in the peak area, in the middle, at the top. But you also want to have young players coming through, because that's going to be your future. You'll see a lot of them down here. So they should then progress to go into the middle at some point and then into the top. And then you also want some experience over here. We've done this in a couple of other shows that you can find on our channel, where we look through what the ideal squad makeup is. But it goes from this in 22-23 to this in 23-24. You can see they've not got all the key players playing the real bulk of the minutes. They're kind of missing a few through injuries and lots of things going on there. But this season, you can see all their best players, Van Dijk, Salah, Gravenberch, Alexander-Arnold, Szoboszlai, they're all right in the peak bit. So they've timed it really, really well. It's kind of come to the peak of what you've got there. So let's look at whether Arsenal have wasted their chance or not, which sounds harsh, but there might be some truth to it. So in 2019-20, not 1920. Mikel Arteta
Well,
joins.
by the way, if you want to know,
Yeah.
West Bromwich Albion won the First Division title in 1920. Liverpool were 4th.
And they've been building since then.
They've been building since then.
But Arsenal have been building since the year 2019.
West Brom have had a dip since then as well.
But Arsenal have been building since the year 2019-20, in case we don't include John's bit of a West Brom there. In 2021, he starts
Arsenal
shipping
finished
out.
10th in that season.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, how about in the year 2020, when Arsenal started shipping out all the players they didn't want and bringing in ones they did want? So what Mikel Arteta wanted, he brings in Thomas Partey, Gabriel joins that year. 21-22, just like Liverpool did, you bring in 3 key players at a time. So you bring in like Ben White, Odegaard, Ramsdale. They start to get better in finishing the way that Arteta's designing them to do. They bring in Jesus, Zinchenko and Trossard, a few other players. They finished second ahead of schedule. That was that year. So they're starting to climb. The squad build is working. Their tactics are all built towards a common goal. They bring in Rice, Havertz, Timber. They're really going for it. They're spending money on key players like Declan Rice. And so this season should be the year they go big. Because last season they spent big, but they still had Man City who won the treble. You know, that was a big year. But you can see in the squad planning, you can see that Man City should start to drop off because their squad's aging. You could have planned this. And so this year should be the year they go big. But this year, the things that John's talked about with tactics have kind of squashed them. And if they lose those key players in those areas, that's going to also squash them. And so they didn't buy anyone except for a left back, a backup to Declan Rice, and basically a goalkeeper that they already had on loan. So that's not maybe what you should have done. So although they've gone up here, this point here, like, have they really underperformed? Have they missed their chance? Maybe. You can see their squad build up a few years ago. It's okay. It's hard to really take anything from this, but we can look where they're going now. This was last season. See the amount of minutes that all their key players are kind of playing over here. Saka's lots of minutes over here, so they're really, really going for it. This season, you're missing every single attacking player. So in this top bit here where you want your players, none of them are attackers. They're all defensive players. So you've lost all your attacking players. They didn't bring in anyone else who would really made them stronger in that part of the pitch. That, I think, is a really obvious key thing to have done. So I think Arsenal may have already peaked. Now was the year to have gone big, but Liverpool are probably going to have a dip now because they've gone through it, so they'll have a little drop. Man City will be building, so they're going to get towards there, which means it's wide open for Arsenal next year. And if they just simply don't have all their players injured, and they don't get red cards, they get an extra 4 points.
By a strike.
If they have more attacking central players who are playing through the central bit of the pitch, which is what I think they should do.
Yeah.
Especially based off what John taught us earlier.
Yeah.
By God, it might be next year.
Yeah, okay. So it could be. Could be any year, I suppose, couldn't it? It's funny, we've been talking for 30, 40 minutes, and what we're really saying, after some very smart analysis, don't get me wrong, is Arsenal should buy a striker and play through the middle. Yeah, is that right? Maybe that's something Andrea Berta can resolve. Arsenal's incoming sporting director has written about in a fabulous piece on The Athletic by Dermot Corrigan, which is linked in the description. So have a read of that and make up your own minds. Should they simply buy a striker? Maybe? I don't know. I'm an idiot.
If you like this video, please consider subscribing to the channel. The Athletic is home to some of the world's best sports journalists, including David Ornstein, Amy Lawrence and James Horncastle. With the latest transfer news and insights on every Premier League story that matters, theathletic.com puts you inside football, and you can try it for free now for 30 days. See the link in the description.
think we're going to start this one by talking about the managers, the men in charge of leading these two teams. Kind of where are we at with Mikel Arteta, 5 years at Arsenal now, Enzo Maresca, his project only really just starting. What are your thoughts and your take on where they are now and kind of where we go from here?
Well, the fan base is split in two over Mikel Arteta. Half the fan base think he's doing a good job and that everybody should trust that process. The other half are unhappy that last season, for the last two transfer windows, he hasn't bought a striker when it's been staring him in the face and screamingly obvious. And I think they would have a point, but then the other side would have a point as well because there has been progress. There's no doubt about the fact that this season and the underperformance this season means there was a lot of pressure going on him into next season. I think they should keep him. He's done a fantastic job, changed the culture, brought in good players, and given Arsenal fans a reason to be proud of the club again.
Yeah, I agree that he should remain the Arsenal manager. I mean, I think there has been a little bit of a blind spot with the number 9. This has been a problem for 3 years. This is not something that's appeared overnight. It's not been a 6-month issue. I feel as though that should have been addressed in one of the last 4 or 5 transfer windows, to be honest. No doubt has he picked the club up and, like you say, installed a culture and an environment positive, and he's taken it to a new level. I just wonder, when you've been waiting for City to fall off their standards for so long, and the moment they do, which is this season, I mean, I don't think anyone's seen their fall off coming. His team weren't capable to take advantage of that. So I can understand the frustration. I think there's 1 year left, but he's got to sign a number 9.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Listen, at the start of the season, I remember being on this show actually and asking or debating whether you'd rather have Arsenal's defence, which was one of the best in the Premier League last season, and they added as well, I think quite well, Calafiori came in, which gave them more depth. And it generally is defences that win titles because you can win games 1-0. You don't have to be that spectacular. But
which
if you've
was the
got
Arsenal
way. Absolutely, which was the Arsenal way. And they've kind of stuck to that. But up front, they just haven't had that ability to be able to finish teams off. And that's what's put pressure on him. But I just hope that the fan base a little bit, as you've been saying, the bit less short-sighted and they can see the bigger picture of what has changed.
So obviously they didn't go and get that number 9. Then they also had a spate of attacking injuries, which is why we're seeing things like Kieran Tierney, part of the front 3, in midweek against PSV. The experiment, shall we call it, with Kai Havertz, do you think there is like a stubbornness in Mikel Arteta that says that works, I've used him, I'm going to prove it works? And that's why he hasn't gone out and bought a number 9?
See, for me, this isn't. It wasn't an experiment. This was all part of the plan. When I look back to the summer transfer window, when Raheem Sterling became available, they moved heaven and earth and they got that done within 48 hours because he wanted that player. So everyone from the outside of Arsenal said they've needed a 9. Mikel Arteta obviously feels that they didn't. That's his choice as the manager. He could have brought a number 9 in, even if he wasn't at the level he would have liked him to be.
Yeah.
You could have still got someone to fill that void and kind of like, I don't feel that he has to be a world-class 9 because I feel as though with all the world-class players around him, you could still make a 9 look good in that team, in that philosophy.
Glenn, you've been a striker. Can I ask you, if you're in the box, do you feel Arsenal need a penalty box striker, or do you think they need an Isak-type striker who can make his own luck?
I would refer to Isak as both. I think he can do both. So I think that's probably a bad example, sorry. But I think they need a 9 that is going to occupy, that's going to be in and around there, that's going to score goals, that's going to be that kind of anticipation of where that ball's going to drop. And I think with all the quality around you, when you look at Odegaard and Trossard and Saka when he's fit, that also creates space for them. So just a number 9. I don't want a 9 that's, because obviously they've got Jesus at the club that's referred to as a number 9, but he drifts and he wants to get involved in play.
That's my question.
Stay there. You occupy your 2 centre backs. That'll create space for others. If they get attracted to the ball, that'll create space for you. So it's a knock-on effect and it's beneficial for everyone around.
It's interesting. I think that's part of the frustration for Arsenal fans, because other clubs have managed to find, especially during the January transfer window, attacking players who've made a big difference. The biggest example is probably Asensio at Aston Villa. You know, they managed to bring in a Marcus Rashford who's got renewed energy, and they've seen a change. And so I think part of that frustration with Arteta and not signing the 9 is, well, does he need the perfect one? Does he need the world-class one? Or, as you said, he just needed somebody in there in that position who was capable, because he has world class all around him.
Yeah, I tend to feel as though if you bring an elite 9 in, not world class, not an Isak, but if you bring an elite striker in of a 9 that knows the position well enough, he will look even better with those surroundings, because your caliber's going to be better with the heightened quality around you, without any doubt, and just. But this has been a problem for 5 transfer windows. This is not something new. So this is
because, as you say, if the striker does come in that they need, and I do agree, I think it should be a penalty box striker rather than somebody who drifts outside, because you've got so much creativity around the box. Then Arsenal could easily be up there and scoring goals and winning those games that they've drawn or lost this season. And I think certainly the perception of Arteta then starts to ease. I mean, they've got such a massive fan base at Arsenal, and they're going to, ironically, they're going into this weekend, I call it the Toothless Tiger Derby, because Chelsea have got no strikers either. You know, they've both spent so much money. I was going to call it the Underachievers Derby, but I'm going to stick with the Toothless Tiger Derby.
Harsh.
Well, it is. What have they won? What have they done?
it's just a bit harsh. I mean, the Manchester United Tottenham, that would be an underachieving derby.
Chelsea spent £1 billion, they've got no strikers, and they're struggling to get into the top 4.
They have got a striker who's very effective, actually, in Nicholas Jackson.
He's not there.
He's not fit, but when he plays, he's very effective, and him being out is real. I'm sure we'll get onto it, but he's really impacted Cole Palmer's form as well.
And that's a big part of why that they're both so toothless, because without him, and obviously Cole Palmer now 10 games, no goals. It's difficult for Chelsea, and plus the defence isn't exactly watertight either. So if you're not scoring goals and you're not keeping clean sheets, how do you think you're going to play Champions League football next season? I think of the 2 managers, Maresca's under most pressure, because if he doesn't finish in the Champions League places when there are 5 up for grabs potentially, then maybe you need to get a manager who can.
I think the worry for Maresca is that they started off so well, and I suppose he's changing their style slightly, and for me, he's becoming more of a possession-based. And when I get a look and I zoom out at that Chelsea squad, they're a very youthful team. So why not lean into that youthful exuberance and play with energy and play fast, which is effectively what those bodies are capable of. Yet he's trying to go the other way and trying to control games, very much Pep Guardiola style of the past, I suppose.
You know, there was a moment in December when they were within a few points of Liverpool at the top, and I think that was a turning point of their season, because...
But my worry was, but was that Pochettino's good work, or was that all Maresca?
Yeah, agree. I mean, listen, I think Pochettino left the club in fantastic shape in terms of their home record, their away record, the confidence in the team, the respectability he gave them, again, not just from the inside, but from the outside as well. Suddenly opposition teams and players were looking at Chelsea saying, that's a difficult place to go. And Maresca's kind of weakened that a lot with some of the decisions which looked good in the first half of the season, but by midway through, and this is why I'm talking about the proximity to Liverpool, because at that moment, what he should have been saying was, yeah, I'm going to lean into the fact that we are in a title race. But he suddenly started doing that, no, we're not good enough, no, we're not ready. And I feel psychologically that transmitted itself to the players. I always say in football, not just in football, in sport, the attitude reflects the leadership. And if the leadership is bombastic and full of belief and exudes that confidence, then the players will believe. And they've got something to hold on to as well. And I just didn't see that at Chelsea this season.
Bombastic, what a great word. We've also learned that this is the toothless...
It's the end of the week.
The Toothless Tiger Derby. Unbelievable stuff. Well,
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. How everybody is feeling today? Ready for the game? London Derby today. You have the same energy. Energy and power today. London Derby, Emirates Stadium, Arsenal, Chelsea. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Is everything working good? Let's see. Intro. It's gonna here. Double check. Okay. So remember when Didier Drogba used to be at Chelsea Football Club against Arsenal? You just knew that he was going to score every single time. Big man for big event. Didier Drogba. Arsenal used to hate this brother, man.
I want to, first of all, ask, why you always score against Arsenal every single time?
I don't know. It's, when you score once, you always want to score, you know, and that's the spirit I have when I play, but every games, you know, not only against Arsenal. So.
I want to, first of all, ask, why?
That's the problem. The spirit that Didier Drogba used to have is to score every single game, and especially against Arsenal. It's just like babies. Playing ground. Didier Drogba. Alright, go. Good morning, everybody. Tiger Toothless. Okay, Aziz, yellow to you too. Yellow. Olamide, yellow. I've received my jersey. All right. Lucky you. Receive your jersey from Chelsea official account. You won a jersey for winning some questions on women team. Good morning, Mr. Gamer. I hope that today you have a kind of respectful language. The last time you came here just to insult me the entire show. Good evening. All right. Good evening to everybody. The Toothless Tiger derby between Chelsea and Arsenal. This is a derby. There is no toothless here. You might see a very, very good show today. It's a derby. It's about a lot of energy and passion. There is no toothless here. It's just a two manager who try to imitate and copy Pep Guardiola, and they are just fake. They're just fake Pep Guardiola made in somewhere, in a fake factory somewhere. They are not in that level, and they try to impose teams how to play football as if they invented football. And Pep Guardiola is like iPhone 20, you know, the next generation, and they are like iPhone 2. They're not even in that level. They don't have the same kind of caliber of players to copy and paste Pep Guardiola, so that they are stuck somewhere because they can't create their own way of football. Angelo said that hello, yellow to you, my brother. I have you have $100, 1,000. More than $1,000 on Arsenal. Let's hope luck on my side. You say that Arsenal are going to win. Oh, all right. I hope you don't don't lose that kind of money. Don't do that, man. Don't put money on teams. You never know. Football is not scripted. Football is not an exact science. Okay, on your day you can beat anybody, and when you are into putting money on this sport stuff, most of the time you lose than you win. The majority of the time you're gonna lose than you win. So I hope that you are strong enough and you have enough money to do this kind of stuff, but I don't really advise anybody to do any kind of that. I don't want to say it here because it might be blocked. They don't want anybody to promote like that. What you just said there. I am struggling to wake up, to be honest with you. I don't know how I'm doing today. Still kind of night, dark outside. It was raining the last night, so I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling. Slowly and surely, Chelsea can give me some energy today if they win. Chelsea women won a trophy yesterday against Manchester City, 2-1. So that is the first trophy for Chelsea as a football club, not as the main team. Oh, you're talking about we don't have that dog like Drogba back in the day? Or you have those dogs and you don't allow them to be dogs? Do you think somebody like Didier Drogba was going to be allowed to be Didier Drogba under this system? Or he was going to be put in the little box, exposed, forced to drop back and do whatever, and then show people that he's a flop? So depending on the time, do you think that somebody like Chris Wood is going to have a place at Chelsea Football Club, or somebody like Mateta? So we still have those dogs. It's just that the football is going to the sense of you have to be 1,000 places, you have to do this and that. If you don't do this and that, and you are flop, because this is not modern football. That is stupid. But somebody like Drogba is not going to have time. He's going to be called absolutely crap today. Thierry Henry or somebody. Today, with this football that this new generation of manager are copying and pasting, there's no place for people like Mateta and Chris Wood and Didier Drogba, you know? Let me double check. So, about dogs, you have Jackson. Nicholas Jackson is a very good player. He can drop, he can go, and when he gets to the box, he's already tired. He can't shoot, he can't see clearly, he can't think clearly. Because you are not allowed to be only a striker. If you leave some players to do what they do best, to finish in the box, there is nothing wrong with that. This is the Emirates Stadium here, set and ready. So you still have dogs, but dogs are not allowed anymore because you are not technically sound. People like Gallagher, he only runs. We need people who can be technical. We can't run anymore, as if football was made not to run and sit in one place and play sideways backward. That's what Capello said. Capello was absolutely destroying Pep Guardiola the other day. It was like, what the hell this guy is doing? He's so arrogant. Like he lost so many Champions League because of his own stupidity. You don't have the players to play that kind of system. That is the great Capello, right? I'm not talking about those experts, those kids 11 years old in the basement of their grandmother making theories. This is Capello talking about football today, right? The guy who been there, done it, won pretty much everything. Talking about football, how Guardiola absolutely destroyed football. It's not him destroying it. It's people copying him who destroyed football. Let me even see what Capello said about football. I don't even know how to spell Capello. Probably. Capello comment on Pep Guardiola. It's like he's absolutely destroyed Pep Guardiola. But I don't think he should destroy Pep Guardiola. He should destroy those idiots who are copying all the time, who are copying exactly, and they don't know what else to do when that copy-paste is limited. Pep Guardiola can change. Pep Guardiola can find another way when he's blocked because he got the money, and the more quality you have, the more your system is gonna work. But now you see managers who are copying Pep Guardiola, and they don't have the same. The same player. The caliber of players are not there. So if you read this from Capello, he says, Pep Guardiola has done a lot of harm to football. You know what I don't like about Guardiola? His arrogance. The Champions League he won with City is the only one where he didn't try anything funny in the decisive matches. Exactly. When he decided to get Erling Haaland, allow Erling Haaland actually to be a number 9. But before that, he was like, he hate number 9, he hate wingers, he hate such and such. He's gonna complicate everything. And he understood, he did common sense, simple common sense. And that's why he went to win the Champions League, right? The only time. And he could have won like 3 Champions Leagues already with Manchester City if he kept it simple. It's going to be like quarterfinal or semi-finals. He's going to put like 11 wingers on the pitch. He's going to put Zinchenko as a number 9. He's going to put everybody everywhere, all over the place, just to show people that I am the guy. It's not about the players. It's about me. So let me continue with what Capello said. But all of other years in Manchester and Munich, on key days, he always wanted to be the protagonist. Okay? He would change things and invent them so he could say, it's not the players who win, it's me. Exactly. This is what's happening with this bloody Maresca too. He complicates everything. Instead of leaving people out of position, in their natural position, he just put them everywhere, inverting everything through the middle just to say, it's not the player, it's me, it's me. That is arrogant. It's me, it's not the player. And that arrogance cost him several Champions League. I respect him, but for me, it's clear. That is the great Fabio Capello talking football here. There's not only one way of winning football. For people like Maresca now or Arteta, long ball is like the biggest crime that you can commit in football. Send it to Drogba, send it to Costa, chest, top bin, top corner. Those goals don't count anymore according to those geniuses, new managers that we have today. Everything needs to be perfect. Tiki-taka, 1,000 passes. The guy said last day or the other day, They know if they don't pass backward or they kick long, I'm going to change that. This is how we're going to play, and people need to respect that. All right. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. We continue with Mr. Capello here. Besides, even if it is no longer his fault. Yeah, that's what I said. It's no longer his fault at the moment because those idiots, those stupid managers, they are copying somebody that they don't understand. Somebody who is 1,000 times better than them, who got more money than them, who can get whoever he wants to make his system work. But you coming in the team full of youngsters, full of very good, solid players. You have to find the way that fit the players that you have, not to push them, impose them a stupid system, and blame them in the end. Okay, so he is giving him some credit here that I said, besides, even no longer his fault, he has done a lot of harm because everyone spent 10 years trying to copy him. It's ruined Italian football, which lost its nature. Wow. He didn't even manage in Italy, but people tried to copy him in Italy. Capello said, stop. You don't have Guardiola's players, okay? There was also absurd idea of that was all there was to do to play well. So now it's like if you don't do the tiki-taka situation, you don't play good. A disaster. And also, yeah, I forgot where I saw another quote when he said, because Capello actually coached Pep Guardiola at AS Roma, right? He was the coach because when Guardiola left Barcelona as a player, he went to Roma, and Fabio Capello was the manager. And Capello told him, he tried to give advice to Capello how to coach. And Capello told him, why can't you just run? Just run, keep running, and don't stand there talking. Just run and talk, and not just stand there. Because, say, he was very lazy. He didn't want to run. He was just talking about positioning, how to save energy, how to do this and that, coaching the coach. So you see that from there, Capello didn't really like Guardiola at all. I think he was there like for one season or so, and he left. He went, I don't know where, to Mexico or whatever he went. But that shows you that Guardiola got his own philosophy. It worked because he had the players to use, and he got the budget to do it. But look at the stupid Champions League semi-final, quarterfinals he lost like at Bayern Munich and Manchester City. You ask yourself, simple common sense. Keep it simple. 4-3-3, normal system. Allow player, you don't even have to coach them, right? Just like I don't know what manager said. One of the Brazilians managers. He said, I went to the dressing room and I wanted to give tactics at halftime, and I found Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, all those big names. And he went there and he was like, guys, I have nothing to say. Just go there and win the game. He didn't give them even any tactics. Just go there and win me the game. Sometimes you have just to keep it simple instead of, it's me. I'm going to play you as a wing back today and you are a striker, just to show people that I am a genius. Everything is working because of me. Anyways, I'm sick and tired of talking about this. Anyways, then. All right. Anyways, Caesar, I will take your call very soon, my brother. Be there. I'm trying to read some comments here so we can have some breaking news from you. Toothless as is toothless, but they are not toothless. Arsenal just scored 7 goals in one game. The other game they scored 2 goals. Chelsea in the last 3 games they haven't lost any, and they are scoring goals. 2-1 is just a win. So you're talking nonsense here, Mr. People's Republic. Gallagher got robbed there against Real Madrid, and Alvarez penalty. Just because you win 1-0 doesn't mean that you are toothless. Probably Enzo Maresca is just being cautious now. Like, hey, one goal, close the shop, because he's afraid now that he's just losing, playing good. We are scoring goals. Fabio Capello is the king of boring, anti-football, zero imagination, doesn't know what he's talking about. He's stuck in the past and got very old mindset. Well, he was winning trophies. He was efficient. You can say whatever you want. That's what even people say about Mourinho. When you concede 15 goals the entire season, that is also a big record. And this is coming from you, who've been praising Diego Simeone here 24/7, or how good he is, and everybody called him boring, right? He plays like a 10-0-0 formation. That's what De Bruyne said. 10-0-0 formation. Like he put 10 people behind the ball. But that is not boring because he's still coaching, right? So it depends on who you like or who you don't like. You bring theories that fit your narrative or that give advantage to your people that you like, and try to destroy other people by the same theory. If you can use the same imagination about people, how Simeone been, sit back and all the great players that he has, and then you're gonna sit back and frustrate people, score 1 goal, and then close the shop. Capello was entertaining. I don't know if you remember him, but he was also entertaining. He won a lot of trophies. There's no one way and one way only of playing football. You can call it boring if you are the opposition team. But when Capello manages your team and he wins trophies like Mourinho did for Chelsea, everybody calling Jose, boring, Jose. Nobody cares. It's even a good thing to banter. Like, yeah, we frustrate you 1-0 to the Chelsea and we won. So your narrative often depends on who you like or who you don't like. The same game, you can give credit to somebody for amazing game, and the other guy will be destroyed even if he scores a hat trick because you don't like him. So your analysis are not objective. They are always biased somehow. The same game that you play against Copenhagen and Enzo Fernandez, oh my goodness, you've been talking here, you don't like Enzo, look at him today. And if some people tell you, well, Nkunku actually is the guy who recovered the ball to give to Enzo Fernandez, or Nkunku this, or Nkunku scored 2 goals, it doesn't count, let's wait against Arsenal or Liverpool. But the same game, the other guy is a masterclass. This is Southampton only. This is okay. But your boy was masterclass and the best that ever, better than Drogba and Hazard, right? But in the same game against Southampton. But for the other guy, it doesn't count because you don't like him. But that is not me. I'm always very, very fair guy. I praise you when you deserve to be praised, and I criticize you when you deserve to be criticized. I don't have any agenda or anything against anybody. So you have to be careful about People's Republic analysis, because he likes more about fight. It's about debate than about being Cole Palmer out? I don't know. I have to double check. Let me double check. If he's out, well, he hasn't done good. Or probably if he's out, and then is a chance to give Nkunku finally. All right. So here the lineup, people. We have Robert Sanchez, Fofana, Badiashile, Colwill, Kukurea, James, Caicedo, Neto, Enzo, Sancho, and Nkunku. On the bench, Bettinelli, Tosin, Chalobah, Gusto, Anchapong, Lavia, Dewsbury Hall, George, no Cole Palmer. And remember last season when we didn't have Cole Palmer, we got smashed 5-0 by Arsenal in the same fixture. So I hope that today we can now test Nkunku in the number 10 as Cole Palmer, so we can judge him properly. This is what I've been asking for years. It's not even years. I'm exaggerating here, but you know what I'm talking about. If we can give now this guy here, Nkunku, for the first time ever, a big game like Arsenal, give him number 10, number 8 position, so we can judge him. So everybody can see what this guy can do. Instead of, okay, now we're going to push him as a winger today and we point fingers on him. What is going to be the excuse today? What is going to be the excuse today for Nkunku not playing as a number 10, number 8? Anybody tell me? Because if I see him on the side, that is going to be clear that he been set to failure. The manager don't like you. No matter what, he will never play you from your natural position. Hey, it's a good chance here for everybody to give this guy a chance. Give this guy a chance. Cesar, go on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. The floor is yours. You can talk now.
Yes. So, we're out of the Champions League.
I know that. I told you that when I predicted, and you said that Club Brugge will win the Champions League.
Yes.
That's what you told me, right?
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
But
remember.
some chaos. Yesterday was a fire at a bike shop in Bruges, and something like, look on. Do you know Holland?
Say it again. You fall in the bike. Can you say it again, please?
What?
Say it again, please. I didn't get it. Like, say it a little bit slower so we can. Yeah.
But
Go on, bro. Go on.
Something happened yesterday.
Okay.
The game was in danger about a fire.
Okay.
And it's gonna be played.
Okay. Go on, bro. Talk. The floor is yours. I gave you the floor. Go on.
Yeah. Caesar. And Club Brugge show is gonna be played.
Against what team?
Charleroi.
Oh, Charleroi. Okay. Charleroi. Yeah, I know where Charleroi is. Yeah.
Yes. And this. Yeah. The last game day of the regular season and then the playoffs.
Okay, so let now talk about the Premier League, because you also support City because of Vincent Kompany and your other brother Doku, De Bruyne, and all that. Now, tell us what is happening, because yesterday they dropped point again, 2-2.
Yes, like,
what is happening with Manchester City? Talk to us.
Yes, like Pep, he's making hella changes. I saw the lineup. I was really happy with Marmoush and Haaland. I think Marmoush, how many goals did he got in the Premier League?
I don't know, bro. You tell me.
And yesterday, I saw the 2-2 of Brighton. Oh my God, Husanov. I know he's a young player, but now I own goal. Oh. Yes. And Prem, like, I think I'm gonna say next season we're gonna win the Premier League again.
Yeah, it's possible.
It's possible.
Yeah.
But with possible, we are gonna win the FA Cup.
The FA Cup this season is difficult, but yeah, that is the only trophy that Manchester City can win this season. So the FA Cup, yeah, I think they're gonna put everything to win it. Yeah, so I agree with that.
We have played Bournemouth away.
Bournemouth also been very, very good under the new manager. You know.
Yes. Like last week at Nottingham Forest. Like we have 1-2-0 and we lost. And Pep, he needs to make changes next season.
All right. So, anything else you wanna add, my brother?
Yes, your prediction for the Club Brugge Charleroi?
You are my friend, so I'm gonna always. I am always going to predict that you win because I want you to be happy. So I want you to beat them 3-1. 3-1. Yeah.
But we got 2 injuries. Björn Meijer.
It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. You have players that can take that place and win the game. Charleroi are not that good this season.
Yes, but they are in playoffs too. Your playoffs.
Yeah, but they are not as strong as Club Brugge.
Yes. And Henk won yesterday again.
Huh?
Henk won yesterday again.
The one. How was the game? Tell us more about it. How was
First
the game?
off, really boring. And then second off, Henk goal 1-0 Tolu Arkodare. And you know the South Korean old striker of Celtic?
Yeah.
Or something? And 2-1 of Aitalach, a youth player of Anderlecht, who go to Union. And today, a big miracle for the relegation playoffs.
Okay, so let me read some comment here. Mr. Gamer today, if Maresca get the level of players, his system would be successful, similar to Pep, but he needs quality player to execute. But you know that you need quality players, but you also know that the players that you have can't play your system, and you force them to play that system. So you blame the players instead of your own system. That means you are one-trick pony. You have to find a way of getting the result while you are fighting to get the players that will fit your system. When everything was working last year, right, for a couple of months or 3 months that Chelsea was unstoppable, everybody said how he was a genius. But now, when we are not doing good, everybody is pointing fingers on players. So you have also to be fair here. Just don't be a fanboy, or don't be a cultist where you have just to praise and not criticize when you need to criticize. That's the problem. You don't have players, okay. The players that you have can play better in another setup and win games, right? So you have to be flexible. That's the problem. The problem that we have. All right, let me see if there are some other comment. Emmanuel Strong again. Palmer goes back at spoil game. Palmer is not even there. I now see what Pep saw and got rid of him. Get rid of who? I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about, because if you're talking about Maresca, he didn't get rid of Maresca. Maresca left and went to be a manager somewhere else. Arsenal for Life say that Chelsea is about to be destroyed. That's what you always say, bro. Win at least one Champions League before you come and banter me here. London is blue, London is red, London is whatever color it is. Somebody got echoes.
Hello, brother. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Olamide. People's Republic, you have echoes. You have another window open or whatever it is. I muted you because it's just giving me echoes. Yeah, go on, Mr. Olamide.
Bro, this afternoon before the game, well, I don't know what is. I don't know what happened, but to me, Maresca don't want to learn. Seriously, he don't want to learn at all, because I don't expect him to be using this formation, this lineup. I don't expect this lineup. Whether he's trying to defend or whatever, I can't even understand.
Well, we don't even know. We don't even know what system, what system he's gonna use. But I think this is the best that he could have done. Palmer is not there, and then this is the moment for Nkunku where we can judge Nkunku fairly. If there is a big if here, if he's played from the middle where Cole Palmer plays, but you never know. You will see Nkunku again from some weird positions. He's gonna be a winger, and that is gonna confirm that he doesn't like him. Because he said 1,000 times every press conference, Christo is not such. Christo is not a winger. Christo can't do this. Christo can't do that. But he continues to play him from where he said that he's not good at. So what that tells me, you are setting somebody to failure so you can take attention from your own crap.
I don't even understand for him. What?
We don't even know the formation we are playing, but the players that are on the pitch are good. There is nothing he could have done better here, in my opinion. Like, this is what we got, right?
You know what is bothering me most is how he's using Reece James as the midfield. We all will know Reece James to be a very good winger. What is it called?
Right back.
You know, right back. So if you are using Reece James as a midfielder, instead of you to get 100% of Reece James, you can only get 30 to 50%. It's reducing the guy's effort on the pitch, because to me, if Reece James were to, he can, even without with his crossing, some of the goals can enter. If Reece James cross, they can do an own goal, or somebody can head the ball in. And you know, Reece James can also play shot right from that position and score goals. But whereby you use him in the defensive midfield where he can't even shoot, and we don't have someone who can shoot at a goal. So
yeah, I think the lineup is good. The formation is what's gonna kill us, because this is the best that we got right now. If he can keep it simple, like, you know, wait a little bit. If we play that high line that we played against Manchester City, we are done. Arsenal are going to finish us, because that is like you playing in Arteta's hand. There's no way you beat Arteta by playing Arteta game. That's what Manchester City did to us. One ball over the top, we are destroyed. So I hope that the players good. All these players good. We can beat Arsenal with these players, but the setup is the reason why Chelsea will lose this game if we lose. But I'm still very positive today. I'm gonna stay positive.
You know, what me I've been thinking, like, who is it called? What is it called? The board member, the staff, even the coach, even everyone in Chelsea right now, even the players themselves, I can say all of them are fans. They always want to do something for Chelsea, to be in the same level with Arsenal, or to be asked for Arsenal to be greater than Chelsea. That is what they are trying to do. Because me, I see it like once Arsenal can progress, so they want to draw Chelsea back. Because everything these people are doing is not in the favor of the team. It's not in the favor of the team. Started from the goalkeeper, from the coach. You will see last time against when Sanchez was the one who dashed them goal for them to win.
He made sure that he gave them an assist. Like he tried like 7 times before. The last time he was like, I'm sick and tired of this. Declan Rice, get this one, please. Like he plays against us most of the time when we play Arsenal, but the manager decided to go for him. I didn't want to see him, Sanchez. I wanted Jorgensen, but the manager is a genius. Everything he does is good. So we have.
And you see why I say the manager is also an Arsenal fan or an agent from Arsenal is you can see that kind of goalkeeper who do all this kind of error. You choose him ahead of someone who is more better than him. See Petrovic. You decide to loan Petrovic and let this kind of goalkeeper to stay. You want him as your starting is your first choice of goalkeeper. That means you have something in mind because you don't want the progress of the team. Even look at it when we were winning match by match, every match is this coach will keep on saying no, we are not in the title race, and he makes sure that we are not in the title race.
It's like I told you, so he was looking for I told you moment. I told you we are not good enough. Like he wanted to make sure that everybody understand that we are not ready yet. He changed his language like a few weeks ago and he said, oh, the goal, the target been there all the time, top 4. But this is, you think everybody is stupid? I have every single press conferences in my channel, and you come here and say, oh, the message been clear since day one, is always we're going to finish top 4. He changed it because he got a lot of pressure, and they say, how the hell anybody is going to get motivated? Like, I go to university, I don't know when the exams are going to be. I don't know what I don't have any homework. I don't have any goal. I still just going to university to do what? I'm not going to graduate to anything. I'm not expecting anything. Even student, when they postpone, when they say, okay, your exam is postponed for a few weeks, people just get lazy again because people just want to be under pressure. Like, hey, man, this week and next week we have this. I have this test. You need deadlines. You need something to look to. You have to work for something. And his message was, no, we're just having fun here. We are a young team. Yes, we are a young team. But if the door opens for you to win it, you don't say no. This is your chance. Grab it. Anyways, People's Republic, did you fix your echoes? No?
I had no echoes. I don't know where you got that idea from.
Because I can tell from my screen. Because it tells me where the echoes are coming, and I can see it, and that's why I muted you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to destroy your life. So it's, I don't know, there's still echoes or what?
No, it's gone now.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't realize I had echoes. So it's the first time ever. I normally never have echoes. So I was very surprised. And so what was my brother saying there, Mr. Official Olamendi? You know, is this Olamendi? Is this like the Coffee Olamendi, the famous musician?
He's a musician.
I love his music. It's the most fantastic music ever. He's from Cameroon or from Congo?
Nigeria.
No.
This is Olamide from. There is a Kofi Olomide who is from Congo, and Olamide is from Nigeria. You don't know anything about the new generation of musicians.
I didn't know there was a Nigerian singer called Olamide. I just know the Coffee from the Congo. Soukous. He plays Soukous. I don't know if you know Soukous music. I love Soukous. It's the best music ever. But if you don't know Soukous, you don't know Soukous. And but anyway, so what are we talking about? What's the subject? You were very angry today here. So what are you talking about?
I don't know. You tell me.
You can talk about anything. I can talk about anything. You've been attacking me, or I've been because you
always flip flop, which is very surprising for the men of your level, because you always flip flop. I don't know if it's for the debate or for the fight.
I was attacking that failed manager Capello, the one who failed in England. They chased him out of there. I don't know, with these ridiculous comments. He doesn't want any change. He wants everything to stay how it used to be. 15 people at the back and just play safety, old school Italian football. No imagination, no innovation, no creativity. The world must stand still. That is old man thinking. You know, that is why he's out of date. This is why he's not in management anymore, because his mindset is set in stone. He's from another generation. God bless him. But you shouldn't criticize for Pepsi. Just because Pepsi is a younger guy, he's got a creativity, imagination. Yes, he tinkers, he plays, but he has changed the face for football. You can discuss whether it's in the positive way or the negative way, but at least things have happened. You know, with Pepsi, he's a genius of his time. You even said it yourself when he was at Roma. He was even more smarter than the coach. I mean, you said he was thinking in terms of how do you save energy? You know, whoever thought about those days? How do you save energy, or the diet, or systems and formation? So for Pepsi, he's a diamond from the of football. You know, because he has a different mindset, philosophy. But maybe now he's run out of ideas, and other people, younger people, have caught up to him, and he's unable to come up with new ideas. And I know you love fucking Haaland. But if you look at City before and after Haaland, I would argue that City was actually better before Haaland. And Haaland came there, he destroyed his complete system there. And this is why City is struggling, because they have basically a passenger in Haaland. Yes, he'll get the goal here, penalty there, and tap in there. But he's still, for the way Pepsi likes to play, that guy is a liability. And he's one of the reasons why City is struggling, because they can't find a solution. Because the defenders, as you know, this is Premier League. They found out how to mark Haaland. You know, it took a long time, but they found out how to play him, how to mark him, and Pepsi is unable to come up with solutions. All you just see is Doku dribbling down there, but unfortunately Doku's final product is terrible. And he can dribble from now until next Christmas, but he doesn't know how to pass the ball to play in a good situation. So you will notice defenders, they'll let him have the ball, they'll let him dribble, they don't double team him, nothing, because they know that he's a bit like your boy Felix. Also, his end product, if you notice, defenders, they'll give him space because they also know, don't waste too much time on him because his final product is terrible. Unlike Cole Palmer, when Cole Palmer gets the ball, it's panic stations because they know this guy, He's got, well, maybe not at the moment, he's firing blanks, but still, it's different. At the end of the day, it's your end product. What are you going to do? What do you do when you get the ball?
Okay,
and today,
can you land so we can greet other brothers? Like stay in one topic before we jump to another, so we can have time to rotate. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I'll let Aziz talk.
Okay, Aziz, go on. Aziz, are you still there? No.
Hello?
Yes. Hello?
Hey,
And People's
Mr.
Republic, you still have a lot of echoes. Every time I mute you, the stream is good. Everything looks good. Check on your phone. There is a window. If you are using your phone, there is another window who is open that you might not even know. It's not your fault, but that's what happened. When you have another window open in the same device, it's going to give echoes. So you take yourself off and you come back because it's really, really very loud coming from you. Okay, let's go, Mr. Aziz.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, we have everybody right here in Georgia. So God understands. I saw the lineup. Is what it is, man. I have no what to say. I don't know why Kopama wasn't playing today.
He's injured.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to say no more. I just want us to. I want to win. Because the last time we won at Emirates, that was under Thomas Tuchel.
I don't understand what's going on with everybody's microphone today. Olamide.
Yeah, can you hear me, Prof?
Yeah, I can hear you. Aziz is just getting lower and lower all the time. So you got your shirt, huh?
Yeah,
you
I
got your
it.
shirt from Chelsea?
Yeah, I got it. That was last week Tuesday, so I got it. No, I think this week Tuesday, so I wear it to go and watch comprehensive match, so that I don't use loose to start wearing it. So
yeah, that is a very expensive shirt. That is a very expensive one because it is different than what they sell on the black market.
Exactly, and you see, it's signed by all the players. Their signatures, everything is there.
Oh wow! They sign everything. Wow, that's good. You know what? You know what? This shirt, you can make a lot of money in the future. You can make a lot of money in the future, like if you save it as a collection and you don't put all the paint all over a place and you don't get it dirty and put in the wrong washing machine and destroy it. In few years, you can sell it with those signature. You might get probably $300 or $500 on eBay, or even $1,000. Like this is like I'm being serious here. I sold one of the shirt of Zinedine Zidane, right? Zinedine Zidane back in 90. I got a shirt from 1998 shirt that he signed in the French national team. I sold it on auction. That it brought me about $2,000.
Wow.
Yeah. So
you know one thing in America, Europe, or in those white countries, like it's easy to do, but in Africa,
oh yeah,
if you are telling someone this, first of all,
I understand you, but what you can do, the business is different now. You can sell your product from Africa, you can ship it somewhere. If you go and you sell it on Amazon, or you sell it on, if you put it on auction, and people will fight, like somebody is gonna start by giving you $200 and somebody is gonna throw me $300, and they start fighting for like a week, and then the last day somebody wins it, and then when they win it, you take the shirt, you pack it, and you send it to the address that you're gonna buy. You have to be legit. You have to be legit. You need a store on eBay or Amazon or something. But yeah, like what I'm telling you is your shirt might make you a lot of money when you need it, because all the players got signed there, and it's legit from Chelsea official website, so you can make money in a few years from now. Just think about it. Think about it. That I'm just giving you an idea. When you are lacking money one day and you decide to go and sell it, you can get money because it's a collectible item. So that's what I wanted to say.
All right. Thank you very much for this idea. I really appreciate
Yeah, I tell
this.
you, that's why I told you. Remember when I told you that if I knew that I was going to pay you $150 so you can send it to me? You can send it to me so I can sell it like in 5 years from now and get $2,000.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a lot of money. Just keep it clean. Keep it clean.
I'm still trying to get another one from them.
And if you wanna hand wash it, don't put it in a washer because sometimes washer can destroy. Read all the labels, what they tell you. Don't iron it, and you're gonna destroy it. Just keep it really in shape. You might make a lot of money one day from that shirt. Yeah.
And most importantly, keep the receipts.
Yeah, you keep all those receipts and all that. Even
so
you can even copy when you want it, and they send you that email that you want it. You document all that. All those documentation is just making it more valuable on the market. It's look so legit and look. Oh man, this a player. You can even copy the list of players that sign the shirt. It's gone. The more history you give to the shirt, the more money you're gonna get from the shirt.
The more value.
Yeah, that's how it works. So that is money right there, bro. That's money right there.
You have to document that it's not a fake, it's not a forgery. That's the whole point.
It's not a
keep
fake,
the receipts.
it's not forgery.
This is the original thing. It's not something which is made copy and paste somewhere. This is the original product, and people, you see all these programs on TV where people try to sell at the used stuff, and the first thing they look for is authenticity. Is this stuff original or not original? Something original, it could be a gun, it could be sword, it could be a book, it could be stamps, it could be coins, whatever. If it's copy, it's only worth a few cents. If it's original, it will be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's a big difference. Even though if you look at the thing, it looks like the original thing, but the professionals, they can always tell. They can see things
and there are companies there that will check on signature and see, but that is you're gonna pay them more money to make it legit, to say, oh no, this signature is from Obama or something, because everybody can be Obama, but there are people there, companies that will go and double check on that and confirm it. That's just to give the object a new value. But you don't have to do that because you want it officially because of context. You have the email, you have the shipping and the information, everything they gave you, and you have the signature from every player. You have everything, so you don't need to look for authenticity anymore from somewhere where they can ask you more money to make it legit. So you have everything that you have. All you have to do, copy, photocopy everything, keep it. One day when you need money, boom, you call me.
Keep the original packaging, by the way.
Yeah.
If it had a nice box, I would never wear it. I would just keep it in the box and just leave it locked and sealed somewhere, wait for 10 years, and then, money in your pocket.
Like even now, you can still get good money around. If you were in America here, easily I can make 500, like now, $500. But if you wait, next season, because it's not the same, they don't make the same shirt anymore. And then the more it lasts, the more it get value over the time. And if Chelsea, let's say Chelsea this season, we win the Conference League, and somehow we manage to win the Premier League. That shirt is becoming iconic again. Liverpool starts scrambling. Liverpool still boom, 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 boom. They are sent back to Egypt or whatever. And Chelsea somehow. Arsenal, nowhere to be seen. Chelsea wins the league. That is going to be the biggest robbery in the history of football, right? And that shirt, Europa Conference League, the Premier League, the women just won one trophy. they're gonna win 3 more, and we're gonna win the quadruple in the women team. So the shirt might become iconic because of what we won. So.
To become iconic, because it has no sponsor. It has no sponsor in the front, so it will definitely become iconic.
Yeah.
That is one of the magic.
And you know what? I won it predicting the women match. So it's the female team who signed the jersey, so not from the men's team.
Yeah, so that's
already,
good.
I think with this jersey, they have already won the trophy. Even it was a match against Manchester City. It was a match. We won them. That was that was the first leg of the Premier League, so which I won. The match.
The predictions.
I won the prediction, so I was the one on top overall. So I was so happy that day. So yesterday they also won Manchester City again, and this time they are playing Manchester City like 3 times on a row.
Yeah, we're gonna play them in the Champions League too, 2 times, and we're gonna play them in the league 1 time.
In the league 1 again. So I think another chance is coming from it. It's like I know how to predict Manchester City.
Yeah, City yesterday, they were very good. They dominated the game. Tiki-taka Pep Guardiola, and Chelsea women were just efficient. We went there, bam, bam, score. You know
what? Yeah, that yesterday match, my prediction was perfect. I predicted 2-0, but Chelsea won 2-1 because Man City managed them. And I predicted Ramirez, she will score the first goal, and she was the one who scored the first goal.
Yeah, so she missed the one opportunity. The opportunity that she misses.
Exactly.
She missed like Jackson was going to be proud really to see that kind of miss.
And what makes me now be the top yesterday was the ball possession, because I predicted Chelsea would get 55 ball possession, whereby they got 40 something. So Man City played more better, but Chelsea won the match yesterday. So I think within the games, I think I will still get.
I don't even care no more. I just wanted 3 points. If you are playing boring football and bringing out, there's one thing. If you play boring football and you win, I will take it.
Yeah, that is the most important. In this stage of the competition is about getting 3
But to
points.
me, in that midfield, instead of playing Rich James in the midfield, is Romelu Lavia in the bench?
Yeah, he's on the bench.
I would have played Lavia and Caicedo to sit.
Yeah, that's what I said. And Enzo is a number 8 or something.
Yeah, 8 or 10, I don't even care. And Nkuku, you understand? Just the normal this thing about that, because protection. Because Rich James might not have the physicality of what this guy have. Because Arsenal depends on their midfield.
Yeah.
Arsenal depends on their midfield. Someone like Partey is strong. Declan Rice, they are strong. You understand what I'm saying? So you need someone that can help combat that. Like
Rhys James also is strong, but he's not used to being a midfielder.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How many times has he played in the midfield?
Only few times, and he made also a lot of mistakes, but people remember just the game that he scored, and people are like, oh man, we see why.
So sometimes, when you know, I'm just it is what it is, man. I just want a 3 point today. Like I double dare them not to bring a 3 point today.
That's what I just think. The most important. Yeah. All right.
Hello, brother. Please, I'm right now with you. I have to go.
Yeah, you have to go somewhere in the bar to meet other people and watch the game. Good luck, man. Go there and enjoy your time.
I will meet you after the game. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And thank you for the information.
All right. Thanks. Mr. McKean, you are in the building.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Big up to everybody.
Big up, sir. What do you think about the lineup?
Christ is Lord, and we
Yes, sir.
let's just hope that we have a good Sunday.
Uh-huh.
What's the confirmation here of the reason why Cole Palmer isn't playing today? If you
I
can
think
tell
he
me.
has a muscle fatigue or muscle injury or something like that.
Caused by diarrhea.
The last time he didn't, and this is what I was saying, right? Because people said if Cole Palmer didn't play that game, who was going to play? I said, and this is why you are paid 10 million a season to make decisions. People made it sound like without Palmer, Chelsea can't play. Even when he got diarrhea and he didn't train for 3 days, he need to be there because it's Palmer. Now he's not there. What the excuse is gonna be? So that's why I say it was stupid. It was really stupid for a manager to come out to say, "Oh, because he asked me because he want to qualify this game, this club to the Champions League and blah blah." Hello, that's what you, the manager, you're supposed to save the player from, from themselves, to hurt themselves. You and the medical team need to say, no, we know that you want to play, but you are not able. So he made it sound like Cole Palmer decide. It's Cole Palmer FC. He decide when to play, how to play. And I told people, when people were getting on me, I said, when you are tired like that, mentally and physically tired like that, you have a big risk also of getting injured. And probably because of that tiredness on the pitch, that his muscle just gave up. So now you are paying the price of stupidity, right? When I said that was stupid, people got on me. But now that Cole Palmer is missing one of the biggest games of the season, last season when he wasn't there, and then we lost 5-0. I'm not saying we're going to lose 5-0. It could be an opportunity for Christopher Nkunku to finally play as a number 10, number 8, and let's judge him from that position. But in a game like this, it's not a game that you're going to lose somebody like Palmer. So if Maresca was intelligent enough the way he pretended to be, the game that he forced Palmer to play wasn't the game, really. Just give him rest. You see, we are paying the consequence of stupidity.
Yeah, that's what I really wanted to know, because I couldn't make sense around it as to why the timing and everything, because players are still not playing in their rightful position. I don't know, man. I don't know. It just seems that that way that's being imposed on the team to play, it seems like it's forced, and they don't mind seeing the team crumble behind it as long as it works in that specific way. And I don't think it's very fair. And I don't blame players for leaving or wanting to leave. And it's a confusing atmosphere. And so far, I'm not gonna lie to you, since we can't get rid of the directors, I'm gonna have to say I'm leaning towards Maresca out. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's looking like that for me. But I digress.
That is your opinion. Everybody got an opinion, and we have to respect people's opinion here.
And what is his opinion of Nkunku? The same guy speaking before.
He's not playing in the same position that he's supposed to be. That's what me also said. Even he's not playing the 10 or the 8 where he is. You got Enzo Fernandez here that's going to be exposed today. It's going to look bad. And then you have Fofana that's not, when it comes to the right back position and the right centre back position, and there's struggles there. And then you have James, who doesn't have the brain of a midfielder, but we want him to play. It's too much is going on at one time that there's not much integration. It's just dumping players. Look at the chemistry and the cohesion, that Arsenal have. Arteta, you can't play Arteta at his game. Why do you not play to our advantages, which is mostly physicalities and tightening of the pitch? But if this is the way it's gonna go down, and it's looking like the goalkeeper thing is still going on. I don't know anymore. I'm just here for the vibes now.
Yeah, it's the goalkeeper. Like Mark is in the building. He's gonna tell us how the sporting directors and the owners told Maresca to play Robert Sanchez, who will give the ball 10 times to Arsenal to make sure that they score a goal, and he got an assist, an on goal, and the reason why Palmer was forced to play when he had diarrhea and didn't train for 2 days is because Todd Bowley called him and say you have to choose those people. And the reason why Nkunku is going to play out of position because the sporting directors and the owners are pushing him and forcing him what position, what system, what he should be on the pitch, and we should blame them. Mark, what do you have to say, bro?
Thank you for the introduction, and I really love it. And I will hit it right on the nails. And I believe sometimes a lot of the supporters, as you always term it, flip-flop about their decisions, and it's rather unfortunate. And I know for sure that for the past years, Chelsea have been built in a way that when things go wrong, we always put it on our coaches. It's fair to say that, but if you work in an environment where it's so toxic, where there are so influences going on, and at the end of the day, we tend to blame one person for our woes, I feel like it's rather unfortunate. And let's not forget that the person or the coach, people think he is the problem, went on a winning streak last time, and nobody talk about how bad he is and how he's destroying the football club. I must also say that if Kopama is not fit, that is not the job of the coach to determine if he should play or he shouldn't play. They coordinate everything through the doctors. The doctors will determine, and Kopama himself will also determine whether he is fit to play in any game. So, for the fact that the guy is not going to play today, and people might think that that is the issue of
Can I comment, sir?
Hold
Can I
on.
comment, sir?
Aziz, let me finish.
Okay.
When I finish, whatever question you want to ask me, I'm ready to. For the fact that he's not going to play today, it's not going to be on the coach that, hey, I want you to play, or if he's unwilling to play, Maresca will not say, hey, you are fit, so you need to play. So either way, we can't blame Maresca for some of these things because the doctors are going to tell him what he has to do. The player will also let him know that unless the player comes out and say, oh, I can still manage to play. But at the end of the day, if Maresca also decides to field that player and something goes wrong and it comes to the media, all of these things go behind the scenes. Because we are fans, we don't see some of these things. I have to be honest with you. We don't see some of the scene situations. But at the end of the day, when things go bad, we are quick to judge one person or one particular aspect of groups. That is rather unfortunate. And I feel like sometimes as fans may have decided not to even talk about Chelsea Football Club because it seems some fans are content with whatever is going on. And I will talk about football matters, what is going on the field. And I will make my critique. But as of Chelsea Football Club in general, I'm just wasting my time. It's not worth it. I will just talk about the game on the field of play so that we can give our audience all the necessary information, because all the talks about sporting directors and the owners, that is their own money. It's our football club. Nothing lasts forever. And I hope a day will come, everybody will come to realization that whatever we were saying one way or the other wasn't meant to target anybody. we all love Chelsea Football Club. Todd Boehly hasn't come in for my woman, where I have to hate him. The other guy hasn't done anything bad to me, where I have to go personal. But if you love the football club and you think we can go through certain direction, and people are also going through certain direction, it's sad.
Okay,
and
so
it baffles me. Hold
Lend,
on,
please,
let me
so we
finish
can.
something.
Yeah, Lend, please.
Yeah,
Lend.
and as we all know, Chelsea is lacking a lot of strikers in our team, and even if we want to invest in the future, we could have done investment towards getting some potential striker or something like that. But we all know what is going on right now. We made some purchases, and there was nothing like investing in a striker, which to me, I don't know where we are going. So now, if this is what is going to go on, I'm not going to waste my time talk about how the football team is being operating. I will talk
Okay,
about
so
how
let's
the
listen
players
from
are doing on
Aziz,
the
please.
field
We're
of
gonna
play.
go around.
Yeah,
Because,
sure.
I want to ask you a
Aziz,
question. I want to ask you a question. Was he who decided to use Palmer on Thursday?
On Thursday, that is what I'm telling you, Aziz.
No. You said no because I want to pick out a point from you. You said it's not the coach's decision. Okay, whose decision to use Palmer on Thursday?
And let me tell you
what
something. I will
Maresca
give you
said,
the
if
answer.
I can intervene a little bit here, what Maresca said is like, Cole Palmer asked me to play because he want to help. He want to help this club to qualify for the Champions League.
Excuse me, I want to ask you a question, Mr. House. Mr. House, let's be sincere. Is it the coach that decides who's to play or the player? If I'm the coach,
it's a very good
I'm the captain of this team. I decide who I want to use. Because one, you are out of form. Secondly, I could have managed you whereby when we are leading 1-0, 2-0, I bring you in. So you can get your form back.
Maybe sorry
from
to
there.
interject, but let me say something. If Cole Palmer was saying, I'm fit, I want to play, and Maresca said, oh no, I feel like you are unable to play at this time, so I want you to rest, and something goes wrong, and it comes to the media, and Chelsea were supposed to lose that particular game, what do you think would have happened?
It's a risk. It's a risk that the manager need to play because the manager is the boss. The manager decide and not the player imposing him.
It's a coordination between the coach, the player.
Okay.
And the doctors.
I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
That is why it's called a manager. If I see you are out of form, there are ways you can manage a player to be in form back. You know that.
Exactly.
There's ways you can manage a player to be informed back. Look at you. This guy has not been playing well. Take the pressure off him because on Thursday, this guy was so desperate he wanted to score a goal.
There you go. Exactly. Exactly what you said.
Pressure off him. This is why I said Maresca is a C type of a manager. He shouldn't be managing a club like Chelsea.
Cole Palmer was also very selfish. Cole Palmer was very selfish in that.
I'm very glad you are saying that.
Oh,
he shouldn't be coaching.
Palmer was. Hang on.
I'm glad that. Hold on.
A quick point. Cole Palmer was very selfish because he thought in his mind, I haven't scored in 6 games. FC Copenhagen, I'll get some easy goals here. Then I'll be back. That was his mindset, which was very, very selfish.
Let me say something, Aziz. I'm very glad that you are saying that this coach wasn't supposed to coach a team like Chelsea. Was he the person who said, "Hey, I want the job. Give me the job right now"?
Let me refresh your memory. Let me refresh our memory back. Okay. You are one of the same people that say, "Oh, get this coach."
Yes, and I know he's still a good coach.
Okay, so
nobody will tell me Maresca is a bad coach, and I will believe them. I'm not going to buy into that.
How many games? How many wins? Wait.
They let me believe that Graham Potter, Frank Lampard, and all those coaches were bad. You understand? And I bought into that narrative. This time around, I'm not going to blame any coach or whatever. Whatever they want to do with that football club, if you think you want to get the best out of our team, you will go in for one of the best coaches. At the time that I was praising Maresca, you could have seen the people he was competing to get the job. So it wasn't like, oh, if it was between Zidane and Maresca, do you think I would have talked about that? At that point, we had no other option. The option that we had, I said, let's give this guy the chance to see what he can do. And I don't think he has done so bad. Although we've lost some games, he's still at the 4th position. If he pulls something off today, we'll still be at the top 4. And we haven't done that in some time now. So I don't think he has done so bad. And talk of Cole Palmer, a lot of people have been talking bad about Jackson. But if you have been observant if you observe so critically, you could see that the moment Jackson wasn't around, Cole Palmer is not getting his day. It should tell you something. This is some of the technical aspect of the game.
Okay, this is why. Okay. You are making my. You are actually making my point. Excuse me. You are actually making my point without even arguing with you. You know why? You said we are missing Jackson. A good coach will know. Okay, my main striker Jackson is not scoring. What can I do to bring out the best out of Jackson? Can I get a prolific goal scorer and Jackson play behind him? Have you ever thought of that? And Palmer play at the number 10 on the right side.
Where are we going to get a prolific striker?
Oh man, come on! When we had this, you want to tell me Osimhen?
No, hold on. Because you are answering my question for me. Are you trying to say we should go out there and buy a striker?
We could have loaned a striker. We had the chance to loan Osimhen because.
Okay, very good. You've answered something for me, and we're on the same page. This is what I've been saying, but I say it in a different way. So I'm glad that you also see that we need something. And as I was talking earlier on, I said if we can make any investment, why is it so critical for us to bring wingers without even investing in a young striker who has the potential? So I'm glad you are also seeing what I'm saying, but I'm not going to talk about who is managing the team, who is the sporting director. Right now, when we come here, we need to talk about the game. I will talk as a football fan and analyst, and I will leave the rest to other people. And let's see in a couple of years, if this thing works out, I will come here and say, hey, Todd Boehly and Egbali, I'm sorry for what I did.
The director, Campos is free. We can go hire Campos. If you are looking for a director, we can go hire Campos.
Well, that is up to the owners. So
he's not leaving PSG to begin with. He already said that he's happy at PSG. And,
they've given him contract now. Okay, because I knew one time he was free.
No. He's under contract. He still have like 3 years. He was he's the guy who is building the new PSG. He's the guy who decided to get rid of all the big stars.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Oz, I want to make a comment.
Yeah.
If you are saying we are going to play like we're going to bring young players, I don't have issues with that. But my issue is, if you are going to bring a young player, you need an experienced coach that can guide these players. Look at Enrique, for example. He made sure one of the most experienced defenders still stayed in that team. Marquinhos.
Marquinhos. Yeah.
He made sure an experienced defender still stayed there, even though we are bringing in young players. My knowledge of the game on how to play, I'm going to implement it.
Sorry, and you know, Enrique was in London for almost 5 hours and he went back to Spain.
Yeah, he had an interview, but
because they did. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Because that's what I'm saying. That I blame the board for us being in this mess. I blame the directors for us being in this mess, and also I blame the coach for us being in this mess. I blame the coach.
It's a legitimate argument.
Excuse me. There are some games between me and you. You know that. Oh, I could have done this thing. I could have won. Against Fulham. Should we against Everton? Against Ipswich. There are some games that this coach messed up. Against Aston Villa, when we're 1-0 up and you know we are being pressured, you could have brought in a player to slow the game down, or tell the players not to push, the defenders not to push forward too much. Tell them to hold the line a little bit back. Aston Villa won't be able to penetrate us. So you could have managed Jackson's misses. You could have managed Nkunku for him to right now is like a useless player. You could have managed all these things. You could have managed Palmer. And that is why I'm saying his management skills is poor.
I think we are speaking the same language with our brother Mark. The problem with Mark is he's one-sided. He just want to see one aspect. Me and Aziz and other Chelsea fans, what we're saying is, we're not saying that Maresca is all bad or the blame need to go to him. The problem we're saying now is clear. We don't have a transfer window, but we still have quality players that can do something on the pitch. The guy who is making decisions, the board is not involved in choosing players and the tactics. They are not involved in selecting players. You know that your player, without even the diarrhea and the lack of training and whatever, Cole Palmer been very poor since December. How many times have we come here and we say Cole Palmer was the worst guy in that team? Why can't you just give a chance to somebody like Nkunku, play him probably one game in his natural position and let judge him there instead of assuming that it's always, he's bad, get rid. Palmer is like playing 10 against 11. You are the manager. You are making the decision to play him for 90 minutes. You are destroying him without knowing it. Because when you keep on playing him and his confidence is just going down and down, I don't think we should blame the board or the owners for choosing people on the pitch. So we're talking the same language here, but only some people just want to blame one side and not see the other side.
I'm saying that if you are a father and something is going under your roof and you don't tackle it, when something goes wrong, they don't tend to blame your kids for the wrongdoing or
That is
whatever.
another aspect of life, my brother. We're talking about a company here. We're talking about grown-up, professional people who are paid millions and millions. This is not about the kid and education. Let's go back to sports.
Why do you think sometimes, I'm glad you say it's a company. Why do you think sometimes when a company is doing so bad, based on the customer service, based on engineers, based on so and so, they don't blame that individual person?
No, they don't go back. They don't go immediately to listen.
No,
let's say this.
If it's
McDonald's, they're gonna go to the manager first. They're gonna say change your whatever your ice cream machine or do this and that. They try to fix it when it's fixable. Not everything needs to go back to McDonald's, who died 100 years ago.
They blame the brand, and the brand belongs to the CEOs. They are not going to blame that individual person.
There are levels, my friend. There are levels. You don't go to the principal at the same time. There are teachers. There are many levels that can be fixed.
If you are saying Cole Palmer was forced to play by Maresca, if that is the narrative, I take it. But the point is, who at that point can replace Cole Palmer? You say
there are so many of them,
yeah,
bro.
You said
it's better to play nobody there than Palmer because he was absolutely nobody. I don't like that notion of who's gonna play there. Put a kid even from the academy. Put anybody there. He will be better than Palmer because they want to prove people wrong. What are you talking about? We have 25 players, bro. Come on.
Why couldn't we even invest? Why couldn't we even invest?
That is in the past. It's not about investment. That's what you don't understand. Let's focus now until June, July. There is no investment anymore. That is on the owners and the sporting director. You got that 100%. Now let's come to our level. What can we do in our level? our
Yeah, I
level
would prefer to talk about Chelsea Arsenal game today than to talk about what is going on with Chelsea Football Club right now. You understand?
The reality is that this guy Maresca has been exposed that he's a rookie manager. He's inexperienced.
Why has he been exposed?
Let me finish. And you can see here, he's changed his playing style. He's now playing the safety business. Whatever reason, he's got cold feet. And you just go have a look at his press conference. The smile is gone. He's not in a happy place, and the pressure has got to him. And this is what's happened to him. And this is what happens when you come to a big club. You're not in Leicester anymore. Even in Leicester, he did the same thing where halfway through the season they started playing this weird football. The fans were against him until he changed it towards the end. So same thing's happened here with Chelsea, where he's gone a bit anti-football. He's lost his nerve. He's lost his nerve. That's what has happened. And this has influenced people like Cole Palmer, like Sancho, like others I want to mention. Their form has gone down with the decisions and the tactics of the manager. He's basically responsible for these players losing form.
Anyway,
okay. So what, Mark? Before we jump, because you wanna jump to that. But all I can tell you, you started this debate by saying he was doing very good last year and nobody said anything. Exactly, because we were winning. But now that we are losing, when we were winning, everybody called him a genius. Even me, I say, wow, he's flexible, he's making subs on time, 55 minutes, you don't perform good, you are out, everything. Look at the videos that I was making back then, praising Maresca, masterclass, because he deserved the credit. Now that we are losing, all of a sudden, with the same players, is the sporting directors again, in the owners again.
I tend to disagree
can we be honest here?
Let me say
Give
something.
credit and also criticize fairly. He's only responsible when we win.
When he was winning, yeah, he was winning because the players were there. There were not a lot of injuries. And he got all his army together. But right now, if you look at our squad, we have a couple of injuries. That's why I'm saying that.
No, listen, Jackson got injured.
Track back Cole Palmer's game when he started flopping and he stopped scoring, and count the days Jackson has been out. When a player is on the field of play, you might not see
my brother. Chelsea started flopping before Christmas when we started celebrating. When we started celebrating draws against Everton,
you know when
Jackson was there. Everybody was there.
When was the last
no injuries.
Game Jackson played? When was the last game Jackson played? If you guys can remember, I think it was first week of January or something. And after that, I think it was after Everton game. That is when Jackson didn't come back or something like that.
No, Jackson didn't play. It was after West Ham.
And what was that? When was that?
That was in January.
January, exactly.
No, February.
No, I don't think it's February. You think
it was February we played. It was February. I fully remember.
And don't forget to mention Matchweek, by the way, another important player.
Matchweek got injured against Brighton.
And let's say Maresca has all the complement of the squad, and we have a prolific striker, as Aziz was saying, and I've also been calling for a very long time. Why would you think that even Maresca will mess up? Because there is something that is lacking. If you have four-sided chair and one of the stand is not there, of course the team is going to be imbalanced. When somebody sits on that chair, it's going to be very uncomfortable for the person. So Maresca is the coach who is sitting down on that chair.
I didn't hear that same narrative when Pochettino was struggling with 14 injuries. Listen, if you can't deal with only 2 injuries in the team and you give all these excuses, my brother,
I never blame Pochettino.
This is a problem, though.
I never blame Pochettino. Anybody. The only person I blame was Graham Potter at a point, because I had never seen Chelsea doing so bad. But now I'm beginning to think that, wait a minute, after all, Potter might not be a bad coach, but maybe the environment didn't favor Potter. That's why I'm saying that I'm not going to buy into any other thing. I don't think Maresca is a bad coach. Whether he should have been our coach, it depends on what the football club is looking for and where we are heading towards to. But as far as I'm
The job
concerned,
is too big for him. The
it is
job is
an
too big for him.
improvement. It is an improvement from last season, although the season is not yet
Wow.
over.
No
But I
way.
think
Now
no,
you're
I'm talking
lying.
about the position wise. I'm talking about position
Football
wise.
wise, it's not an improvement. It's gone down. Let's not lie.
Last season, where were we? We placed number 5 or so.
Yeah, but
Right now, we are
he had a
currently
tough
at number
start.
4. We are
14
currently at
injuries.
number 4. But I'm saying that position wise, it is an improvement. So I
Yeah,
wouldn't
but
make a big.
only because all the other teams are shit in the Premier League. That's the only reason why. We've had 3 games out of 13 wins. So only because the other teams, Man City, all the other teams, they're flopping. That's why only reason why Chelsea's up
Because
there.
the English game is very difficult. It's very
Yeah.
competitive. It's not. Yeah. How many English teams we have right now in the Champions League? Or how many of them went to the round of 16? Compare those and add up to maybe from the La Liga or the Serie A or whatever it is. So the English game is not like La Liga. You can be sure that if it's not Barcelona, it's Real Madrid, or Serie A, where you know that it's going to be either Inter, Juve, or AC Milan. English game is totally different from number 1 to the number 10 position.
Okay, so we have
They
3
can go
minutes to
anywhere and
go.
compete.
3 minutes to go. People, give me your score prediction for the first half, and we're gonna come back at half time here. Mr. Peoples, what do you think?
It's going to be 2-0. It's going to be probably the 1-0 Arsenal, maybe 2, and the end.
Maybe. You like this maybe stuff.
And
Go straight to the point.
Final score Arsenal 4, the Chelsea 0.
Arsenal 4, Chelsea 0. We're not losing that much. You are deluded, and you got you got a brown envelope. You are an agent from Arsenal sent you here to just infiltrate our beautiful club. We're not losing that.
Before you throw me out, I want to hear what the other guys have to say. Predictions.
Okay, Aziz, what is your prediction?
I don't even know, man. I just want the W. I don't care how we play no more. I've gotten to a stage whereby I just want to win. That's all.
Mark, what do you think?
Chelsea will beat Arsenal 2-1.
2-1. Yeah, me too. I have a 2-2 result, but only if Maresca plays Nkunku as a number 10 or number 8. That is a big if. If he plays him as a winger, we are going to be absolutely destroyed. If we play that high line and we just go simple. I think you have to call Todd Bowley and say, hey, stop dictating the system to the coach, because that high line is going to just handle the game to Arsenal. They have more quality and more experience to exploit.
We are beating Arsenal today, no matter
exploit
what.
our thing. So only if Enzo Maresca does the right thing. So people, come back at halftime. God bless you, and go you Blues. People, stay there because we have amazing commentary coming your way.
Storm, first 15, Matt. I think Arsenal want to come and try and really test us. Can you get this game up and running? Get your nose in front in the first 15 minutes. That's what I'm expecting. Looks like the team's been turned around.
They have, yeah. The coin toss has just happened between Reece James and Martin Odegaard. Right. Referee, by the way, is Chris Kavanagh. He has presided over that. Did the 2-2 between these two here a few years back.
That's interesting. The team's been turned around.
Yeah, it doesn't happen that often.
No, it doesn't. It happened at Anfield midweek against PSG. A lot of Liverpool fans I spoke on Talk Sport felt that wasn't quite. Nothing's going to change how you play a game of football, but these little percentages, who knows?
Well, Arsenal are unbeaten in the last 6 Premier League meetings with Chelsea. They've won 4 of those, but they could lose successive London derbies in the league at the Emirates for the first time today, beaten here by West Ham, coming into this game with no wins in their last 3 Premier League matches. Opta's title predictor gives them a 0.51% chance of winning the Premier League title. They're 15 points behind Liverpool with 10 games to play. They're 9 points worse off than they were at this stage last season. By contrast, Chelsea are 9 points better off than they were at this stage a year ago. It's Arsenal in their red and white who get the game underway, kicking from right to left as we look at it in the first half. Chelsea in blue shirts and shorts with white socks. Arsenal with Trossard on the ball, left-hand side, plays it off Jadon Sancho and out of play for a throw-in just past the halfway point in Chelsea.
Yeah, so just to give everyone the update, Cucurella is definitely left back. We said the 2 centre-halves, who's going to play left of the left, if you like. It is Badiashile left of Cole, both left-footed. In fact, all 3 that I've just mentioned, including Cucurella, are left-footers there. So 3 of the back 4 are left-footers. Right back, exactly what we thought. It's going to be Fofana. Enzo is the 8, or a 10 really. Neto down the middle. In terms of them, Trossard is on the left, Martinelli on the right.
There's Miles Lewis Skelly playing it infield to Partey, who gives it in back, and then all the way back to David Raya, who's got 3 clean sheets in his last 5 games against Chelsea inside the D. Oh, it's a terrible clearance from him. He's got really lucky with that. He'll tell you it was a good pass into Mikel Moreno. Out left-hand side now for Lewis Skelly, level with the edge of the penalty area, running at Fofana as he heads to the dead ball line, and his crosses blocked at source and knocked behind for the first corner of the game.
Do you know what? You're absolutely right. Raya's not meant that. He's gone down on his haunches. He's gone on his knee. He slides it into Moreno. Because it was such a bad ball, it turns into a good ball. Moreno's dropped into that midfield area, and he's then found Lewis Skelly on the left-hand side. The first time we've really seen any match-up in this game, of course only a minute and a half into it. Lewis Skelly is an attacking full-back. Exciting young prospect. Not just for Arsenal fans, but of course England, with the first squad announced by Thomas Tuchel on Friday.
Chelsea marking zones here rather than players. Arsenal haven't scored from any of their last 52 Premier League corners, having been so prolific from them early in the season. It's Declan Rice, as usual, who's going to take it, swings it into the near post, and they now haven't scored from their last 53 as Timber at the near post heads wide.
Great stat, by the way. The thing I do love about the Arsenal set pieces, there's movement everywhere, Matt. It's not a great corner from Declan. He's trying to whip that one in, and it's been a set piece, I think, that the Premier League really has encouraged. Whip it into that near post, get it just above head height. Badiashile giving the ball away cheaply there into Thomas Partey.
Here comes Ødegaard down the right-hand side for Arsenal. Caicedo got something on it. It's come for Martinelli, though. He cuts it to the edge of the boxes. Trossard can get a shot away here, Trossard, and it goes wide from just inside the penalty area. Did have players in his way, but he would have hoped to at least work the goalkeeper there.
Well, there's the storm I was fearing. It was given away, though, by Badiashile cheaply in the middle of the park. Trossard comes off that left-hand side. He finds himself on the edge of the box. He's slightly on the right-hand side. Because he's come off the left now, he's been forced across. Chelsea body's in front of him. Just catches, we've just seen a slow-mo there, catches the shot with the outside of his right foot, bends away from the goal.
4 in 9 in his career against Chelsea for Trossard, for Brighton and Arsenal. Cleared away by Sanchez, out left-hand side looking for Cucurella, who's up to win it early against Martinelli, heads it over halfway.
There's a number of players in this Chelsea team that I'm looking at for, like, come on. This is your chance to shine, this is your game. I'm looking at a wide man immediately. I'm looking at Nkunku, I'm looking at Sancho. Sancho's on the right, Nkunku on the left. Neto, it's not his day job down the middle, but I've seen him play there for Wolves. I've seen what threat he holds. He is a danger, because Arsenal like to press high. They are a side that will be willing to let their fullbacks press high. Lewis Skelly, Timber, they will do that. And they're happy to leave a 2v1 situation, and why not? One thing he's got, though, is blistering pace. Can we utilise that?
Here's Timber, who pushes it out right hand side. We've had 4 minutes now, no goals. Caicedo goes to ground, makes challenge. Ball goes out though for a Chelsea throw-in as Enzo Maresca stands with his hands in his pockets and then takes them out and folds his arms and puts a finger to his lips as he watches on from the edge of his technical area. Caicedo now just over halfway left-hand side, trying to bring Nkunku into play. Timber unable to keep that
Chelsea
in.
ball.
Oh, well, it certainly looked like it. Referee's giving it to Arsenal. Timber throws it to Saliba, who swaps passes with Rice and comes back out right-hand side to Timber again. All the way back to Raya it goes. That's another uncertain kick from him. He slashed that up into the air. Cucurella trying to win it, gives away a foul.
Yeah, that's the second time. You're absolutely right. Mistimes the clearance, rushed into it. He's apologising now. The ball it's come off. His laces stroke outside of his foot, and it goes up. It's like a pitching wedge, if you like. Cucurella, not the best challenge from him. He gets underneath Timber, and Timber lands awkwardly. Looks like he's going to be okay.
Free kick for Arsenal in their right back position, which Timber will take. Struggled. Oh no, he's left it to Raya. Struggled for game time in his first season, but he's been a regular this time round. And Raya, well, let's see how his kicking from a dead ball is. He pummels it long into Chelsea's half of the field, looking for Marino. Badiashile won the header, and then James nodded it up to Nkunku, still deep inside his own half, claiming he was fouled, like he had a case, but again, referee Kavanagh says no. Out right-hand side now with Gabriel Martinelli. Tight to the touchline, halfway inside Chelsea's half, looking for a give and go with Ødegaard. Caicedo did well, now it's come for Cucurella. Here's Nkunku left-hand side, again he's still in his own half of the field, 0-0, 6 minutes gone.
Caicedo started well, Matt. Caicedo's been brilliant so far. He's won. There's a couple of duels. He's an all-action midfielder, and there's a reason why he's picked up so many yellow cards, because the challenges that he is happy to go into and will continue to, because he's a combative midfielder. Won most of his so far, not giving any free kicks away. Big game for him today. There's a lot of speculation. You know what fans are like on social media about who does this and how much money. Rice costs a similar amount of money to Caicedo, and there's a natural comparison between the two. They play, or can play. I have to say though, Rice is a little bit more of an adventurous number 8.
Just to illustrate that, Caicedo's just won it ahead of Rice in midfield and given it off to Sancho, edge of the penalty area here. Gives it right-hand side to Neto. 2 defenders in his way. Skates back to the edge of the box, moves it back to Fofana. Here's Sancho again, pointing to the penalty area right-hand side. See a bit more directness from Jadon Sancho today.
Arsenal back in the shape, Matt. They're very good at that. They're a side that can really mix up their game. They can be an attacking force, throw men forward willy-nilly, almost, at times where they take risks. And there are moments. The ball's been given away, as you can hear from the ironic cheers from Arsenal fans. But they will sit, Matt. They're a very organised and disciplined side. They get that side of both sides of the game. They can get really right.
Lewis Skelly with the ball in his hands, waiting to take the throw in. Chelsea no wins in the last 6 away games in the Premier League. Lost 4 of 5, dropped 8 points in the last 4 away from home. Be a good time to remedy that today.
Also, Matt, our record against the so-called Big 4, if that's what you want to call it. I know the Big 6, we can even take Spurs out of that if you like, but our record in recent times has not been great.
And it is Spurs after the break on a Thursday night at the start of April. Next game for Chelsea. Here's Marino. Both these sides out the FA Cup, so an extended break between today and their next games. Raya then pummels it long again upfield, looking for Rice. It's over his head, but it's come for Trossard, and James did well to put a foot in him, working back to Sanchez.
That was a bit uncomfortable, actually.
Oh, Sanchez, horrible clearance. He's giving it straight to Martinelli, edge of the penalty area. Now he's into the box, looking to bend one. Oh, and Sanchez nearly lost the shot, which was a weak one. Just when you wanted him to restore some confidence into his defence, he's made a bad error there, but he's gotten away with it. Cucurella arrows one forward, looking for Enzo Fernandez all of a sudden. Skipped off the turf and forced him out wide. He's got support from Sancho here, still with Fernandez. He slashed it against the defender, it goes away.
Oh, dearie me. The ball goes back. I was about to say, I didn't like what I saw from our back 4, in all honesty. Sanchez then gifts the ball to Martinelli about 5 or 6 yards outside the box on the right-hand side. He then drills the ball in. I say drills, a side foot shot. Sanchez grabs it on the second attempt. He didn't look too comfortable. Both are easy. Both are easy. And that, okay, going back to the original point, it's just a long ball from Raya. Long ball, and we didn't deal with it particularly well. It was Reece James that heads the ball back. So we're talking about a defensive midfielder going back into our back line, which happens. That's part of his job, is to support the back line. But yeah, wasn't a very comfortable 15-20 seconds there, Matt, for Chelsea fans.
Indeed, Arsenal have had the better start to the game. 10 minutes gone now, just about.
Gone long again, Raya. This is a feature. They're looking to go long.
Straight onto
It's the fourth time he's done it
that time, but header drops for Moreno, right-hand side.
I think
he ran it out of play.
Yeah, so with Cucurella inverted, we then become a back three. They are happy to launch balls long. We're just over 10 minutes in. I've not been counting, but it's definitely 3, maybe 4, Matt, that David Raya has attempted.
Nkunku trying to get a toe to the ball, couldn't. Here's Ødegaard, just over halfway, gives it to Lewis Skelly inside the centre circle.
He's come inside, hasn't he, Lewis Skelly? He's doing that same role that Nkunku does.
Here's Ødegaard again, just over halfway. Out right-hand side for Timber, moves it even further to the touchline, and Martinelli with Cucurella in his way. Here's Partey, who goes to Ødegaard again. So all Arsenal in terms of possession at the moment. Chelsea trying to get a feel of the ball as Partey puts it down the line for Timber to chase, and Cucurella claims he was pushed over, he wasn't, and Fofana has to kick one off the line. Then Sanchez prevents an own goal. It breaks for Declan Rice, and he volleys it over, and at the end of all that, it's a goal kick somehow. Not a goal for Arsenal. Mark Cucurella raging at the assistant. I've no idea why. I don't think there was anything wrong with that at all. But somehow Arsenal didn't score, and you have to say it's an absolutely, well, it looks like a handball from Cucurella more than a foul by Timber, but it was a great save by Sanchez in the middle of that.
Oh my word, what's happening there? It's a mess at the back. I don't quite know where Cucurella's looking for the lazy one. I mean, Sanchez, that's a great save. He patter cakes the ball back into play. It comes to Rice. Luckily, for me, I think Cucurella's got to be stronger. It's not a free kick. Do you know what? It's Fofana. He does superbly well. Fofana gets back, who's playing the right back, comes across. It's not a foul. You won't get a bigger Chelsea fan than me. I can't make a case for a foul there, Matt.
Yeah, Fofana to the rescue there. Sanchez's save did not look as impressive as it did first time round, but he reacted well because it flicked off his own player. Here's Neto for Chelsea, who have not woken up into this game at all, and Neto's just given the ball away to Trossard.
No, there's Arsenal have been okay. I think we've probably been architects of some of our own downfalls in this game so far.
Easy for Arsenal to make their way up to the edge of the box again, and Declan Rice has a go from about 25-30 yards out, and it looked as though it was going well wide. In the end, it was pretty close, I think.
Well, you're right, it's a long way out. It's not particularly well struck, but actually it travels. He's gone for that far post. You can see that Sanchez, you can always tell from a goalkeeper's reaction how close he thinks it might be. It does drift maybe a foot beyond the post, but having a look again, maybe a hand. It definitely comes. Do you know what? It definitely comes off the top of his arm, Matt. Do you know what? That's handball.
Yeah, it looks like a nailed-on penalty to me. That Chelsea have really got away with that one there. He leans into it, and it comes off the inside of his forearm, his upper arm, I should say. Here's Sancho, right-hand side. Whether they just think that wasn't a glaring enough error to overturn the referee's call. Sancho's done well here, kept it in play, moved it to Enzo Fernandez. He's fouled by Rice.
Brilliant from Sancho. Honestly, he's got nothing in support in front of him. Nothing. He's got 3 players around him. How he manages to manipulate the ball in what looked like the tiniest of spaces. We're now seeing another replay of this. That is a handball. And if I'm an Arsenal fan, the referee can't see it, or hasn't seen it. I understand why they play on, but if this is the other way around, Matt, I'm now screaming at you, saying we've been denied a penalty.
Yeah, Jared Gillett is the VAR. It was the wrong side for the assistant to see as well, I think.
Kavanagh was the referee that sent Rice off here against Brighton.
He was, yeah, for kicking the ball away, controversially.
Well, the Gooners were going crazy if they don't win this game.
And actually, Kavanagh was the VAR at Goodison Park yesterday who told the referee to overturn an on-field penalty decision that he had given. Narrative all over the shop. Anyway, Chelsea could have a shot at Arsenal's goal here, 15 minutes in.
Yeah, free kick right-hand side. Looks like it's going to be Reece James. Going to be one of those from the right-hand side. Reece, just bend it away from Raya. Can we get someone fast stick?
In it comes, exactly as Jason said, but he's overcooked it. Sancho will scurry across to the other side and try and keep it in play. He's been able to do that up against Timber. Sancho goes back to Badiashile. Sancho then trying to play it first time, hit it into Timber. And he finds Gabriel who can clear away up to halfway. 15 on the clock now. 0-0.
Reece has dropped back into that back for the second time there, Matt. He's the one that's he's the more if there is such a word, a discipline. Casado is the one that's going to be playing higher of the two.
Header into midfield comes for Enzo Fernandez, who took a whack in the face from Rice there and is still down. And then there's a foul on Pedro Neto as well.
A lot going on there, Matt. There's a lot to talk about. There's Enzo. I've got to be honest. My eyes followed the ball. Did Rice get? He does catch him with his elbow.
He catches him, but in the way that you do when you're jumping up to challenge with somebody.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything deliberate in that.
No, there's nothing deliberate.
But doesn't mean it's not painful.
No, you're absolutely right, and I can see why the referee's given that free kick. In all honesty.
That's going to be a battle to watch, I think, Rice and Fernandez. They can be combustible characters.
Yes. Bit of a funny old game, isn't it? I mean, Arsenal have been the better side. There's no doubt about that.
I wonder if he's given the free kick for the Partey one on Neto later, which is horrible. Now we watch it again.
Oh my word!
Partey over the top of the ball into the shin of Neto. I don't want to over-egg the pudding, but that is a leg breaker.
That is a horrible. I didn't see that. I said my eyes followed the ball. I've got to tell you, that's a nasty tackle. Really not pleasant at all from Partey on Pedro Neto, and he's lucky that he has got away with absolutely no injury there. Neto is up. Enzo Fernandez has to come off because he's received treatment, and it looks like Arsenal are going to be given the ball, and I can't work out for why. Matt, help me out here, please.
Well, referee's had a stinker at the start of this game. He's missed an obvious penalty, and now he's given a drop ball for what could have been a red card challenge. So
what's happened?
Go figure.
Okay, you don't know, I don't know.
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Free kick taken.
I know it's our job to tell people what's going on, but
I'm not sure that Chris Kavanagh knows either, so
no.
Players resumed, and Partey was lucky to be on the pitch. He's got the ball and he's moved it out right-hand side to Timber, near the corner flag, looking for room for a cross, and Kunku standing in his way. Gets the crossover and Sanchez paws at it again, and it comes out to Trossard. And
sorry, and Kunku's got to do better, Matt. I'm sorry. That is terrible from Nkunku. You cannot go. You've got to put pressure on the ball. Watch him. No, watch this. No, that's terrible. You're going to help out your back line. You've got to make sure you do better there. You've got to make an effort, stop the cross coming in. No effort. Sanchez doesn't cover himself in any glory as well. He's been a mess in the opening 17 minutes, in all honesty. He's pouring things away. Doesn't look comfortable at his feet. Doesn't look comfortable catching. Doesn't look comfortable slapping. And honestly, your wide man has got to make more of an effort, because when that's your job. I know you're an attacking wide man, but when you get in a defensive area, you've got to do more to help out your back line. To not stop or do more to stop that cross coming in. Having said that, I have to say we make a pig's ear of it in the back. It feels like a goal for Arsenal is not a million miles away. And I'm not saying they're carving us open, because they're not.
It looks like two teams short of a little confidence. Chelsea haven't got near Raya's goal yet, but Arsenal could beat 2 or 3 goals to the good. But the problem for them has been putting the ball in the net of late, and that is certainly the case in the opening 90 minutes of this game. Ball played down the line for Martinelli, trying to get away from Badiashile. He's trying to stay with him and not foul him. Martinelli stays on his feet, gets the crossover, kicked away by Cole, and then behind for a corner by Cucurella.
Yeah, struggling all over the pitch at the moment. We're really Badiashile here, gets too tight. He goes so tight to Martinelli. He's quick, he's strong. Gets wrong side, beaten way too easily, but gets to the byline comfortably. 19 on the clock, and Arsenal at the moment are... Arsenal are causing problems without really... It's a very odd game that I'm watching here now, but Badiashile, when you come out there, you can't get too close because Martinelli's... The pace is what he wants, that close contact, because if he spins you, his pace is going to get beyond you.
Well, Chelsea mark zonally for the first corner. They are as tight as you can be man-to-man now as it comes in from Ødegaard, and Marino flicks it on and heads it in, and Arsenal are 1-0 up. Way too easy that. Near post header, looped over the goalkeeper. Nobody challenged him. Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0. It's been coming since the first minute. It's arrived in the 20th. And they have now scored from a corner after a long time of not doing so. It was the 54th attempt, which results in the goal for Mikel Merino. Dances round the corner flag. Unchallenged header for him.
Everyone's near post, Matt. No one's far post at all. I mean, honestly, this is I don't even want to...
Reece James nudged Nkunku out the way, who wasn't strong enough. It flicks off the back of Moreno's head. And he gets his 6th goal of the season.
Yeah, I have to say, it's quite embarrassing to concede a goal like that. I'm afraid. Near post, it's just a flick on. Goes towards the far post. It's been coming.
Well, Chelsea suffered a heavy defeat here last season, which was the last time Cole Palmer didn't start a Premier League game for the Blues. They're going to need to wake up quickly here, otherwise something similar could happen. Here's Fernandes, left-hand side, as Chelsea try and get back into it. Can't link up with Cucurella. Nothing happening attack-wise for Chelsea in the first 20 minutes of this game, and Nkunku then gives away a free kick. Near halfway, right-hand side.
That is what amazes me is that Arsenal want every player to come to the near post. They've sucked us in. Everyone's gone. Everyone. No one's thought, well, maybe the far post needs to be monitored. He's flicked it on. I don't know what to say about that goal, Matt. I don't think I've ever seen a goal quite like it, actually. You know, everyone, I would say, what are we talking about? 17 players at that near post? 18 players near post?
Here's Ødegaard, he's gone round Nkunku, who's had a poor start to the game.
And Nkunku there, mate, he's doesn't look happy, doesn't comfortable out in that wide area. He's now got to get beyond, he's now got to sit in, he's done that actually.
Here's Trossard, left-hand side, gives it to Martinelli, spinning and pirouetting 30 yards from goal, working it out right-hand side for Timber. Again, Nkunku there with him. Nkunku able to stop the cross this time, but Timber goes back up. And now Ødegaard has the ball. Ødegaard back for Saliba. There's Partey. Chelsea chasing shadows at the moment.
Yeah, we're getting bopped about here. Arsenal, they'll be olaying soon if this carries on, I've got to tell you.
Caicedo does well though. Now there's a break on maybe. Enzo Fernandez sticking the ball up to the halfway line, looking for Sancho. Lewis Scully won the header against him. It's broken for Trossard on halfway. Spins it with the outside of his boot, looking for Declan Rice. Fofana puts a challenge on him and gives away a free kick, and Rice didn't like what happened after that. It did look like Fofana might have trodden on the back of his leg.
Yeah, do you know what? It's all well and good showing there. We need to show a little bit more fight out of possession. It's all well and good when the scrap and the ball's there in between players. We're showing no fight out of possession at the moment. Oh, do you know what? It's not great for that from Fofana.
So he gives away the free kick. Rice goes down, and then he studs him on the top of the thigh.
It's not a good tackle.
VAR are having a look at it.
Do you know what, mate? He could get a red for this. Honestly, it's a poor tackle, that.
Well, Partey got away with one earlier.
It's not a good tackle, this, mate. It's
the last thing Chelsea need here.
Oh, well, I mean, when they're looking at it, we'll have to wait and see exactly how this plays out. The ball is there to be won, but I've got to tell you, it's not a good tackle. It really isn't. There's going to be a red card in this game, what I'm seeing at the minute.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be this one, though, because the referee's talking to Declan Rice and saying this is why I'm not sending him off.
But, Matt, I've got to say, it's not a good challenge, that. Yeah. And, you know, come on, boys. There needs to be fight in different areas right now.
Ødegaard over the free kick here. to send it into the Chelsea penalty area. No, he slid it down left-hand side for Trossard instead, and Kunku near him overcomes the cross into the penalty area, cleared away by Caicedo, who's appealing for offside. Trossard's picked it up, and then it's kicked out by Kunku for a throw level with the edge of the penalty area. 1-0 Arsenal in the 25th minute of the game.
Kunku out on the right-hand side now, just because the set piece. He's been dragged out slightly of his position. He's now making his way back over on the left.
Here's Lewis Skelly coming in from his left-hand side position into the penalty area, but overran it. Enzo Fernandez has got it back, plays it forward to Neto. He's the furthest Chelsea player forward.
Yeah, no one in support, no one winning either, Matt. Arsenal flood back. I've got to say, it's a good part of their game under Arteta. They flood back in numbers, and we've had to go long. Honestly, this has not been a great start.
Oh, but Enzo Fernandez has nicked it here. He's trying to have a run at Saliba. He's gone for goal from an impossible angle and put it wide.
Yeah, we've got no control over this game. But by the way, he does well, Enzo. It's a lucky punt upfield. The ball seems to spin. I don't quite know. Who's got caught? Is that Saliba that gets caught underneath the...
Was, yeah.
The ball spins. He's expecting the ball to bounce onto him, as I think everyone in the stadium was. Yet because he's mishit the clearance, Sanchez, it spins back into the path of Enzo, and he toes it beyond him. And then he sees, because David Raya's off his goal line, he's made his mind up to pull the trigger if he can, and he gets it wrong. Well, we have got ourselves over the halfway line. We have got a free kick. My advice right now would be just get everyone higher up the pitch, and can we build?
Here's Colwill. The ball went back to halfway from the free kick. Badiashile then slips it out to Cucurella, left-hand side. Back with Badiashile again, his first Premier League appearance since he started not too far down the road from here at Tottenham on the 8th of December.
Forces back Arsenal. This is going to go back to Sanchez eventually.
Colwill decides to take affirmative action, punches it into Nkunku. Nkunku then clips on over the top, asks Neto to chase. He'll scurry after it too. He might just get there. He can make it a throw rather than a goal kick at least, and that's appreciated by the Chelsea supporters in that corner of the stadium.
Yeah, Arsenal's press, there's an energy levels about Arsenal all over the pitch. They squeeze, they go aggressively.
Fafana up to win the header, and Lewis Skelly nods one into the air. Drop for Caicedo. Fafana in with an awful challenge again. He and Trossard have hurt each other. What is he thinking, Wesley Fafana? It's well over halfway. No need to raise his boot that high. He needs to give his head a wobble here.
That's not a good tackle either. That's another poor challenge from him.
He just got away with one, which I think the majority of times would have been a red card. Engage your brain.
Yeah, and the touch from Caicedo, he kills the ball. I'm not making excuses for Fafana here, but I just wonder on that particular one whether the lack of match sharpness might have played a part. The one where he's gone in for a challenge on Declan Rice, I'm not going to even use that as a potential. Oh, that's too easy. Honestly, we're a bit of a mess. I'm not going to lie. This has been a tough watch so far.
Sancho though plays it down the right channel for Pedro Neto. Sancho edge of the box. Fernandez inside it. Can Neto find a cross here? He's overhit it. It's going to be picked up by Cucurella left hand side. Just about keeps it in play. Goes back to Caicedo. Chelsea could do with a lucky break or something going their way here. Colwill then finds Reece James. Sancho touches it back in field to Badiashile. Chelsea keeping hold of the ball for a little spell at least. Goalless, by the way, between Fulham and Spurs. Kicked off at the same time as we did. Leicester Man United to come at 7 o'clock tonight. Difficult opening half hour almost for Chelsea here, though. And it's all a bit too easy for Arsenal as Partey makes his way up the pitch.
Expression,
man.
It's too easy. We're an easy
Fafana is playing on the edge.
And Arsenal are showing, even though they're at the beginning of play, I say only 6 points. This is the side that have been challenging for the title the last 2 or 3 seasons. You know, we've been in a transitional. There's much change at the club, but in all honesty, what I'm seeing in the opening nearly half an hour of this game, miles ahead of us.
Here's Saliba forward to Rice. Arsenal, no wins in their last 3, dropped 11 points in their last 9.
Oh my goodness me.
Can get a goal back here. And nerves will be apparent amongst the home players and supporters, but it's a big
I
effort.
hope we can go and win this game,
Ødegaard.
man.
Key thing is not to concede again. I was going to say we can get to half-time at 1-0. Might not be so bad. That was the score last season, and Chelsea ended up losing 5-0 here. Here's Rice. And then Colwill slides in on Trossard, and he's going to get booked for that. And the Chelsea defenders, I'm afraid to say, we like to be as positive as possible, but there's some atrocious decision-making going on here. What's he doing there?
I said to you earlier, there's going to be a red card in this game, and I'm going to stick to that. That's a poor tackle, that, from Colwill. There's been 3 of those now, I'm afraid, and lunging in has been an issue. The ball actually is there to be won, but there's a way you can win it in the modern game, Matt. When I play that, that's not even a free kick. The game's changed. You can't be lunging in like that with your stud showing. Don't get any of the ball. His heel might, but honestly, it's
Yeah, Levi Colwill's 22. The game's been that way ever since he started as an under-8. Ødegaard to take the free kick then, left-hand side, almost level with the edge of the Chelsea penalty area as half an hour ticks by.
We got undone by a set piece again.
Norwegian with the captain's armband round
How
his
the
left
hell?
bicep. In he swirls it, good looking
Horrible.
ball as well.
Horrible.
Caicedo got the first touch though. Is that going to drop behind for a corner? Trossard hoping so. In the end he decides to accept the throw-in. Timber is down in the box.
Timber's down holding his knee. I mean, that means nothing in the modern game. You know, it's probably offside anyway. I was looking for his offside, so we ain't going to get that. Yeah, we hold a line there actually, Matt. And that's pretty good for him. I wonder why teams don't do that a little bit more often. You know, you want it. The way what Arsenal do, they set off with 3 or 4 players in. There's a line they hold on the edge of the box. They run across the line in front of the Chelsea players. I wonder whether you could just use any player behind you, whether you could stop his run, Matt. I don't know whether you could do, because they like that 3, and then as the ball's played, they then try and get in behind. It's smart. There's enough players. There's a lot of chaos in there. Timber's up limping, but I'm pretty sure he'll be okay.
He missed the majority of last season, didn't he, with a knee injury? I'm not sure if it was the same one, but I'm sure he's concerned anyway. But Lewis Skelly's got the ball in his hands, ready to throw it back in. Only 18 years of age in the England squad, sent off in 2 of his last 5 Premier League games, Miles Lewis Skelly, one of which was later rescinded. Here's Gabriel, left-hand side, plays it infield to Lewis Skelly, and he's twisting and turning, trying to get away from Fofana. Goes back to Partey. He is inside left position.
Can't go with the ball, Matt, can we?
Miles off it at the moment. Fernandez doing his best.
We just can't get, can't keep the ball. Can't get hold of the ball, then can't keep it.
Martinelli has it right side. Plays it to Ødegaard. He's on the point of the penalty area. Moved it to Timber just inside the box. Lots of Chelsea bodies in his way, so he went back to Martinelli. Now there's space for Timber to cross. Comes off Cucurella. Ball goes out for a throw-in. Cucurella's going apoplectic at the assistant again.
He's after an offside, and there's no point in taking your anger and your frustration out on the officials at the moment. We have been second best all over the pitch. And there's a real issue in this game, because you're right, Matt, it's only 1-0. And we know what happened last season. I'm not seeing anything right now that suggests to me that David Raya is going to have a save to make.
Free kick here for Chelsea, just over halfway.
We are absolutely crap.
Well, we had no shots at goal at all, did we?
No shot. Raya,
there's been one.
David
Raya
can
one, which went
drink his
wide.
beer,
Had
eats his lunch, relax, take a nap.
Yeah, and we've, the problem we're having is that we build from the back, and we're forced all the way back. Arsenal's press, then we play it in the midfield, then we eventually give the ball away. That's how this game goes. That's how this, and we just don't. That's exactly
again. And now here's Ødegaard edge of the penalty area, and he slips it for Martinelli inside the box, tight angle, and blazes over the crossbar.
I hate to be. I felt like a bit of a witch there, because what I just described was happened in front of my eyes. I don't know who that ball was to. We are a shambles at the moment, I'm afraid. This is pretty tough to watch. This is an Arsenal. We're talking about an Arsenal team that are on the back of some really, okay, take Europe out of it, but you know, some iffy performances. You know, they have injury problems. No, they don't look like it. They look like they're covering it up with hard work. Honestly, I can't believe what I'm watching.
Badia Shields just giving it straight to Martinelli. Here's Ødegaard back for Martinelli again. All the time in the world he wants. Dances round Enzo Fernandez.
We are
gives
all
it to
over
Lewis
the
Skelly.
place. We are absolutely crap,
He misplaces
bro.
the pass and Fofana gets it. Caicedo then does brilliantly under pressure from Ødegaard. Finding
If you don't
Cucurella
laugh,
left
you're
hand side
gonna
and Nkunku
cry.
outside of him. Enzo Fernandez through the middle. Cucurella making his way up to the edge of the box, gives it to Nkunku. Nkunku with James in a shooting position, moves it right hand side to Sancho instead. Sancho just inside the penalty area. Can he take on and beat his man Lewis Skelly? No, he can't. So he goes back to Reece James. Across from him to Colwill. Now Badia Shields.
Good. Yeah, there was a moment, and there was a little moment there where we looked like we might be able to cause them some problems getting behind. They've got their shape back, they're sat in, they're very good at this. They won't be broken. I know that we're now watching Ødegaard come out and press, but they'll do it together. And if there's a moment they feel they won't get anywhere,
It's
they'll
gonna
sit
be a
back in
red
their shape
card
again.
in
They do that very, very well. Got 4 bodies around the ball right now, and now Ødegaard is just sitting deep, and they're just going to soak up, get a little rest. They've been good, Arsenal. It's been, you know, we've been terrible. They've been good.
Here's Cucurella again, left-hand side over halfway into Nkunku inside the final 10 minutes of the first half here. I think Chelsea will be glad of half-time. They were much better second half on Thursday night than they were first, but there's no Cole Palmer to bring on to James again today.
We keep going
Hold on,
sideways.
hold
We
on,
go
hold on, hold on,
forwards.
hold
The options available, it's got to be made early.
Sancho up against Trossard here,
Four,
goes backward to
There's
Fofana.
always 4, Matt. They do this well. They get bodies around. You know, our wide man at the moment is Cucurella, and Nkunku's come inside, and they're just forcing us slowly but surely, forcing us backwards, sideways, and now we're back into our own half.
James stabs one forward. That's a really good ball for Sancho, who controls it nicely.
But I
He's got
can
Enzo Fernandez
feel
backing
like
him up,
the
gives it to
second half
Fernandez,
we might
passes
nick a
little
goal.
short.
We
Managed
might
to
nick
get
a
there,
goal.
Gave it to Neto, edge of the box, looking for room for a shot deflected.
We might
into the
nick a
path of
goal.
Nkunku. His shot deflected to Cucurella on the volley. Oh, and Raya let it squirm through his grasp, and it almost went in. And he puffs out his cheeks and gives a big sigh of relief. That would have been an absolute horror for the Arsenal goalkeeper. Best thing Chelsea have done all day by a mile. They created a shooting opportunity. Neto had a go deflected, and Nkunku had a go deflected. Broke to Cucurella on the volley, and somehow Raya didn't hold on to it. It's a corner. It was almost an own goal.
Oh my word, you're right, Matt. Here's the best bit of build-up, and we managed to somehow find ourselves on the edge of the box. The shot from Neto spins up in the air. Cucurella hits it first time, goes behind for a corner. Oh my word, it's terrible.
Neto put the corner straight into Raya's gloves, and he bowls it out quickly, looking for Martinelli, and he might get there as well. Really important touch from Reece James, and Caicedo, last man back, can work it back to Sanchez. But that's how quickly it can change for as
Yes, it
poor
can.
as Chelsea have
Yeah,
been.
Yes, we have been poor, and it's amazing because that ball the shot that comes in, he actually strikes it well, but that shouldn't happen. Ball, it's somehow, I don't need to see it again. Does it go between his legs or his arms, Matt? I can't. The angles we've seen, it's difficult to tell. Either way, it dribbles
was going
past
to be
the
a
far
robbery.
post. Oh my gosh, what an opportunity to get ourselves back into it. Can we capitalise that?
almost
Can we
got into
keep on
it.
that little bit of good fortune?
Yeah.
Can we build on it?
Cucurella going back to Caicedo. All of a sudden, Chelsea in the ascendancy as half-time creeps closer. James moves it right-hand side to Neto. Neto with Trossard in his way, comes in field.
Come on,
skates across
boys,
the pitch,
come on.
needs to pass it to someone now.
We're
Gives
still
it to
there, we're
Nkunku,
still
back
there.
to Neto again.
Almost,
Now here's
we
Cucurella,
almost
crossing
got
position.
1-1.
In it comes toward Nkunku,
You know,
headed away by
Marcos
right, back to
Alonso,
Cucurella.
twin.
Tapped it off for Neto.
Mr.
Up against
Cucurella
Timber.
almost
Wanted to put
scored.
it in with his right foot.
Yeah.
Neto
Terrible set pieces, though.
slows everything down.
We don't know
Eventually
how
goes
to
back
defend
Badia
set
Shield.
pieces. We don't know how
Badia
to take
Shield
them.
Making some room. He could have crossed it there. Instead, he gave it to Cucurella. Down the line now for Sancho.
Sancho and Neto, they seem to be moving all over the place at the moment. Neto's down the middle, apparently. Sancho on the right. And Nkunku's coming to the middle.
Come on,
There's
Chelsea.
a bit of
Now
fluidity up
we
top,
are pushing the ball a
is
little
good
bit
thing.
forward. Come on. In the last 5 minutes, Chelsea
Badia
been doing
Shield.
okay. You know, we've been pushing the ball a little bit more. Let's go.
Nkunku works it out left-hand side for Sancho. One-on-one with Martinelli, edge of the penalty area.
Problem we got, Matt, who to put the ball into?
I was just thinking that, when we saw Enzo Fernandez and Nkunku in the middle. There's no height there, is there?
Who's the towering header? Where's that coming from?
And that's why you have to cross low instead of high, because we don't have the height.
Cost of centre forward. We just simply don't.
Here's Cucurella going back to Sancho. All the way back.
I'm loving a little bit to see Cucurella not inverting. Cucurella today was overlapping a little bit. I have to give some credit to Maresca on this one, because I saw Cucurella playing really as a normal fullback, overlapping and crossing the ball. Yeah, he understands a little bit of common sense today instead of
Rick. He's a lucky boy.
Instead of Cucurella finding himself as a number 9 all the time. Yeah, so you have to give him a little bit of credit today.
Yeah, he's a fortunate boy.
Spaniards at either end of the pitch.
Nkunku continues to play mostly from the left-hand side. That's the problem. He's on the left, to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left.
And Arsenal have been good. I'm not going to. This time last year, I think this performance against Chelsea and Arsenal, I think we get punished for far more.
Come on, Chelsea, man.
We saw second half last season, so I don't want to speak too soon.
Whoa, the last 10 minutes been okay for us, but we just can't break them.
Which Neto will chase into the penalty area. No angle for a shot. Hits it a bit too far ahead of him. Allow Gabriel to get back at him. Chelsea think that should be a corner, and it is.
Does well, Gabriel. So does Neto, by the way. I love Neto on the right. He really does tease you because he's taking it with his left foot. He shows you the ball. Because he's on the right, you naturally think you can get there. But he teases you and he toes it away again. He's so quick. Need a better delivery than the last one, though.
Neto, that is a better ball, albeit it's headed away by Gabriel.
Cucurella, man, they are just showing that opportunity. It was almost a goal. 1 inch.
Switches it left-hand side to Reece James. Now Cucurella. Short passes between Hean and Nkunku. Back with James again. Here's Caicedo. And Chelsea forced back into their own half, and Caicedo under pressure from Odegaard turns around, gives it left-hand side for Nkunku. James then.
Come on, man. Come on.
Last of the game, though. So good at getting back in their shape, making it difficult. But James has found a nice pass for Sancho, who flicked it out to Cucurella. Coming back into Caicedo. Is there a bit of penetration to go with this
horrible
passing from
on set
Maybe
pieces.
James can provide it.
Corner kicks. Nothing is working for us. We don't have the height. We don't have anybody there in front. So why are we even picking it on top? Play it low because we have nobody there.
I'm watching Odegaard. There's a frustration about him at the moment. They can't manage to get the ball at all. Sancho, who's now on the left-hand side.
Pereira worked it back to Nkunku. Nkunku's a long way from the goal. I'm not quite sure where he's supposed to be playing. He's been like a
exactly. You don't even know exactly where Nkunku's supposed to play. He's everywhere, but in the middle, what the manager told him to do.
But the clearance comes for James. He moves it out right-hand side to Neto. Up against Lewis Skelly. Edge of the penalty area, Neto gives it back to James. He floats one in first time. Again, there's no physical presence in there to win the header. It's come back to James.
No, this is better though. There has been a change, and Nkunku's down the middle. Neto's on the right. Sancho on the left. That's been the change.
Here's Cucurella inside the penalty area, trying to get it under control. Almost broke from Nkunku, who goes down wanting a penalty. It's broken for James. Now here's Enzo Fernandez with a whip shot over the bar.
Do you know what? Better, much better. There's been a tactical change. Sorry, a personnel change, and Nkunku's down, writhing in agony. I'm not sure there's anything on this with Saliba. We'll have to see now. And he catches him. It's one of those that happens. Catches his heel, but there has been a change in the way this. Oh, do you know what? Might be a bit more on that. I think if they're not going to give the handball, I don't think VAR are going to get too involved in something like that. If the referee gives a penalty there, no one will complain, but VAR's not going to get involved, nor should they. But better from us, Matt. We've lived off scraps here in the commentating on this game, and the first 30 minutes of 35 has been disappointing. Last 7 or 8. bit more encouraging, you know, and there has been a change. Neto is out on the right-hand side, and Nkunku, who was on the left, is now on the right, and Sancho, who was on the right, is now on the left. I hope that all makes sense.
Mikel Arteta looks a little bit concerned, a furrow across his brow, beneath his Lego man hair that never moves out of place.
I think there's a bit of frustration, you know, that he's allowed, that Chelsea have...
Well, there could be 3-0 up and home and dry by now, couldn't there?
Yeah, and there's... Fofana's down over his shoulders. It's been a bit of an ugly old game. In some of the challenges, there's been 1 or 2 moments. Moreno goes up. Oh, he just collapses.
Heavy landing on the small of his back.
I don't think there's anything more than. He comes from quite a height. He's still down. He won't want treatment because we know what that means.
Ticking to first half stoppage time. Any second now.
So we are of late, that been a bit of a second half team, haven't we? A lot of games where the first half has been really difficult to cope. You know, we've found ourselves struggling both games in with Copenhagen, I've got to say. Not quite sure what's happened here. Kavanagh he's going to drop the ball in front of David Raya. Okay.
3 minutes of stoppage time, which we are into now.
Looks like Neto's gone back down the middle, Matt. Sancho on the right and Nkunku on the left. It might have been just because we had so much possession, there may well have been players just in-game management playing where they find themselves.
Sancho in his own half, back to Colwell, who clears it first time and asks Nkunku and Neto to chase. And Saliba can't read the bounce of it, and Nkunku, making a nuisance of himself, managed to find Fernandes, but it bounced off Fernandes' knee and out of Chelsea's control. Here goes Martinelli, right-hand side. Cucurella there with him. Martinelli trying to get the better of the Spaniard here. Cucurella can't block the cross. Sanchez paws at it, got something on it. It's broken for Trossard. He's teeing up Ødegaard, but Caicedo's in the way. Not once, but twice. And now there's a break on with Sancho. He plays it to Caicedo. There's space on the other side of the pitch for Neto, which is where he aimed the pass, but it's never likely to reach him. And then Fernandes fouls Ødegaard.
Gets the pass wrong. Gets the pass wrong. I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to switch play. Martinelli gets the cross in on the right-hand side. Sanchez has done this last week, actually, where he comes flying out and he's looking for fingertips on the ball to take it away. I mean, he does the job, but unfortunately, because he doesn't get enough on it, it's only fingertips, not fist. Bounces in the box. Trossard is underneath it. Can't bring the ball down quite as comfortably as he wants, and the opportunity for Arsenal goes.
Free kick taken into the left channel, looking for the goal scorer Moreno, who won it, gave it to Trossard, left-hand side, near the corner flag. Fofana having a little nibble at him, ball goes out of play. Chelsea throw.
Are you backing off until... Robert Sanchez again. Why this game is not like 3-0?
Gone for a nibble. Trossard has kind of anticipated it, waited, didn't happen.
Ball goes out of play for a goal kick, and that'll probably be that.
Yes, I think.
Half.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to any more action to talk about this. We're now got 20 seconds away from the allotted 3 that have been added. 15 now.
But Sanchez, if you are not sure about getting the ball, bro, don't come out.
They get their goal.
Just don't.
They've not really kicked on.
Freaking don't, bro.
That would be if I'm an Arsenal fan.
Listen,
watching this,
if you can't catch it or you can't punch it, if you can't punch it, all right, just don't, bro. Don't force things. If you can't do it, just leave it there. Oh Lord, man, Lord have mercy. This is absolutely crap. Yeah, peoples.
Your boys, that's the biggest difference in this game. Your boy Sanchez there, the very basic thing of a goalkeeper. When you parry the ball, when you clear it, you're supposed to clear it out for a corner or to the side, but you don't push it straight out. It's to the middle of the field in front. That is just very
Most
simple.
of the time,
goalkeeper.
he misses them, though. The problem is
Yeah.
when you come like that, be sure that you're going to get something.
Mm.
Punches as hard as you can, release the pressure, and try to organize your defense.
He never punches. He never punches. He's always
He doesn't
parrying.
punch it.
He's always with the hand, like he's slapping somebody. And that guy is, and that he's what can I say? He's being unsafe. It's sort of like it infiltrates the defenders. He also makes the defenders also unsure.
Not settled. Yeah.
Because he's slapping like a butterfly there. It's just ridiculous. But
Doesn't provide any kind of confidence to his defenders. Even though our defenders also been poor, but I understand what you're trying to say.
But you see the game.
Everybody
you saw the game plan there. So obviously, Sanchez with his one poor pass to the other player there, Arsenal. But the game plan, Arsenal is very clever. Yes, but Arsenal is very clever. What they've done, they're making sure that Badiashile gets the ball, and Badiashile gets the ball, they swarm him. They don't want any other defender to get the ball because Badiashile's distribution is slow. Badiashile is very slow in thinking. He's very slow in everything. So they want him to isolate him. But they won't isolate anybody else. You will see that. I've noticed that. A very, very clever game plan. And that goal from the corner was so poor. Who was at the back post? Nobody.
As always. I used to blame this guy, this French guy, what's his name again? Malo Gusto, because he always leave that post open. I was like, praise the Lord that he's not going to play against Arsenal, because there are two players that they always target for 2 years now. Malo Gusto first, because he's going to lose his man and leave the far post open. The second one is Robert Sanchez. Put a lot of pressure, as much pressure as you can. He is going to pass the ball to somebody else, and we're going to take advantage. We are lucky that we haven't been punished so far. But I tell you what, Robert Sanchez will make sure that he got an assist today. And Mark, come back here and tell us what this has to do with the sporting directors, with the owners who told Maresca to bloody play. Oh, my Lord. Why people just can't tell the truth for once, even if we are in the cult of somebody, tell the truth. This has nothing to do with the sporting directors. You, the manager, he came out to defend Robert Sanchez over and over and over again. All the time. He even threw everybody under the bus to say, look at Jackson missing. Look at the Cole Palmer missing. Everybody. Why you always talk about? He was even angry, frustrated to defend this brother, Robert Sanchez. And you're going to tell me that because of the owners, because of the sporting directors, Chelsea are that crap with the same team. You make the right choices. You play people in their positions. Simple tactics. We win this game. But this genius manager, you want to show people that he's better than anybody else. And this is the reason why we are lucky even to be. And our players are losing it already. They lost their mind. They are frustrated. They are putting some challenges that they shouldn't. They almost got a red card. Look at Fofana. You kicking somebody in his family jewelry. He kicking somebody in his nuts.
Mr. Oaks, be fair. Chelsea have come back strong in the last 20 minutes of this game.
No, 10 minutes. It's not 20.
Okay, 10, 15 minutes. They've come back. They've shown what morality. They've shown fighter instinct, and I have to give them credit where credit's due. Because Arsenal have parked the bus, and Chelsea, unfortunately, we don't have a centre forward, and Nkunku there is just too small, too lightweight. He's not tall enough, and nothing personal against him. But Cucurella has been very, very good as usual. Always, he's a fighter. He's strong. He's good. He's there. And Neto, oh, it's hard. That left-hand side of Arsenal. Mm-hmm.
Aziz,
first
half.
Where should I even start from?
Here we go.
When I was complaining about that midfield was too light, what did that other what did Mr. Mark say? Oh, this. I wish he's here so I can lambast him. I said, why don't you play? If you are going to play these tactics, why don't you play? What's his name? Lavia and these guys together
in the midfield.
Caicedo.
And you play Reece James. Reece James is not comfortable in the midfield yet. He
Secondly,
can improve, but right now he's not there yet. Yeah.
He's been looking good.
Enzo Fernandez playing as a number 9. Not even playing as a number 10. He's playing as a number 9.
Yeah, and Mark is going to say it's Nkunku. Nkunku continues to play on the left. Why
don't you bring Nkunku to play in the middle?
Exactly. For the first time, Aziz agrees with me because he's always, I talk about Nkunku because he's French. But today you can see, put him in the Cole Palmer position, play double 8, play him.
Let me say something that I forget. I don't know if it's the tactics or these guys are just dumb. One thing, the difference between the Cole Palmer and the rest of these guys is that he creates space for his players. Even though he's not playing well, he's still creating space. He's looking up. These guys are just static. They don't know when to move, when not to move.
Okay, let's listen from other brothers. Mark, and then we're going to go to Mr. XYZ.
Well, I heard Aziz mentioning my name.
That's why you came here just to fight.
He was talking about the
explain to us how we play Robert Sanchez in goal. How our owners and sporting director called him to say play Robert Sanchez.
You and myself, we've played soccer before, and we all know that when there is any corner kick, both poles have to be taken. Tell me who was guiding where the ball just passed. Tell me which defender was standing.
The sporting director told Maresca to use that tactics.
Okay, exactly.
Yeah, the sporting director told him not to coach how to close the post.
We know Sanchez have so many. He has been doing a lot of errors, and he keeps on making those errors. But this goal that happened, are we going to blame Sanchez for all this? The goal that just happened.
I don't even blame him. He's the manager.
No. If a defender is standing there, if a defender was standing there at the time, that person would have cleared the ball. Why couldn't they take both posts? They need to take. Sanchez will be in the middle, face where the ball is coming from. Who was standing
that is a training, my brother. There. Those are done in training. You know that Arsenal are set piece FC.
Telling Badiashile to be giving 40 passes. How many 40 passes they've been making?
But you choose him.
What is going to do when he comes into the middle part of the field? I tend to disagree with people that, Nkunku is playing out of position, this and that. If we're a player, it doesn't matter where you are. Your ability can influence the game. You guys should spell me where he's standing on the field of play. And you need to use your brains. Whatever the coach tells you doesn't mean you have to stick to that. You have to blend it with your own knowledge. What Nkunku can do when he comes into the middle.
But Mr. Mark, give me a second. Listen.
I tell you, let them bring Nkunku into the center. If you are on the flanks and you are a good player, you should be impacting the game.
My friend.
You need to impact the game.
You have to listen also. You have to listen. Allow other people to talk too. Maresca said the last press conference, if they don't do that, if you move from your position, you play long, you don't pass backward, sideways, I will change you. So they are living with a lot of fear. They can't do anything. Robert Sanchez, why he passed the ball straight to Martinelli? Because the manager said it 1,000 times in the press conference. Why are you defending this brother, bro? Come on, be a human being here. He said this is what he's asking them to do. You move from your position, you're not going to play anymore. That's the problem. So
if the coach tells you move from your position, is there we have zonal marking, we have man-to-man marking if you're a defender. You have the zone. you have the zone where you can make impact from the flanks.
I am going to call your wife and ask if Maresca send a brown envelope to you.
Football player. I watch Nkunku in Philly.
I am calling your wife to know if he's sending a brown envelope.
I watched Nkunku live in Philly. He played on the left flank, and this guy was fantastic. But he was passing in front of me all the time. So what has changed?
Mr. XYZ, let's go, bro.
Yeah, man. I mean, we are all saying the same thing, right? Number one, I'll start from the defense. I mean, this is a very important game. Why do you have to play two players that just came back from injury at the defense? So what happened to Tosin? I mean, Tosin can play better than the guy that's giving back passes, Badiashile.
Okay.
I don't understand that.
Yeah.
I mean, for Nkunku, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we all saying that he's not playing to the strength of Nkunku. Now, I'm trying to understand the pattern of this coach. Today's game, I don't know the kind of style they are playing. Nkunku is playing from the flank. Now, a player that plays from the flank, he should be able to run, then do crosses. And Nkunku cannot do that. So what is he doing there? What is he doing there? I don't understand where Neto is playing. He's at the front, he's at the back.
We don't even understand position. That is a very good point. What is our positions on the pitch?
Yeah,
because Palmer is not there. Why can't you tell Nkunku, do the Palmer today? This is your game. Be there and impact the game. Give him one game only. One game.
What can Nkunku do from the flank? I try to understand. What can he
useless. Do? He's useless from the flank.
He can't do crosses.
He can't do anything. But he can impact in the middle.
He's even disturbing. He's disturbing Cucurella from there.
Exactly.
But you know what's so funny about Nkunku is that if I say so, I'm tired of complaining about Nkunku because there are some balls. Okay, let's say I'm not even attacking. At least you can help by defending. Do one thing. You are not doing one thing. You see how Arsenal passing through. Martinelli is trying to cross, and Nkunku let him cross.
Yeah, that's also. Yeah, that's true.
I've always said Nkunku is a luxury player. He doesn't fit this system. When I was saying that,
technically, hold on, guys.
Who put him there? Because you would put
technically, you guys are saying that why is this guy Neto is in that center of the field. First of all, Neto is more effective. He's somebody. He's quick on the ball. So if you put him there, it's most likely these guys are going to play hard and award us more infringements in the opponent's area. What is Nkunku going to do?
Put Tariq George in the flank. What is
Nkunku is a player. He hold on to the ball. He's not that quick, like as compared to Neto. So technically,
we need a quick player. We need a quick player.
Tariq George is there.
Unlike
Tariq George.
We need a quick. If you are playing the player on the flank, the player should be able to fast. We need quick player on the flank.
But Nkunku, I'm saying Nkunku came to Chelsea. He played on that left side, and he was okay. If he's not making any impact on the flanks, and the coach brings him into the center,
if you listen,
what would be the difference?
Our strength has always, when we're winning, our strength has always been the two flanks when we're winning. Now, why are you slowing the other flank down by putting Nkunku there? Why are you slowing it down?
And what is the possibility Nkunku will come into the middle part of the field and everything will be okay?
They put him on the bench. They put him on the bench.
That's why you don't have to assume. Just try it, because we've been just making theories, assuming.
I hope the coach will bring Nkunku into the center part of this.
Yeah, that's what we want to see.
Then we'll see the difference.
That's the problem. You can't always assume. When Rhys James is there, he can't bench Rhys James. Rhys James is injured.
I'm surprised you blame a coach for some of the mistakes these guys are making. For them making, as they were making efforts in the last 10 minutes of the game, what happened? At least they were creating chances. When we started, they were like sleeping. Most of the players were sleeping. But when they made the effort, they were creating chances. They nearly scored. Cucurella nearly scored. So what are you guys talking about?
Cucurella nearly scored because he's playing the place to put Nkunku. Remove Nkunku from there. Remove him from there.
Move him from where?
Put him on the bench.
Frank, where he's walking on somebody's ways without doing anything. He's useless. He's 10 against 11.
I'm surprised everything will be on the coach. It's fair, like it's fair argument. Like sometimes some of these boys go on the field, they are not doing what they are supposed to do, and you say the coach this, the coach that. There are certain things the coach will tell you when you go to the field, you do a different thing.
Okay, I'm still very, very confident for the second half. Let's just cool this. Everybody go watch your game and come back at the end, because I want to really focus on this game. Hopefully this second game, because we have quality to do something. I think we still have a result, a draw or 2-1 to Chelsea. Anybody got
nothing on the bench? Nothing on the bench. Nothing.
Well, it's a London derby, bro. You don't need anybody. Sometimes you just need the fighting spirit to win.
Right.
Yeah, come back at the end of the show, brother. The end of the game, so we can continue. Come on, you Blues. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, we can do it. We can still do it. Murphy, nice to see you, my brother. Nice to see you. Let's hope that the second half is gonna be better for us. All the best for us, for the Blues. And let's go. Let's go. Let's get at least a draw. I'll be okay with that. We got the draw today. I'll be fine.
For my money, if that's what we're going to do, that's what we're forced into.
Here's Martinelli, right-hand side. He just crossed cannon back off him then. No, it hit Cucurella last. It goes out for Arsenal's third corner of the game.
Yeah, Cucurella sticking to his task. He's always a willing runner. He's always someone that's going to give you you know what you're going to get from Cucurella. He's a 100% merchant, and he looks to rattle the opposition players and crowd. Oh, they scored from one set piece. Corner. It's the first one to Chelsea got to deal with. Don't make the same mistake. Don't get everyone dragged towards that near post.
Well, the first one, it was all zonal marking and all the Arsenal players were free, and that seemed to work. Here's Ødegaard coming into the near post. Poor delivery. Easily cleared away by Nkunku. Rice will keep it in play. Right wing. And touched out by Marino to Ødegaard, who was offside. Oh, that was criminal from the Arsenal captain.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. He's the one that took the corner. I'll need to see it again, but you've got to get yourself back on side. That's unforgivable. Arsenal pressing high, ball out to Fofana. Little bit of space out here for... Oh, he's let the ball run out of play.
Oh, the referee's saying go on, old boy. It looked like it was out of play, but Fofana's made up some ground. He's found Neto. Neto 30 yards out is going to have a crack. Would have been interesting if that had resulted in a goal. What would have happened?
Looked like it went out. We can't tell. You never can tell, because the ball is a sphere. You know that people talk about the ball crossed the line. Well, sometimes the surface of the ball can be out of the line, but that doesn't necessarily mean the whole of the ball is out of the line. But from our angle, Matt, is inconclusive.
The ball is a sphere sounds like one of the most philosophical quotes you've ever come up with.
Yes, it's a ball shape.
Here's Fernandez playing it into the right channel, asking Sancho to scurry after it, but Saliba was favourite.
A bit more aggressive though on the closing down from Sancho.
Well, that's an easy thing to put right, isn't it? I'm sure that's something that Enzo Maresca made it absolutely clear to his players. Arsenal worked very hard off the ball. Chelsea got to match them. Free kick for a foul by Enzo Fernandez, meanwhile on halfway. 4 minutes gone second half, still 1-0 to Arsenal. Chelsea's last win here in August of 2021. Reece James, captain today, was on the score sheet that day. It's a long time ago now, though. Here's Saliba, Gabriel rather, going back to Saliba, who stands in front of his defence. Started 65 of the last 67 Premier League games, a Frenchman with number 2 on his back for Arsenal. Across to Gabriel, and he plays it into Partey, who can turn. Found a bit of space. He's got Trossard left-hand side, tried to play it to him. Fofana got a block and it went through to Sanchez.
Yeah, our press was not coordinated at all. Thomas Partey found himself in acres. They pass. It's a simple pass there. There's not enough aggression on the press. There's got to be pressure on the ball to really squeeze. In the end, we got very fortunate, I felt.
Neto thinks he was fouled by Saliba. Referee says no, as the ball's worked back to Raya. He plays it into midfield and Partey gives it him straight back.
Quite the storm, I was expecting that.
Very flat, isn't it? Feels flat
Arsenal.
around the stadium.
Yeah, I was expecting a bit more of a high energy, high tempo start from Arsenal. Haven't seen it as yet. The crowd's very quiet as well, isn't it?
Quite Sunday lunchtimey.
Yeah, and Arsenal, you know, they're going to finish second again, it would appear. Not been able to really close that gap on the teams above them in the last 2 or 3 seasons enough.
And this will really feel like a missed opportunity given Manchester City's struggles this season.
No question. A bit more sideways passing, a bit more of a controlled build-up play from Arsenal.
Marino works it back to Trossard and then Gabriel. Saliba clears away. Trossard's got it again. Fofana gives away a free kick. He's got to be getting really close to a yellow card, Wesley Fofana.
Do you know what? It is a yellow card, and eventually he does receive it. Yeah, he's got both hands on Trossard and drags him back.
He's going to have to watch his step for the rest of the game. Fofana joining Colwill in the book. That's 2 of Chelsea's back 4 on yellow cards. Neto got right in the referee's face and he's booked as well.
Not quite sure whether, it's a silly yellow card, that one.
It goes back to what you were saying in the first half about fight. It's all very well doing that, isn't it? But it's much more effective if you actually show some aggression in the tackle rather than getting in the referee's face. Odegaard to take the free kick, about 15 yards over halfway. Cucurella gets pushed to the floor by Gabriel. We're going to confirm whether or not Wesley Fofana did actually get booked then, or if it was just Pedro Neto. I'll let you know as soon as I do know. It looks like it was just Neto, not Fofana booked then. Here is Trossard at the dead ball line. Over it comes from him, and Badiashile sticks it behind for a corner.
Badiashile doing some covering. Ball's gone down the left-hand side. He then covers his full-back, his other centre-half partner, Colwill. Arsenal are now adopting a very different approach. They've got Martinez, Thomas Partey, Lewis Skelly, Gabriel as well towards that far post.
Well, this is how Chelsea marked for the first Rice corner. Going more zonal than man-to-man. Bit of a mix actually this time as it comes in from Rice, and Sanchez wasn't anywhere near it, but Arsenal couldn't connect, and now Neto can lead the break for Chelsea. Partey trying to drag him back. Neto staying on the ball for a moment, and then Timber tackled him. No foul.
I think the Partey one, that's where you want that. He does well, Partey. He does really well. He gets enough of his arm and drags him back, but he takes him off balance. And they're the ones that, it's a contact sport, football. You got to make sure there is contact.
Here's Marino inside the penalty area, loses it quickly. Badiashile clears it up to Enzo Fernandez, who turns over possession cheaply, but it might break for Fofana, and he's then caught by Gabriel, who'll get a yellow card.
That's an easy one, that, for Kevin. Does well there, Reece. Burst through the middle of the park, is always going to win it. Gabriel's always not going to win it.
Yeah, James, it was, I beg his pardon, not Fofana.
It's one of those that you think you're going to get there, and because Reece is in the ascendancy, and because Reece is there, the one that's the quicker of the two because of the way the ball has bounced, he's always going to give away a yellow card there. Matt, I have to say, we're nearly 10 minutes into this second half. I am slightly more optimistic. That's the word.
They haven't got going, have they?
No, they haven't. They haven't. And
camera just panned to George Graham, sat in the stands.
Yes.
He knew a few things about 1-0 wins, didn't he?
Yes, he did. There's another free kick given away here now.
Caicedo fouled by Mikel Merino.
Yeah, this won't suit Arsenal. This scrappy start to the second half. definitely plays into Chelsea's hands more than it does Arsenal's. I thought Arsenal would come out and try and blitz us, and that high energy, that high tempo. Haven't seen it.
Here's Fofana. And now Colwill slashes it forward with his left foot, looking for Cucurella. Lewis Skelly got his head to it and drop out a play for a Chelsea throw. Halfway inside their half.
Good run that from Cucurella. That ball in behind. When it comes from a set piece, defensive. I thought Berisha was going to do the ball away. I think in open play, I think that ball is easier. They're giving the ball away again. This is Arsenal not
scrappy second half.
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
Cole just whack one back at Sanchez as well. And he puts his foot through it, slips as he clears it, but finds Cucurella, who heads it into the middle of the pitch where it's met by Saliba. Now Ødegaard's got loads of room in the middle of midfield and pushes it out to Martinelli. Not a good ball. Martinelli a bit on his heels as well, being pushed out toward the corner flag by Badiashile. Eventually goes out of play for an Arsenal throw.
Yeah, Martinelli, that's where he loves to pick the ball up on the half turn in that 10 position, and his pass selection is normally hurts you. Whatever selection of pass he's got, he normally picks the right one and hurts you the most. Not on that occasion.
Still 0-0 between Fulham and Spurs, by the way. Busy day in London today with the League Cup final.
There's an angst in this game. It's been there all game, to be honest with you. Ødegaard looking for a free kick, throws himself to the ground, feels the contact from Cucurella, nothing further.
Here's Saliba. Forward from him to Partey, and Kunku got it back.
Do you know what? There's definitely a feeling that Chelsea are in this game and we shouldn't really be here.
Here's Nkunku, he's done really well there, held off Partey, used his strength to get over halfway, found Reece James just past the centre circle, left hand side from him to Cucurella, come back in field to Caicedo. And Fernandes gives it to Badiashile. James working it back to Fofana, but Arsenal struggling to get the ball back at the moment. Into midfield it goes. Now here's Enzo Fernandez finding Neto. Neto can have a run here, and he's gone for goal as well. It was a really difficult angle to score from. Maybe could have carried it a bit further, easy for me to say.
Do you know what though, Matt? That is probably the best bit of build-up play we've done through the thirds this game. It was controlled, it was measured, going right through the heart of Arsenal. I'm becoming more and more encouraged here, actually. This is a performance from Arsenal. There's another Thomas Partey. He just stands on the foot of Enzo in the middle of the park. I'm slightly more encouraged by what I'm watching. Arsenal just feel as though they're second best as a Chelsea. Oh, it's a Chelsea ball, Kavanagh. It's got to be. No, so you don't get you.
Fofana has now got his yellow card because he threw the ball back onto the pitch to stop the throw.
Yeah, it's stupid. In his decision making today, his discipline has been terrible. He throws the ball onto the pitch. Now come on, we're not stupid. And to pick up a yellow card now for something like that.
Half an hour of the game
sorry,
left.
Going back to my point, I'm encouraged by what I'm watching. I don't think Arsenal are at it. I think that they've taken advantage of us looking a little bit rabbit in the headlights. They started well, no question, and it was don't let the ball bounce, boys, for God's sakes.
Fofana and Colwill between them couldn't sort it out. It's come to Martinelli, edge of the penalty area, looking for room for a shot, but Cucurella's done well to get back at him. Forced Martinelli to the dead ball line. He works it back eventually to Trossard. Here's Martinelli again, trying to get it out his feet to cross. He's done that to the far post for Moreno. Good save from Sanchez from the volley. All alone there, Mikel Moreno, though. Back out it comes to Lewis Skelly. Just as we were saying, Chelsea getting back into it. Now Arsenal look like they could threaten with Rice. Decent save that from Sanchez. You'd probably expect him to make it, but he did. Here's Enzo Fernandez. Off Gabriel, surely out of play for a throw. No, according to the referee. Chelsea feel like the decisions are going against them. Gabriel challenged by Reece James. No foul, just too strong for him. Now Enzo Fernandez Ball down the line for Neto, trying to spin in field. He's done really well there, Neto, turning one way then the other. All on his own at the moment, though, being doubled up on by Saliba and Lewis Skelly. Neto, as Saliba goes to ground, puts it out for a corner and celebrates like he scored a goal.
Brilliant from Neto, good save. Let's talk about the save. Goes towards the far post. Martin clips it. Moreno's on the far stick, all on his own. It's a brilliant save. I know he's had a tough afternoon here, Sanchez, but he gets that big paw, claws it away. We've just seen the replays on the line. Then the ball goes down the right-hand side. Neto, I love him out there. Takes on Gabriel, and he gets the man, he gets the byline, gets the corner. He's taken Chelsea, 40, 50 yards high up the pitch. Set piece for Arsenal to deal with. Hour on the clock.
Neto's going to take it from the far side, the right. Kicks it into the near post, and Rice heads it behind for another.
Yeah, delivery, not enough pace. It's a cross. I thought that Rice might have cleared for actually a throw-in, but he's decided to concede another corner.
Take two for Neto then. Colwill and Badiashile and Fofana all forward for this. Again, it's not a good one. Straight onto the head of Rice. Trossard will look to bring it clear. Bounces it up on his knee a few times. Enzo Fernandez trying to win it back. Trossard's done well.
Don't foul him.
And eventually he does.
Does well, Trossard. He knows what's coming. It's not booking. It's not booking. It's just a foul. National fans up in. He does really well there.
It's not going to be a booking either, but it was always going to happen, that wasn't it? It
it's a foul.
Nailed on that he was going to give away a free kick. But the referee is angering everybody here.
Do you know what though? He dives over it and then he looks to catch him. It's a foul. It's, you don't get into more than that.
Here's Martinelli right-hand side, back with Ødegaard now, 30 yards out, moves it across the pitch for Lewis Skelly. Now Trossard just inside the penalty area, goes back out of it to get his shot away, hit Colwill with it, back for Lewis Skelly, edge of the box. Now Ødegaard wants to put it in with his right foot, clipped it toward Timber, goes over his head, he's trying to keep it in play and he is unsuccessful in that endeavour.
Unconvincing Arsenal, aren't they?
It's a weird game.
Yeah, it's been a weird game.
We're showing the Sanchez save again to see how close it was to going over the line. The goal line technology was needed. But, it's a good save and it's kept it.
It's a good save. It's on the line. I think you've got to give Sanchez huge credit there for getting himself across. Yeah, you're right. Going back to your point, Matt, it's been a weird game. I think for the opening 10-15 minutes, it felt Arsenal are unconvincing. That's why my optimism continues to rise. There's something in this. It's not like we're peppering the goal. Of course we're not. But I've seen enough Chelsea games, Matt. You and I have done enough, not just this season, but many seasons before, where at 1-0, you're never, ever, ever totally convinced that it's going to be enough. And I think Arsenal fans around the stadium are starting to sense that a little bit.
Well, they've dropped 12 points from winning positions this season. It's already their most in a season since 1920, as in 2019-20. So let's hope there's some more to come, including stoppage time. There's still half an hour of this game left, 63 minutes on the clock. 1-0 to Arsenal. Enzo Maresca frantically gesticulating to his players from almost on the pitch. Here's Gabriel.
We've grown into this game, haven't we? The first half hour aside, which was, from our point of view, and I'm really disappointed, but we've grown into it, managed to find ourselves in it.
Marino toes it through to Rice inside the penalty area though. Ødegaard wants it cut back his way, takes the shot first time, and Sanchez managed to hold on to it with Martinelli desperate for a tap-in. And then Cucurella is caught by Ødegaard. And that is going to be a yellow card for the Arsenal captain.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a thing going on with him, and it always seems to be something going on with Cucurella and someone. Ødegaard has found himself on that right-hand side. Yeah, you're not getting away with a yellow card there. Ødegaard doesn't even complain. Cucurella gets there, toes it away, waits for the challenge, goes down, yellow card, free kick.
Bookings starting to accumulate now.
I did predict early on in this game that there will be a red card in it, and that Just watch out for that one. Goes Arsenal's way, then.
Well, yeah, you felt like it was going to be a Chelsea red card, didn't you, in the first half?
I did. You know, and there's a bit of frustration in the way that Arsenal.
Given away there, though. And here's Rice, so he couldn't trap it. And Neto just couldn't hold it up there. He is having an inquest now with Badiashile about
Are we doing
enough
enough in behind Matt there? Can we get him behind? We've got to threaten him behind there. Arsenal play a high line. We've got to go in behind. I know we're coming to feet, and that's fine, but the next run has got to be in behind.
Enzo Fernandez, ball over the top from him, looking for Sancho too much on it anyway.
But he puts his hand up and thumbs up, and that's fine. Angle those balls away from the goalkeeper. You can't have straight balls because anything's overhit, keeper's going to gather. Put it into the areas outside the box. Worst way you get a throw-in.
There's Partey. Arsenal supporters trying to generate a bit of noise to get behind their team.
Chelsea ball, by the way.
And here's Martinelli.
Cucurella's done all right. Him and our two best players recently, Cucurella and Moises Caicedo, have been decent.
Cucurella's got the ball in his gloved hand. Tosses it to Caicedo, who easily keeps it away from Ødegaard.
He's been good. He's been good, Caicedo.
I think he's going to be Chelsea's Player of the Year, isn't he?
Almost certainly from what I've seen so far.
Here's Reece James, right-hand side. Neto trying to bend a run, but James didn't play it.
Yeah, Matt, that's that ball in behind again. Have we done that? Have we asked enough of that?
That's what you want Nicholas Jackson there for, isn't it, really? Flicked out toward Cucurella. Can he keep this in play near the dead ball line? Yes, he can. Pushes it back to Caicedo. First time ball round Ødegaard to Nkunku, picked up by James. Nkunku then touches it for Badiashile. Here's Caicedo.
This is measured. This is good. Good build-up play. Arsenal now been forced to retreat. I like the fact that we're looking to get in behind. I asked Sam at half-time, we've done enough to get Neto in behind. Simple answer to that question is no, but what can we do more?
Badiashile now out to Cucurella. 67 minutes on the clock. Neither side have made a substitution yet. 3/4 of the game gone. Still that early-ish goal, 20 minutes in from Mikel Moreno. He's the one that divides the teams. Here's Badiashile out for Sancho. Into Caicedo. Partey has a nibble at him and looks like a foul.
Do you know what? It's a poor tackle that from Partey. There's been a couple of those. I've criticised Chelsea, but I'm going to criticise that one. That's a... I don't know what he thought he was doing there. Kavanagh had to be encouraged to blow for it.
Badiashile's got the ball now, gives it to Caicedo, who's got relentless energy. Still walking this tightrope of if he gets booked, he'll be banned for 2 games. He was tackled there by Marino, broke for Ødegaard, but he couldn't do anything with it, and Badiashile tackled him.
Yeah, got lucky there, Caicedo. His pocket pinched. Ødegaard was the closest to it. He couldn't capitalise, and Arsenal again, this very strange approach to this second half continues from them. Neto's dropped really deep on the right-hand side. He's a right back to come and try and get involved in the build-up.
Here's Badiashile for James. Inside the centre circle in his own half, across to
Neto's on the right
Fofana.
now. Neto, that movement we saw in the first half between the front three has continued. Neto's out on the right. Sancho's... Oh, I don't know where Sancho's playing.
Badiashile. Forward from him up to Enzo Fernandez. Gabriel at his back, got the ball though. Now here's Ødegaard, twisting and turning and working it out to Martinelli, edge of the penalty area up against Badiashile. He's forced in wide. Good tackle from Badiashile.
Well done. Yeah, he struggled in the first half, Badiashile. He's had a much better second half. Much, much better. He's got to do better there, Enzo, as well. It's a horrible ball, though, into your... It's one of those straight balls where you're receiving it with your back to goal. And you've got it. It's such a difficult skill. You know, physically, you need your framer like a Didier, where you can hold players off. He doesn't have that ability, does he, Enzo? It's slightly different for him.
Yes.
It's good pressure.
It's all played back by Timber all the way back to Raya on halfway. 20 minutes and a little more to go. 1-0 to Arsenal still. Here's Lewis Skelly driving forward, away from Enzo Fernandez, up to the edge of the penalty area. Was he fouled by Fofana? He was.
It's foul.
Free kick right on the edge here.
It's a foul. Does well, Skelly. Does that. Actually, he's very, very good at that, at driving with the ball at his feet. When he inverts, he does become a number 8 that's happy to travel, very comfortable in possession. And a huge asset for Arsenal in the coming years, no doubt about that. Calafiore, of course, was bought big money in the summer after it was a very successful Euros with Italy, keeping him out the side.
Free kick here is just outside the D. It's probably the perfect place actually for a shot at goal.
Yeah, it's quite right. Well, from Sanchez's view, but as you look at the goal, it's to the left.
What's David Raya doing here? He's come up to give Declan Rice some advice. Well, I suppose he knows Robert Sanchez maybe from Spain camps. What do you do? Say shoot at the goal and try and score?
Yeah. It's one of those where maybe you would want it 3 or 4 yards slightly deeper to get it over the wall. I'd have to see where the wall is before I make my judgment on this. No, it's a nice position.
Rice and Ødegaard, the 2 players over the ball.
It might be one of those there. If you had to choose it, it might be one of those. That's where you choose it. It's the wall has had to retreat. Rice is over this, isn't it? Ødegaard also, but it favours the right footer because it's on the left as you look at the goal.
Rice looks down at the ball, puffs out his cheeks. Sanchez has organised a mammoth wall.
Yeah, where's his starting position? Sanchez is. You've got to trust the wall because if it goes over the wall into the corner. Sanchez is right. There's not a lot you can do. Ødegaard's over it as well. Sanchez needs to be a little bit more left of central in his goal. Martinelli is standing in an offside position, which in itself is not an illegal position to be, unless you interfere with play.
It's taking an awful long time to get this.
Yeah, they're trying to block his vision, aren't they? Martinelli's trying to block his vision. I just wonder about that. He's in offside position.
Anyway, here's Rice, strikes it into the wall, deflects behind for a corner.
Yeah, it's the wall, does its job. I mean, the Martinelli situation really is fascinating. I mean, it comes off Enzo's backside at the end, goes by. Really, footballers will manipulate what they can. For Martinelli to be offside in the 6-yard box, blocking the view of the keeper, how can you not be of the opinion that he is not? How can you be of the opinion that he's not interfering with play? Anyway, doesn't matter. 72.5 on the clock. It's time running out for Chelsea. Another goal now for Arsenal would almost seal our fate.
Rice over the corner again from the far side of the left in front of the Chelsea supporters. 3 Arsenal players stood far post and Mark waiting to break. They do that now as Rice sends it over and Martinelli attacked it and it's harmlessly behind for a goal kick.
Half a chance that, by the way. The 3 that you just spotted. Martinelli, you've got Partey that goes in, Lewis Skelly goes in. Martinelli holds his run. Oh, he does, unconvincing. Casado, he might have had a Casado in his eye line, but you can just head that back towards that where the corner come from, towards that far post.
Paddy Shield clears long from the goal kick and Kunku flicked it on looking for Neto, but Saliba was in the way. Still no substitutions by either manager. In the 74th minute of the game, we mentioned Chelsea's options are somewhat limited. Surprised we haven't seen Ethan Nwaneri yet for Arsenal. Martinelli's not offering loads. Here's Raya with the ball just outside his penalty area, at his feet. Then clipped forward by Gabriel for the run of Rice. Left-hand side near the corner flag. Reece James there with him, just eases him off the ball. It goes behind for a goal kick.
Reece is an absolute monster, isn't he? Physically, he is such a powerhouse. There aren't many players I've seen. In fact, I can't even think. Even someone like Declan Rice, who's obviously his stature is taller, but you're up against Reece, like a cruiserweight boxer, isn't he?
Rice, who was in the Chelsea academy until he was a 14-year-old. I bet he was with Reece James then, actually, both the same age group or close to. Here is James on the ball.
Very well, of course, not just from that, but playing one against one another throughout their academy years plus England.
Here's Sancho. Back out from him to Neto. Sancho again, right-hand side, down the line looking for Neto, but easy for Lewis Skelly to defend, or it should have been, foul by Neto, apparently. That looks harsh.
So soft. But the pass from Sancho is the problem, Matt. There's not enough weight on it. And Neto is now attracted to the ball because the pass is under hit. Lewis Skelly there puts his body between ball and man, waits for the contact, goes down. It's the pass. There are going to be some subs. Tell us about it, Matt.
It's a double Chelsea change. Tyreek George and Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall are the players coming on. Christopher Nkunku and Jadon Sancho are the players going off. Another quiet game for Sancho. George comes on for his 5th appearance in the Premier League, all as a substitute. And Nkunku pretty ineffective as well, you'd have to say. So the match winner from Thursday night, Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall gets on in his place.
Yeah, and that might be through Enzo's mind, you know. Took his goal very well. You and I are both here. That's at Stamford Bridge, I have to say. On Thursday, took it very well. Tyreek George, every time I see him, it's real encouraging signs. There was a lovely run, Matt, he made from left to right at Stamford Bridge on Thursday evening. Beat a couple of players, eventually played it out to the right-hand side, kept possession. Let's have a look at what that does to our team. Neto still down the middle. Dewsbury-Hall is on the left of a 3. Enzo is the 8 or the 10, depending how you want to look at that position, but he's in behind Neto, and Tyreek George has taken the position of Sancho.
Still goalless between Fulham and Spurs at Craven Cottage, by the way. Still 1-0 to Arsenal here. Here's Paddy Shield, got it from Sanchez, left-footed, smacks it forward. Saliba got something on it, broke for Dewsbury-Hall. Cucurella was on his heels then.
Was on his heels, you're absolutely right. Dewsbury-Hall does brilliantly well. Dewsbury-Hall wins the ball, presses high. I'm not sure Cucurella felt he was going to get there, even so, he should still be anticipating. Brilliant from Caicedo. Brilliant from Caicedo.
Right in front of Mikel Arteta.
Come off it, mate. He wins the ball.
The challenge on
Martin then rolls on the pitch. Oh dear, you got to laugh.
Cucurella says
he wins
Arteta,
the ball.
I think he's okay.
He wins the ball. Nothing wrong with that, honestly. And you got one of the worst managers in the world of trying to claim things right under his feet. Oh dear.
I mean, we're never big fans of Arsenal managers, obviously, but he's annoying. Arteta, isn't he? His conduct on the touchline.
Yeah, he's a special talent, this boy, by the way.
Ethan Nwaneri, who we've seen a lot of. If you watch academy football with us, he's played against the Chelsea under-21s for what seems like years. He is coming on for Martinelli. Thoughts and prayers with him as he makes his way off after that vicious tackle which left him on the floor. 17-year-old Nwaneri looking to become the first player under the age of 18 to score in a Premier League London derby. Martinelli still holding the small of his back. He's a player who spends more time on the treatment table than he does on the pitch. First change for Arsenal then, a pretty predictable one at that.
Yeah, it's a straight swap. He's not been great, has he, Martinelli? Fans' favourite, no doubt about that. Could go on and represent this football club and of course, think about what they've got coming through in Lewis Skelly. Already have there in Bukayo Saka. The future looks very, very bright and rosy for Arsenal. However, there is still another 12 minutes left of this game. Is there something Chelsea can claw out?
Sanchez looking for George. David Raya had to head that out of play for a throw.
That ball over the top, you know, that's something that I wouldn't mind seeing more Arsenal play, a high line. Put it over the top. He's good though, Raya. He anticipates that ball well. Sometimes not well. We saw what happened against Bournemouth, where Martinelli got sent off. He was so far out of his goal, it caused a problem.
Here's Colwill. For all we're saying that there's still something in this game for Chelsea. They are hardly threatening David Raya's goal at the minute. That needs to change.
No, we're not. A little bit good build-up play. Does well there for Fana. Ball works out to the left-hand side. Sorry.
Still just one shot on target in the game for Chelsea. That was the Cucurella one that almost went in. Here's Cotwell. Now Badiashile out for Dewsbury Hall. Dewsbury Hall inside left position, works it infield to Neto.
Yeah, they do that well, Arsenal.
Rice.
They do. He does that well.
Now Badiashile trying to stop Wanyeri making progress, can work it all the way back to Robert Sanchez.
Because they're deep and they become very narrow as a back four and a midfield. The space on the edge of the box is so condensed. It's so difficult. There's that ball over the top again. I'm a fan. He's offside, Cooper. Don't mind that though, Matt. Honestly, I don't. Honestly, I've not got a problem with that.
Inside the last 10 minutes now, then, he'll probably get 5 for stoppages though. So
we haven't looked right, really. But you know, the atmosphere here is. I was expecting all this. If he's been allowed to come.
Gabriel just wandering his way all the way up to the edge of the penalty area. Threaded it down the line for Trossard. Options in the middle here. Stuck it up toward Marino. Then Rice hooks it back toward goal. Dewsbury Hall tries to head it away. Handball by Wanyeri.
Yeah, it's too easy, Matt. Gabriel, he's run 30 yards. He's on the edge of our box. Come on. That cannot be allowed to happen. When I say ran, I mean wandered. Unchallenged. And then eventually you get to the edge of the box. And then he's played it's a beautiful pass in behind it, and Fofana. In the end, nothing comes of it. 81 on the clock. The clock is against us. Something needs to change. Something needs to happen. There's going to be another sub for Chelsea.
It's Romeo Lavia. Good to see him back on the pitch for the first time since the middle of January for his 50th appearance in English football. He's taking the place of Reece James for the final 10 minutes or so here.
Yeah, it's Lavia is. He's the type of player that ball. Talking about straight balls or receiving it on the half turn. He is outstanding at receiving that type of pass. I'm not convinced though in the time that's on the pitch that he's going to be in a position to receive those type of passes and hurt Arsenal because the clock's against him. But we never know.
Here's Timber, goes backward to Saliba. He plays it into midfield. Chance for Chelsea to win it back maybe with Tyreek George. Oh, he did well. He's unlucky. Almost managed to squeeze it through to Neto. Dispossessed Lewis Skelly.
Oh dear, that pass from George there. And he misplaces his pass into Neto. Goes back to Arsenal. If he finds Neto's feet there, Matt, there might have been something there to feed off. Half a chance, maybe a quarter of a chance.
That left-hand side now with Gabriel, left-footed, sticks one down the line toward Rice, who won the header and cushioned it nicely for Trossard. Trossard working it back to Rice. He's forced him a little wide though. Can he keep it in play? Hooked it back across goal straight to Sanchez. Nobody that
in front. No, but
see.
The clock's against us. Got to do it quicker, Matt. They're the times because Arsenal there rarely are going to get out of their shape between now and the full-time whistle. When that ball has gone across, they've got bodies in advanced areas. I think Sancho, we've got to take a bit of a risk. We've got to try and play that ball. Can we get out? He does shake his head as if he was looking to try and find someone. If there's nothing on, there's nothing on.
Saliba able to shrug off Neto there and plays it up toward Marino, but intercepted by Colwill. Now here's Enzo Fernandez inside the centre circle, out wide right to Tyreek George, up against Lewis Skelly. George goes back to Colwill. Now Fernandez again, but again Arsenal in their shape, and Chelsea struggling to break through it. But the goalkeeper just once in this game. Dewsbury Hall. Here's Lavia. Again, everybody in an Arsenal shirt back behind the ball at the moment. Out wide right it goes to George. Lavia again. Needs to be quicker from Chelsea. It's all a bit ponderous at the moment. Fofana with a not very good ball across to Badiashile, but he manages to work it out to Cucurella. Back with Badiashile again. Dewsbury Hall now, inside left, back out to Cucurella. Dewsbury Hall's carried on his run. Badiashile. Is there a belief about Chelsea that they can find the killer pass?
Kind of, but not really. You know, we're keeping the ball pretty well, but I think it's as much down to the fact that Arsenal are allowing us to be in that position than... Oh, now we're giving it away. Now they're going to pounce.
Colwill lost it. Erdegaard gives it straight back. Here's Caicedo. Now Fernandez. Options both sides. Can he play in Tyreek George here? Pushes it wide right to him. Tyreek George clips his cross up toward Cucurella, who got his head to it. It's on target, but it's easy for Raya.
half a chance. Done well to nick it. And in fact, we give the ball away and then we win it back. The ball from Enzo, I went, he could have travelled a little bit. Cross from Tariq George. It's a loopy lock, one of those that's got no pace on it. Cucurella does well actually to win it, but because there's no pace on the cross, you've then got to generate all the pace or the energy to try and get it past David Ryan. They're so difficult, those ones, you know. They're almost impossible to get any real traction on it and cause the keeper problems.
Right then, smacks it forward, looking for Nwaneri right hand side, but it drifts out of play.
Arsenal, this is the second best side in the country. They've been pretty poor, by the way, Arsenal. Other than the first half hour, they were good. Last hour of the game, they've been. Well, it's going to be double substitution.
Last roll of the dice. Tosin and Malo Gusto both coming on.
What does that do for us? Is there a shape change? I very much doubt it.
Badiashile and Fofana off.
Yeah. So we'll look to see what this actually does do. Tosin has come on. It looks like we're going to see Gusto at right back. Colwill and Tosin are the centre halves. It's still the same shape. Gusto roaming absolutely steaming forward down the right hand side. Finds Tariq George.
George up against Lewis Skelly, level with the edge of the penalty area, drifting into midfield where there's traffic. Gave it to Lavia, back out to Gusto now, can measure across from deep here, disappointing one, flicks off Lewis Skelly's heel and behind for a throw.
Yeah, that ball coming at the box. My question would be to Gusto, who are you trying to hit? And this is the problem that we've got, because going through the thirds has been okay at times, but who's the... Oh, that's brilliant from Lavia.
Lovely turn of the body to take himself away from Marino, and now
Caicedo
pushes it left-hand side for Cucurella. Cucurella with Dewsbury Hall as a short pass, comes to the edge of the penalty area again, no obvious target.
No way through, and Arsenal set now. Arsenal are happy with the goal. Now they don't see that what we've got is going to be good enough to break them down.
Fulham lead Spurs by 1-0 late on in that one. There's Thiago Muniz and Ryan Sessegnon. Sessegnon against his old club with the goals in that one. Ball through here for Neto. Neto right hand side. Again, there's so many Arsenal players back. Neto down the line for George against Lewis Skelly. George trying to shift it and find some space. Eventually goes back to Neto. He puts it in with his left foot towards Caicedo. Cleared away eventually by Ødegaard and out of play for a throw. But Chelsea having one last push here.
Yeah, Arsenal now settling for just a 1-0 victory. And why wouldn't they? Have we got enough under the bonnet to cause problems? Have we got enough creativity on the pitch? Have we got enough movement? Because Arsenal look very comfortable right now.
Here's Colwill.
A set piece, really, Matt. In open play, we don't look capable of carving any openings. Really,
Dewsbury Hall across from him to Cucurella. Cucurella can't find room for a cross. He goes back to Colwill. 88 minutes gone. Here's Romeo Lavia, middle of the pitch, moves it out to Gusto. Game just being played in Arsenal's half now. Here's Tosin, on for Colwill. Dewsbury Hall out to Cucurella. Dewsbury Hall's continued his run. He's done that 3 or 4 times. He never got the ball once.
You're absolutely right. And that pass there, I think, has got to be played early.
Tosin trying to feed one into Neto, didn't get it right, through to Raya. Time running out for Chelsea here now. It's been a very poor game, if truth be told. Very little quality on show from the second and fourth best teams in the country, according to the table.
I agree with you. But Arsenal are going to take the points, and of course that's the most important thing.
Here's Saliba. Forward from him to Trossard, just inside his own half of the field. Trossard pirouetting away around the ball. Goes all the way back to Raya. And Raya sticks it long over halfway, looking for Nwaneri. Goes out of play for a throw-in. We'll wait and see in a minute when Sam Barrett walks up to the edge of the pitch and holds up his board. Fulham's going to be added on. First of all, Arsenal are going to make a change though and bring on Kieran Tierney for Martin Odegaard. Sixth time in the last 7 games he's come off the bench, Tierney. Odegaard passes the captain's armband on to Gabriel as he makes his way off. And that is just as the clock ticks over to 90 minutes. Bukayo Saka watching on from the edge of the pitch, as is Kai Havertz. 2 players unavailable to Arsenal today. Tosin bringing the ball out of defence. Here's Dewsbury Hall.
That's a good run.
How much stoppage time there is, but we're going out to Cucurella here. Over it comes into the box. Enzo Fernandez slipped over as it made its way into him. 4 minutes of stoppage time was signalled. Cucurella with a challenge. Ball spins out of play for a Chelsea throw, taken quickly.
Yeah, he's had a battle there, Cucurella, and you always know what you're going to get. Flying in on the area.
Caicedo.
We don't look like creating a chance, do we? Unfortunately, Arsenal are too well set up. We're really lacking that creativity, that spark.
Tosin just smacked one into Moreno's chest. Don't stop the game, referee. He's fine. He might be winded, but there's no need to stop the game. And indeed, once he realises that's not going to happen, he springs up to his feet, and Tosin gives the ball away straight to Trossard. Trossard with George at his back though. He comes off Neto, goes out of play for an Arsenal throw. Trossard tries to whip up the crowd. And they're almost over the line here, the Gunners. Moreno still complaining. Down on his haunches. He's had the wind knocked out of him.
No, he hasn't.
Into the sternum the ball went, but I think he's okay. 2 minutes of stoppage time to go. An utterly forgettable football match for the most part. Colwill goes all the way back to Sanchez. Away end starting to empty. There's the pigeons that have been flying across the pitch all game and still hovering.
There's been more movement from the pigeons, I have to say, than most of the front men in both sides in this second half.
Caicedo grappling to win it, but here's Skelly emerged with the ball. Here's Wanyeri, kicked out of play by Enzo Fernandez. We're dealing in seconds more than minutes now, though. So it's Spurs at home on the 3rd of April, then Brentford away on the 6th, Ipswich at home on the 12th. Fulham game will be moved because of the Europa League. We'll wait and see where that lands, and then Everton at the end of the month as well, to come in the Premier League for Chelsea in April. Foul by Enzo Fernandez just to kill the last bit of momentum.
The second half has been pretty terrible. It's been Arsenal are second best side in the country. I mean, Liverpool. I think this Premier League season has been pretty poor in terms of quality, and if this is the second and fourth best side in the country, I'm inclined to back myself again to say this, that it's been pretty meh.
Party clips one into the channel. The title race is over. The relegation picture looks sorted. It's not a great advert for the best league in the world, supposedly. One last chance here. Robert Sanchez, free kick just outside his penalty area, is going to smack it upfield and hope for the best. Waving everybody forward. Gets it launched up towards Tosin, emergency centre forward. Dewsbury Hall and Fernandez swap headers. Dewsbury Hall then plays a decent looking ball into the penalty area, which is headed back by Gabriel to Raya, and silly whipping up of the crowd continues from the Arsenal players. They'll try and generate an atmosphere in here, I get it, but it's been a flat game of football and Arsenal have not impressed in it any more than Chelsea. There is the final whistle though. It's defeat again at the Emirates for Chelsea. That first half goal from Mikel Merino was enough to get the points. in the end. Enzo Maresca and Mikel Arteta share an embrace before they head down the tunnel. Defeat for Chelsea, Jason. A few positives, but a poor game overall from both sides.
The truth is, the first half an hour of this game was where the points were decided. Arsenal were more energetic, more aggressive, squeezing high at the pitch. We had a terrible, terrible start to this game, giving balls away, not defending particularly well at all over the pitch. And then, of course, the set piece decided it. It's a game, I think, and there's been a few of these this season, I think we will reflect on and say, we're better than that, aren't we? And I think that goes under that umbrella, that today, that last hour. That last 15 minutes, the first half, better. The second half was just a non-event. I mean, both sides, it felt like it. If you thought that this was going to be a second leg, and, you know, both in a qualification, in a group game in the Champions League where both sides go through, that's what it felt a little bit like. Well, then we don't need to score. Yeah, not good enough. Unfortunately, we have injuries. I think it's fair to say, so do Arsenal. Let's get that right. But yeah, another disappointing.